finger draw. Another incoming shaft snapped a twig a foot or two away. He released and stepped back into cover. He heard the splash as the body fell back into the water, and the babble of angry foreign voices. At 20 paces, even metal armor offered little guarantee of protection. When he had stilled his breathing, Ballista peeked out, the other side of the tree, low down and quick. No arrow thrummed at his face. As far as he could see, the Alani outriders had gone. The noise of the skirmishing along the line of wagons at his back must have masked their hooves. Below, down in the water, were 2 dead horses and 3 dead men. Ballista had not noticed the third die. For a little time he debated whether to climb down and, like some Homeric hero, strip the Alani noble of his fancy-scale armor. The Romans had a very special award for a general who defeated the enemy commander in single combat, the spolia opima. He thought better of it. He was neither an Achilles nor a Romulus, and the Alani would return in numbers at any moment. "You hungry?" Maximus had jogged over. He tossed a bag of air-dried meat across to Ballista. Wherever they were, the Hibernian would produce the stuff. It was a good job. Ballista liked it. He took a handful and threw the bag back. Maximus nodded at the wagons. "Company." He walked off. Ballista got a wine flask from the saddle of his horse. The animal was cropping the grass, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding drama. As Calgacus came up, Ballista embraced him and gave him a big kiss on the top of his balding head. "Get the fuck off me," Calgacus said. "I'm not a fucking Greek." Ballista punched Wolfstan's arm, ruffled his hair, and shook Hippothus by the hand. He was grinning with pleasure at their survival, with pleasure at still being alive himself. "Wonderful reinforcements," Maximus called over. "A child, an old cripple, and a pederast secretary. Nothing can touch us now." "Half-witted Hibernian shite," Calgacus's mutter was again perfectly audible above the none-too-distant sounds of battle. "Brain in his prick." Calgacus, like the other newcomers, was armoured. He was carrying a heavy axe in his left hand. His right arm was still in splints. Ballista wondered where Wolstan had got his too large mailcoat. It was a wonder the boy could stand, let alone move in it. He must be stronger than he looked. "Castricius is coming," Hippothus said. His voice echoed oddly from behind the T-opening of an antique Greek helmet he had acquired a year or two back in Ephesus, or Miletus. "He should be here in a moment." "And so will the Alani." Ballista was still laughing. With an effort, he calmed himself down. "Hippothus, take a position between me and Tarchon. When Castricius comes, he can go between Maximus and me. Calgacus, go and watch Tarchon's back. Wolstan, stay here with me." "Will they come again?" Wolstan asked. "Yes, but they have travelled a long way," Ballista said. "They and their horses are tired. If their next attack does not break through, they will draw off until tomorrow." No sooner had the others started moving off than Ballista could hear the thunder of approaching cavalry. It seemed to be approaching from both sides. He very much hoped he was right about the Alani. The Alani did not make the mistake of approaching along the riverbed again. They must have forded the river up and downstream. From both sides, a large band of riders swept around to link up on the steppe to the north of the watercourse. They pulled up, a couple of 100 paces away, out of most effective bow range. Castricius ran up. Ballista waved him over to where he wanted him to stand. The Alani waited quietly behind 2 standards. One was an abstract design on cloth, a nomad tamga, the other a horsetail on a pole. In all, Ballista estimated about 100 warriors, maybe 1 in 10 armoured. They seemed to be waiting for something, most likely a signal. Ballista noted that there was no battle din from the wagons behind. Earlier he had seen a big Draco standard. The nomads were showing themselves disciplined enough to wait for the word of the chief who rode under the dragon. They would all attack at once. That was not good. Nor was the fact that down here by the river, good defensive position though it was, Ballista's familia was outnumbered to the order of 20 to 1. The wind soughed through the lime trees, fretted at the thorn bushes. Out beyond the river it raised little dust devils. They were the first Ballista had seen on the steppe. The summer sun was drying the plains. The nomad standards snapped in the breeze. Ballista wished he were standing under his own white Draco, hearing its bronze jaws hiss and seeing its body writhe with menace. Ballista wished he were out there, at the head of a confident troop of men, looking in, waiting to finish an outnumbered huddle of enemy. He pulled himself up. The Alani could finish the men in the wagon laager, and do so quickly, if the nomads were well led, if they wanted it enough, and above all, if they were prepared to take the casualties. Ballista knew what he would have his men do if he were the Alani chief. They should ride up to the tree line, dismount, force their way through the scrub. Some should provide covering shooting, the rest rush down the far bank, cross the stream, and storm the near bank. But Ballista also knew that while they were doing it, his arrows would drop at least 4 or 5 of them, and then he would hope to take 1 or 2 with him in a final hand-to-hand struggle. Maximus, Hippothus, Castricius, and Tarchon should do no worse than him. Wolstan, with his herald bow, and old Calgacus, one-handed with his axe, might take a few more. The Alani could kill them all, wipe them from the face of Middle-earth, but 30 or more of the nomads would not see the end of the day. Thinking about the final moments, Ballista glanced over to where his hobbled horse grazed. A cowardly thought, the thought of a knee-thing, insinuated itself through his mind. No, he would not disgrace himself in his own eyes, or those of others, or those of the Allfather. When the last moments were close, he would get the boy Wolfstan on the horse. In the confusion, he might just have a chance to get clear. He could go north, bearing the arms of Aloith. Once Wolfstan told his story, the Heruli were likely to welcome him. Ballista wondered what his own boys were doing far away in Sicily. Would they ever hear of his death? He pushed down the self-pity. All-Father, if I fall, let your shield maidens choose me for Valhalla. And then, and none too soon, many years from now, let them bring my sons to me there. Let us feast together through the long ages, until the coming of the winter of winters, until the icy cold of Fimbulvetr brings on Ragnarok, and it is the end of all of us, gods and men. The deep boom of a drum broke Ballista's reverie, made Wolfstan next to him start. The beat was slow, deep, menacing. The Persians do the same. It signifies nothing. Ballista made his voice sound dismissive. Wolfstan looked a little reassured. Ballista stepped out from the cover of the lime and gazed out at the Alani host. The trees on the far bank did not altogether obscure his view. A warrior moved his horse out in front. A conical gilded helmet on his head, silvered mail on his body, the nobleman shone like the sun. The Alan removed the helmet, hung it on a horn of his saddle. Bareheaded, he raised his arms, presumably to address some high god or martial deity the Alani believed might bring them fortune in the grim work ahead. "Stay here." The decision was made on an instant. Bow and a couple of arrows in hand, Ballista brushed through the undergrowth. He slid on his arse down the bank. Holding the bow high, he splashed across the stream and launched himself up the far bank. At the lip, he slowed, careful to rise up in the shelter of a tree. He could hear his familiar calling. "Come back! What the fuck are you doing?" Ignoring them, he pushed through the bushes until he had a clear view. He knocked, raised, and drew in one motion. There was a warning shout from the ranks of the Alani. Ballista aimed, allowed for the wind from the north, a little higher and a shade to the left, and released. Ballista knew he should run, but he had to watch. 200 paces. A very long shot indeed. The arrow seemed an age in flight. Alerted, the warrior in the gorgeous armor turned his head, but did not desist from summoning the god of his people. The arrow took him in the thigh. The deity had rejected his importuning. A roar of fury from the Alani. Ballista turned and ran. Fear and triumph added wings to his feet. He flew like Hermes down one bank, across the water, and up the other, behind the coming thunder of several hundred hooves, the yells of outrage, fury at the sacrilege. Ballista ducked behind the tree. He doubled up, fighting air into his lungs. Wolfstan and the others were already shooting. The range was still long, shifting branches in the way. They would not hit many yet. But there were plenty of arrows. Let them carry on. It gave them something to do in the face of the charge, made them feel better. "Fuck me, have you annoyed them?" Maximus shouted. He was laughing now. "He did not kill him, mind, just nailed his leg to his saddle." The Alani were whooping, shooting as they rode. Their arrows were falling thick, like winter snow. But the spreading lime trees gave cover overhead, and lower the shrubs took some. Ballista steadied his breathing, put an arrow on the string, and leant out, looking for a target. The Alani were almost at the tree line. Off to the right, a pony bucked, an arrow in its foreleg. Ballista chose and shot. Without looking, he reached for another arrow, drew, and shot again. The nomads were driving their mounts through the thorny undergrowth. Scratched and bleeding, the ponies were jibbing and refusing. They were getting in each other's way. Their very numbers were against them. The Roman arrows were adding to the confusion. Ballista sent a shaft deep into the neck of a pony. It stood for a moment, then fell as if sacrificed. Its rider jumped off its back. The pony behind ran into him, sending him spinning. The pony stumbled, its rider half up its neck. Ballista put an arrow in its haunch. It spun, kicking out. Its hooves caught another animal in the barrel. This leapt sideways and went crashing, legs scrabbling, over the bank and down into the river. All along the lip, among the sharp brambles, nomad ponies were barging into each other, tripping, falling, their riders powerless against the elemental confusion. Only a few animals had got down the bank on their own feet, and with a rider still on their back. Ballista dedicated his arrows to these. Without the need of an order, so did the other bowmen of the familia. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. In the riverbed, the ponies made big, unprotected, almost stationary targets. Once one or two were hit, they thrashed around, hopelessly impeding the rest. A river running red was not merely a poetic fancy. One of the Alani, surely a hero among his people, had negotiated all the disarray. Like a centaur, he and his mount breasted the Roman side of the bank. As hooves scrabbled over the top and the rider was motionless against the sky, Ballista shot him in the chest. He toppled back. The pony ran on into the wagon laager. It almost seemed a pity to snuff out such extravagant courage. Another of the Alani reached up over the bank. This one was on foot. Ballista shot him. The arrow hit him in the left shoulder. He spun around. Then he straightened, drew his sword with his right hand, and came on. Ballista shot him in the stomach. He doubled up, left hand around the shaft. He was on his knees. Somehow he forced himself up again, took another shaky step forward. He had not dropped his sword. Ballista shot him again, in the chest this time. Finally, the warrior went down. On the far side of the carnage, a horn sounded a clean note that cut through the sounds of exertion and pain. The Alani, snagged among the undergrowth, began to hack and fight their way out. The few alive in the river rushed back up their own bank. Dispassionately, Ballista shot a couple more in the back as they fled. They made no odds. In a fight like this, it was not about the number of attackers killed, but about their will to fight. In a sense, it was always like that. Wolstan was exhausted, but still, hours later, his excitement kept him going. He was a warrior. He had killed a man, and not just one man, but 3, maybe 4. He would never forget the sheer, untarnished pleasure of his first kill. The Alani pony had refused at the lip of the far bank. The nomad was kicking in his heels, urging it down towards the water. The steep, untrustworthy-looking slope, the smell of blood, the squealing of others of its kind in pain and distress, all combined to make the pony reluctant. The Alan was silhouetted. Wolfstan drew the bow. And something happened. Something very strange. His hands were guided. It was as if he had done this before, many times before. It was as if Aloith were alive, guiding his hands. Wolfstan released. The arrow shot straight and true. There was never any doubt it would take the Alan full in the chest. The nomad fell, a look of indignant surprise on his face. That Alan was just the first. The others were easier still. Wolfstan wielded Aloith's bow as if he had the strength of a grown man, as if the bow had been made for him. Wolfstan was a warrior now. Killing a man was a greater deed than killing a boar or a bear. If he had belonged to the Typhali, all the unclean things he had submitted to would have been washed away in the blood of the men he had killed that afternoon. He was not of the Typhali. He was an Angle, maybe destined to become a herald. But now he was a warrior, a man-killer. Now he had the skills to exact his revenge, to wash himself clean in the blood of many, many men. When the horn sounded, the Alani had pulled back from the river. Soon after, they had broken off their assault on the wagon line. It was mid-afternoon. They had asked for no truce to reclaim their dead, but had ridden off in silence. They had established a main camp some 3 or 4 miles away to the south. Ballista had been right. Both nomad man and beast had been tired from hard travel. Yet not all the Alani, and there had to be around 300 or more of them, had retired to their camp. A large troop, 100 or so, led by the noble with the Tamga standard from earlier, camped out half a mile to the north, and while the Alani made no more all-out assaults in the rest of the day, small parties kept feinting attacks all along the perimeters. Sometimes they carried firepots with them, from which they would kindle flaming arrows. With the wagon laager by a stream, there was little danger of serious conflagration, but it all added to the strain. There was no rest between the feints. Under the joint direction of Andonabalus and Ballista, the defenders were kept very busy. Every member of the caravan, even the slaves and staff found cowering in the bottom of the carts, even the old Gothic witch, was put to work. Ropes were dug out, and the wagons tied tight together. As an added precaution, each was staked down in place. Furs, skins, and felt were stretched and tacked between wheels and across gaps to keep out arrows and hinder attackers. The whole assemblage was doused from the stream, and butts and cauldrons brimming with water were placed along the inside of the line. All the baggage was laboriously hauled out. Sacks, boxes, and barrels were piled up to complete the barricade. Bales of delicate silks, diplomatic presents from the Roman emperor to the king of the Heruli, were piled with amphorae of pickled fish. It was no more peaceful to the north by the river. Ballista had them tie ropes from one lime tree to another. He then showed them how to construct a barrier of entwined thorn bushes, like the zareba the tribes of North Africa built. This zareba was reinforced with assorted belongings and ran along the front of the fighting position. When released from improvising field fortifications, the defenders scurried about collecting undamaged arrows. Some might find an ironic pleasure in sending the Alani shafts back. Darkness brought no relief. Bands of Alani continued every so often to canter up to the defences. There was a big moon and few clouds. The nomads were perfectly visible, their shadows sliding across the steppe like black souls escaped from Niflheim. Some again brought firepots, lit flaming arrows, and sent them arcing into wagons. The others who did not were the more frightening. Shot at a high trajectory, the swift black shafts fell nearly vertical inside the laager. Hard to see at all, and almost impossible to judge where they would strike. Some of the Alani used special hollow arrowheads which whistled or screeched as they fell. Those down by the river who could sleep, despite the Alani, still got little rest. Ballista had divided his command of 6 men into 3 watches. Only 2 were to stand down, while the other 4 remained on watch, and the rest period was just 2 hours. Wolstan, with Castricius, had been the first off duty. The little Roman had pulled his cloak over him in the shelter of one of the lime trees and started snoring almost instantly. The constant work on the zareba did not disturb him in the slightest. Wolfstan, however, had been too excited to sleep. He had killed a man, his first man. Now, much later, some time after midnight, and with his next period of rest postponed, he wished he had had more self-control, wished he had at least shut his eyes. Wolfstan was pleased he had not had to prepare food for everyone. Maximus had plucked and gutted the chicken he had acquired earlier, and put it to boil in a pot suspended over the big campfire lit by the Heruli. Old Calgacus had scrounged or stolen various bits and pieces to add to the stew. With some dry army-style biscuit and washed down with rough wine, it was not too bad. Once he had started eating, Wolfstan realized he was very hungry. He had even eaten the core of the apple he had been given. Calgacus had said they may as well eat most of their stores tonight, because by the end of tomorrow there would be fewer alive needing a share. Wolfstan had looked at the others and thought, "You poor bastards, you poor, old bastards." Ballista did not seem to rest at all. He disappeared back to the wagons for a time. Not long before midnight, he came back, lugging 2 shovels and 2 big bundles of staves of wood. He roused his men out and quietly gave them his instructions. They were to tie dark scarves or cloths around their helmets, sword belts, and scabbards. They were to smear mud on their armour and any exposed skin. Shield ornaments likewise were to be covered, if not prized off. Finally, if there were hobnails in their boots, they should muffle them with rags. When the 7 dark figures reeking of river mud were assembled, Ballista checked them over, and then outlined what he intended. 3, Castricius, Calgacus, and Tarchon, would remain behind the Zereba. They should provide cover if things went wrong. The other 4 were going to cross the river. Ballista himself and Maximus would work through to the edge of the scrub and keep watch on the Alani out on the plain to the north. Hippothus and Wolstan were to take a shovel and a bundle of wood each. To make it as difficult as possible for the Alani in the morning, they were to dig shallow holes in the soft soil of the riverbank, plant the staves Ballista had sharpened point up in the bottom, and cover the traps over with some brushwood. They would only be able to do a couple of short sections of the bank, but everything would help. Crossing the stream, the 4 of them together, Wolfstan had not been unduly fearful. The bodies of the Alani caught in the reeds did not bother him, and the babbling of the water was somehow homely. Even the splashing of their passing did not make him think it would warn the Alani. Then Ballista had waved Maximus and Hippothus off to the left. Soon they had been lost in the undergrowth downstream. Ballista indicated where Wolfstan was to start digging. The big warrior then climbed the bank, and with no sound at all, was gone. Wolfstan was alone. He had been alone for, he guessed from the stars, about an hour. To begin with, he had not minded too much, but now he was very tired, and the night and the isolation were growing oppressive. The scurry of small nocturnal animals no longer sounded reassuring. The play of shadows as clouds chased across the moon began to presage something dire. Every sound in the night, every plop as a rat or its like took to the water, was enough to make him jump. When an owl called from one of the trees, he had to fight down an urge to run. His nerves were stretched, creaking like an overdrawn bow. The scrunch as his spade bit into the moist soil was unfeasibly loud. The Alani were but a few hundred paces away. It must carry to them. He tugged aside a reluctant root with his bare hands. Allfather, he was tired. Something splashed behind him, upriver off to his right. He forced himself to ignore it. Warriors, Angle or Herald, did not jump at the slightest sound. All these steppe streams were full of fish, chub, gudgeon, pike. Then there were all those mouse-like creatures, voles, marmots, all sorts of rodents. Wolfstan bedded in another stake. Tap, tap, tap. His hands were coated with dirt. It stung where the thorns had cut him. The wet, riparian smell was strong in his nose. He reached for the spray of undergrowth he had already cut. The scratch of it was loud as he dragged it over the fresh-dug hole, arranged it just so. Again, a splash behind him. This time there was something more. A sucking sound. The sound of something moving through the water. Something, or someone, was moving downstream towards him. Wolfstan flattened himself against the bank. He listened as hard as he could. Nothing. Just the river. The hoot of a distant owl. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing made by a man. Wolfstan breathed out, almost a sob. His nerves were cracking like spring ice. He went to move, and there was the sound again, closer now, much closer now. Allfather, deep hood, death-blinder, hold your hands over me. Wolfstan forced himself to look. A sombre, hooded figure, maybe 30 paces away. A man was coming cautiously down the stream towards him. If he moved, Wolfstan would be seen straight away. If he did not, the man would stumble across him in no time. Wolfstan's fingers dug into the earth. He began to pray. In the milk-white light of the moon, the man came on. 20 paces. Less. Nartis, Earth Mother, do not desert your child. An amorphous shadow detached itself from the bank behind the figure. With no sound, it entered the stream. Only faint ripples on the water's silver surface betrayed its corporeality. The hooded man came on. Silently, the shadow closed behind it. Steel glittered in the moonlight. An arm snaked around the hood. The steel flashed, cold and without pity, sawing across a pulled-back throat. Legs thrashed, churning the stream, impossibly loud after the silence. The shadow lowered the dead man into the water, cleaned the blade on his clothes, pushed him aside into a clump of reeds. All was quiet again. The shadow removed its muddied headgear. Its long hair shone white in the moon. "Come, time to go." Ballista held out a hand. Wolstan took it, let himself be helped down. They both looked at the dead man. "Do not fear, and let no thought of death be upon you. But come, tell me this thing and recite it to me accurately. Where is it that you walk alone to the ships from the army through the darkness of night, when other mortals are sleeping?" Wolfstan gazed up at Ballista, uncomprehending. Ballista smiled. "An old Greek poem. Come, time to go." 19. Although he had never been more deeply asleep, Ballista woke easily, without a sound, and was calm, feeling the pressure on his neck. He opened his eyes. He saw one of the two men whom he had known he would find looking down at him. Calgacus removed the fingers he was pressing below and just behind Ballista's left ear. The Northerner smiled. The waking gesture was one of many signs he, Calgacus, and Maximus had evolved over the years. Sometimes he thought these signs amounted almost to a private language. It was something to be used when words would not do, in the din of battle, among the intricacies of a court, or in the dead of night. Calgacus's face moved. In the light of the low central fire, it lost much of its ugliness, and assumed a delicacy it lacked by day. It wore a sad, tender expression. Ballista rolled out of his cloak, and painfully levered himself into a sitting position. "Maybe half an hour to dawn," Calgacus said. Ballista had slept for a couple of hours. In that time the wind had dropped altogether, and it had clouded over. The moon was hidden. The sky was now a uniform blue-black, except for a few rents in the clouds, where it was a translucent, yellow-tinged blue. With no wind, the steppe grass had ceased to sing. Other sounds had come to the fore. The lapping chuckle of the stream, a background chirring of insects. It was a warm June night, and the strange whistling of those large mouse or squirrel-like rodents that seemed to inhabit every hollow in the steppe. Now and then a horse stamped or coughed. With difficulty Ballista got to his feet. All-Father, he was too old for this. 41 winters on Middle-earth, far too many to be sleeping on the ground in a war-shirt of mail. He walked, stiff in every joint, to the thorn fence. He pulled up his mail, fumbled with the clothes under it, and pissed on the zareba. When finished, he walked back and sat down heavily next to the old Caledonian. Calgacus passed him a beaker of warmed, watered wine. "Thank you." The Northerner sipped. It was too hot to drink. Calgacus passed him some dry biscuit and a hunk of cold, fat bacon. Ballista put the bacon on the leg of his trousers. It was no time to be over-fastidious about grease. He dipped the biscuit in the drink, and as each bit softened, nibbled it. "Anything?" Ballista asked. "Horsemen moving from the little camp over the river, about an hour ago." "How many?" Calgacus shook his head. "It had already clouded over, black as Niflheim." "And they were leaving the camp opposite us?" "It sounded like they went to the big camp to the south." "Any sign of men withdrawing from there?" Ballista asked. "No." They sat in silence. Beyond the wine and the bacon were other smells. The Alani dead had not started stinking yet. There was the scent of clean water, of leaf mould, of crushed grass. Against the bitter aroma of wormwood were other, sweeter scents of those flowers not yet scorched by the heat of summer. The smells of horse and unwashed humanity may have been there, but Ballista could not tell. He was inured to them. The smell of the bacon was there. It came to dominate. Ballista started to gnaw at it. The Alani had not asked for a truce to reclaim their dead. That was not good. It meant they were going nowhere. They had moved some horsemen from the camp opposite Ballista to the main one. It might help Ballista's men, but was not good for those holding the wagons. Ballista could not see how the main defensive line might be improved. The wagon laager would be near impossible to move or burn, and it would be slow and difficult to get across. Its real weakness had no remedy. There were too few defenders. In each of the 6 wagons were a Roman soldier and one of the Sarmatian drivers, except the third from the left, which had 2 Sarmatians but no soldier. In 4 of the 5 fortified gaps between the wagons, one of the heruli was stationed. 2 of them, Occus and Datius, were carrying wounds. In the last gap on the right, the Gudja had taken post, thus freeing Andonabalus to move about as the commander. Andonabalus had with him the 2 slaves owned by the soldiers to act as runners. The arrangement was the product of much thought and discussion. It was the best they could do, but it was desperately inadequate. There was no reserve. There were just far too few men. Behind the clouds, the eastern sky had lightened a little. A lone bird began to sing. Almost inconspicuously, others, dozens, then hundreds if not thousands, joined, until before the listeners really noticed it, the air was full of birdsong.
"Do you think the Sarmatian drivers will fight to the death?" Calgacus asked. "They are kin to the Alani."
Ballista did not reply at once. He was still listening to the dawn chorus, trying to hear any sounds beyond it that signified danger.
"The Uragundi have their families. While the Gudja lives, they must fight."
Calgacus answered his own question. "Even if the Gothic priest falls, and the old witch too, it is too late for the Sarmatians. They have no more freedom in the matter than we do," Ballista said. With the coming day, the wind returned. The rents in the cloud were ripped wider, revealing a sky turned pale silver gold. Soon all that was left of the blanket of the dark were isolated clouds, fleeing south, the tattered survivors of some celestial rout. As the light improved, Ballista, Calgacus, and every man in the beleaguered laager peered out across the steppe. Rather than serried ranks of Alani, their mounts literally champing at the bit, there was nothing to be seen except the quiet, dark shapes of the 2 nomad camps and the smoke rising above them. The defenders watched and waited. The Alani presumably took their breakfast. The mingled smells of wood smoke, dung burnt as fuel, and food drifted over. "After yesterday, they are reluctant to attack," Wolstan said. He sounded at once both hopeful and disappointed.
"It may well be,"
Ballista said, "but it also means they think they have plenty of time."
"And that means Naulabate's ugly fucking heruli were nowhere fucking near by last night," Calgacus said.
"They are nomads. They travel fast. They could outrun the news of their coming." Ballista felt he had to say something encouraging. When Arvak and Alsvid, the horses of the sun, hauled the bright chariot over the horizon, the Alani stirred. A dozen outriders rode out of the camp in front of Ballista and formed a screen. The rest followed, forming up into a compact body under the Tamga standard, out of bowshot. There did indeed seem fewer of them than the day before. The Alani standard bellied out in the north wind. The Tamga looked a bit like an upside-down Greek omega, with a stylized bird perched on top. Ballista wondered if it had any meaning beyond signifying this particular nobleman. A messenger, one of the soldiers' slaves, ran up and told Ballista that much the same was happening at the other camp. There the Alani had split into 3 divisions, one aimed at each end of the wagon laager, one at the middle. There were fewer riders in the latter group. Ballista thanked the messenger, told him what little news there was, and sent him back to Andonabalus. The main attacks would come here across the river and at either end of the line of wagons. The Alani across the river remained where they were. Maximus started laughing.
"Keeping out of harm's way today," he called.
Ballista and Wolfstan joined in the laughter.
"Why are you fuckers giggling like girls?"
To Calgacus's eyes, the Alani were an undifferentiated blur.
"The priest or nobleman Ballista shot in the leg yesterday is summoning their gods again," Wolfstan said. "He is rather further away, and hardly in front of the others at all."
The deep percussion of the nomad war drum carried across the plain. It reverberated in every man's chest. High, pealing horns rang out. The enemy trotted forward. The Alani set to with their customary whooping. The handful of heruli answered with their high, yipping sound.
"Are you ready for war?"
Ballista's battlefield Latin carried across the martial sounds of the steppe.
"Ready!"
The familiar and the auxiliaries, huddled in the wagons, shouted back. The voices of the latter were muffled and faint.
"Are you ready for war?"
3 times the call and response rang out, yet it was a thin and insubstantial thing against the nomadic uproar. Ballista wondered if the traditional Roman battle call had ever been heard so far out beyond the frontiers. This was not the Imperium, but another world. This was Barbaricum, and it demanded something else. His youth in Germania told him a battle can be won or lost in the shouting, before a blow is struck.
"Out! Out! Out!"
Ballista bellowed the age-old war cry of the Angles. Wolfstan, Calgacus, and Maximus picked it up.
"Out! Out! Out!"
Tarchon shouted something similar. Ballista wondered if the heraldry behind him heard, and if it held any folk memories for them. The ground rang under the drumming hooves of the Alani ponies. The nomads had accelerated into a fast canter. They were shooting as they came. The arrows whistled full of menace through the air, but the trees on both banks and the reinforced zareba rendered them ineffective. Ballista and his men, steady on their own 2 feet, and presented with a large, dense target, released, fast and accurate. 3, 4 horses crashed to the ground, riders thrown tumbling into the dirt. When the Alani reached the opposite tree line and reined in, there were 5 riderless horses turning and boring amongst them, causing confusion. The majority of the Alani swung down, throwing their reins to the few who remained on horseback. The latter wheeled and kicked back towards their camp, 4 or 5 ponies galloping behind each on lead reins. Ballista kept shooting. Pluck arrow from ground, knock, draw, aim, release. Nomads continued to fall. Ballista half noted one staggering with an arrow protruding from his eye. A shaft ricocheted off the line next to Ballista's face. It left a weeping, sappy scar on the bow. Ballista drew and released again. The incoming arrows were getting closer. About half the dismounted Alani had remained on the far bank. Scattered among the trees and undergrowth, they were pouring arrows into the defences. The other nomads, 20, 25 of them, were rushing down the bank. A nomad suddenly collapsed, clutching his leg. Another tripped, tumbling face first down into the water. Further along, off to the left, one seemed to half sink into the earth, and screamed a terrible scream as if some chthonic deity were dragging him down to the underworld. Others shied away from those areas of the bank. The pits dug by Hippothus and Wolfstan were channeling the Alani, making them bunch up, making them yet better targets.
"Shoot the ones in the water!"
Ballista doubted if all would obey his order. It is almost impossible to shoot at someone else, and not the men shooting at you. Fighting the urge to target the embroidered coat of a bowman pulling an arrow from his goritis on the bank directly across from him, Ballista closed one eye, allowed for the man's movement, and sent an arrow smack into the chest of a man splashing through the river. The attacking party reached the southern bank. 2 nomads climbed over the top. Both toppled back, skewered by shafts from Ballista and Wolfstan. Ballista's vision of the world shrank to just those few feet of muddy riverbank. 3 more nomads hurled themselves over. Ballista missed. Wolfstan hit another. 4 more followed over. They were at the zareba, wielding their longswords, trying to hack away through the thorns. Ballista shot one in the shoulder, higher than he'd intended. 2 of the Alani crouched to hoist one of their kin over the zareba. Ballista shot the one on the right in the side. He collapsed, dropping the nomad half in the air. The man screamed as he landed amid the sharp, tangled thorn bushes. He thrashed around, becoming more embedded. Red gashes of blood blossomed where his clothes were torn. Ballista drew his spatha and brought it down on the man's head. The long, heavy blade crumpled the skull like an eggshell. The Alani who had survived the ill-fated attack were scrambling back across the riverbed, up the opposite bank, and into the shelter of the trees and undergrowth. The ones who had remained there were still shooting. They continued to pose a threat. It was best to keep your head down. Yet the intensity had gone. An Alan would pop out, shoot a wildly aimed missile, and duck back. Given Ballista and his men were helmeted and armoured, to come to serious harm they would have to be either unlucky, slow, or stupid. Ballista leant his back against the sticky bark of the lime tree. There was a gash on his left forearm. Not serious, but he had no idea how it had got there. Now he had noticed it. The thing stung abominably. He wiped something else sticky off his face. A mess of blood and brains came away on his hand, from the man he had killed with his sword. It tasted as if some were in his mouth. He took a drink of wine, rinsed his mouth, and spat. He stoppered the flask and checked on the enemy. Nothing new. He nocked an arrow. With more incoming than outgoing, there was no need to conserve arrows. He scanned for a target, found one, waited, and shot. He missed, but it was good to keep their heads down.
"Keep shooting!"
he called. One of the messengers puffed up to Ballista and sketched a Roman salute. He was a slave of the military and had a sword in one hand. "Dominus and Donabalus asks for help. The Alani have got into the laager. They have taken the wagon at the eastern end. They are throwing in men. They will roll up the whole line." Now that the fighting on his own front was not so pressing, Ballista could hear clearly the din of battle behind him. Some of it was hand-to-hand. Thinking, he released another arrow. It shaved past the head of an Alan in the bushes opposite. "Dominus!" The messenger was shifting on his feet in his impatience for an answer. Ballista stood, turning it over in his mind. Could he make a difference with but a few men? And if he did strip his own defences, would the Alani recover their spirit and overrun the Zeraba? The interpreter, the one who had done well in the fighting in the original ambush, came from the opposite direction. He skidded to a halt, doubling up. He was very out of breath. He had a blade in his left hand, and his right forearm was heavily bandaged. Ballista could not remember the man's name. "What is it?" He could wait no longer. It was not going to be good news. "The Alani have dismounted." The interpreter's chest was heaving. It was not that far to run. He must have been fighting. "They are assaulting the wagon of the Guja. The Goth needs more men." "Fuck!" Ballista swore monotonously as his mind raced. The Alani over the river had taken casualties. They had been held by the Zeraba. Perhaps it would be fine if he went with some men. And, the thought struck him, the Alani had taken riders from over the river last night. Perhaps the river was never anything but a diversion. He would take Maximus, Tarchon, the injured Calgacus, and young Wolstan with him. It would leave only Castricius and Hippothus. 2 men to hold off 40 or more. Ridiculous. Ballista looked at the expectant faces of the messenger and the interpreter. "Fuck! Where to go? To the Guja? To Andonabalus?" He turned to the interpreter. Biomassos, that was his name. "Had the Alani actually got through the defences when you left?" The interpreter shook his head. "But they were—" Ballista motioned him to silence. A plan fully formed, as in some improbable, queasy-making Greek myth of the birth of a divinity from a parent's head, had appeared. Ballista turned to the interpreter and pointed west. "Biomassos, you see the last of the limes where Tarchon and Calgacus are fighting. Go and send them both to me here. You will take their place. Use Tarchon's bow." "But, Dominus, I am a poor shot, and my arm is wounded." "No matter. Just show yourself now and then. Take the odd shot. Let them know there are still men defending the Zerapa." "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." It was good the interpreter had done a great deal of work for the military. As Ballista waited, he took another arrow and aimed very carefully at an Alan lurking in a thick patch of brambles across the stream. He took his time. He dismissed from his mind a nomad arrow that came from nowhere and crashed through the foliage not far from the right of his head. Gently, he released. The arrow sped away. Like a striking hawk, it flashed over the water. A foot or 2 from the chest of its prey, a briar deflected it. The tribesman yelped and dropped hurriedly out of sight. Tarchon and Calgacus arrived. "The best hunting is the hunting of men," the Suanian said. He was beaming. The mountaineer liked killing people. "There is no boar nor lion that can compare." "Fucking half-wit," Calgacus muttered. "You all follow me," Ballista commanded. Running, bent low, they reached Maximus at the right of their line without mishap. There was something comical about 6 of them attempting to find cover behind one tree, broad though its trunk was. Ballista addressed the slave. "You will take the place of Maximus here. You heard what I said to the interpreter." The slave looked aghast. "If you play a man's role here, I will purchase your freedom. If we survive," Ballista said. He saw that the bracing effect of his words was somewhat undercut by the last phrase. "If I fall, one of these men will buy your freedom." "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready." The slave took the bow and quiritus that Ballista passed over. "Let us be men," Ballista said in Greek. "Maximus and Tarchon with me. Calgacus, watch our backs. Finish off any wounded. Wolfstan, use your bow. Try to keep out of the melee. Ready?" "Ready." Maximus, Calgacus, and Tarchon gave a quiet, personal acknowledgement. It had none of the bravado of the Roman call and response. Wolfstan said nothing. The 5 of them checked their swords, hefted their war gear. Ballista spoke in his own language, 2 lines of epic poetry. "Weird will often spare an undoomed man, if his courage is good." Calgacus spat.
If you're doomed, no courage will change the course of events. You really are a miserable old bastard,
Maximus said. They were all laughing, except Wolfstan. The young Angle's face was clouded. Ballista drew his dagger, snapped it back, drew his sword, snapped it back, touched the healing stone on his scabbard. All the time he looked at Wolfstan, thinking. Then he cursed himself for not realizing more quickly. Wolfstan, Ballista spoke in their own language, if you live through this, I will give you your freedom. If I fall, these men can witness. I wish you manumitted in my will. The boy's face broke into an enormous smile. Thank you, Etheling. No doom can touch us now. Calgacus snorted. They pushed through the undergrowth away from the river, up to the tailgate of the wagon at the eastern end of the semicircle. It was deserted. There was fighting in and around the wagon beyond. Ballista waved Wolfstan out into the open centre of the laager and led the other three along the inner side of the wagon. The defences between the two wagons had been breached. A herald and a Roman soldier lay dead there. Alani were treading on them as they clambered through. All the attention of the tribesmen was on the wagon where there was still resistance. Ballista caught the eyes of the others. He held up 3 fingers. They nodded. 1, 2. As he lowered the 3rd finger, they hurled themselves around the corner of the wagon. The first Alan looked round. Ballista's spather sheared half his face away. Maximus darted past Ballista's right shoulder and thrust his shorter gladius deep into the chest of a second. Tarchon moved up on the left. A third, climbing through the gap in the barricade, opened his mouth to scream, threw up his arm to shield himself. The sound never came. The arm was severed at the elbow. The nomad looked at the stump stupidly. It was fountaining blood. Tarchon drove the point of the blade into his throat, then pushed him away with a boot. Another Alan had been clambering into the wagon with the fighting. He turned, went to shout a warning, and an arrow took him in the neck. He turned slowly, as if taking a last stock of the sunshine of the mortal world, and fell off the wagon. 4 Alani dead in about as many heartbeats. Ballista gestured for Wolfstan to come close. Calgacus was making sure the downed Alani were dead with the point of a sword. Another one, blissfully unaware, appeared through the gap in the fortification. With a wild yell, Tarchon smashed him backwards. Cries of consternation arose from outside. Tarchon, Wolfstan, stop any more getting through here. They moved into position, Wolfstan sending a couple of arrows whipping out to leave no doubt in Alani minds that the defences were manned again. Ballista and Maximus jumped up into the rear of the next wagon. Calgacus, his right hand still near useless, slowly hauled himself up after. Bodies were strewn across the floor of the wagon, 6 or 7 of them, defenders and attackers, piled indiscriminately. Otherwise it was empty. The fighting had moved on. The 3 followed through the body of the wagon, stumbling over the corpses. Outside on the step, over the boom of the war drum, horns blared out afresh. Most likely they were telling of the closing of the breach, Ballista thought. But were they summoning reinforcements, or admitting defeat? Weird will often spare an undoomed man, if his courage is good. The lines ran in his mind. There were 6 Alani preparing to storm the 3rd wagon. They had their backs to Ballista. As he saw them, 2 slipped off around the inside of the wagon to outflank the defenders. Side by side on the tailgate, Ballista and Maximus looked at each other. They both mouthed, 1, 2, 3. Together they jumped down. The Alani heard them, glanced back, expecting their own. Horrified, they started to turn. Ballista staggered a little on landing. Rather than try to regain his balance, he carried on forward, half running, half falling, blade first at the Alan on his right. The nomad was wheeling around, bringing his sword across to guard himself. It was all too late. The tip of Ballista's steel sliced through the side of the nomad's tunic and on into the delicate flesh. It grated on rib and kept going. Ballista used the impact to halt his momentum. Ballista heard Calgacus curse as he dropped from the tail of the wagon behind. Pushing the incapacitated, probably dying man away, Ballista turned to face the one to his left. He used his shield to parry a wild swing to his neck. Both stepped back. Ballista got into an ox guard, shield parallel to the fighting line, sword held overhand, sticking forward from the side of his brow like the beast's horn. The Alan held his shield in the same way, but had his sword down by his right thigh. Both shifted on their feet, waiting for the other to move, waiting for an opening. Ballista could hear the clash of steel, stamping footfalls and grunts to his left, heavy feet and Calgacus swearing to his right. No time to look. Both his friends were still alive. With no warning, Ballista thrust at the face. His opponent brought his shield up. Ballista rolled his wrist and changed the blow into a downward slice to the left leg. The Alan withdrew the leg, stepped forward onto his right, and made an inside edge thrust to the head. It was the obvious response, the one Ballista had expected. With a speed that belied his size, Ballista twisted his entire body, bringing sword and shield up and across almost together. The impact ran through his left arm as the shield blocked the Alani's blow, but he more heard than felt his own sword cut into the nomad's exposed right arm. It was like a knife in cabbage. The man shrieked, dropped his weapon, reeled around. Quite calmly, Ballista chopped his sword down into the man's right thigh. He could be ignored for now. A glance to his left, one Alan down, Maximus driving the other back. Ballista looked to the right. The two outflanking Alani were coming back, heading for Calgacus. They were moving cautiously, swords and shields well up. Ballista edged over towards Calgacus. Close, but not so close they would get in the way of each other's swordplay. A strange quiet seemed to descend as the four became isolated in their minimalist, deadly dance. A half step here, a slight change of balance there. Sunlight flashed on the questing steel. Ballista only part registered a lithe shape drop softly from the wagon behind the Alani. An elegant lunge, and the Alan in front of Ballista dropped like a poled beast. A movement like a mere tremor in the hot air, and the other pitched forward, coughing out his lifeblood. "Thank you," Ballista said. "Think nothing of it," Andonabalus said. "And thank you for coming." Maximus had killed his man. Calgacus shuffled over and finished the second Ballista had felled. The four men stood, panting. "They are withdrawing!" A voice could be heard from somewhere. As if in confirmation, there was a diminishing thunder of hooves and a bray of distant horns. It took a moment to realize the war drum was silent. 20. Calgacus had taken longer than the others to get up onto a wagon. It was not just the splint on his right arm impeding him. When he moved, things deep in his shoulder grated together painfully. None of the demented running, clambering, jumping, or fighting had helped, and he had long accepted he was far from young. Finally achieving a point of vantage, Calgacus peered out across the plain. He was not going to admit either to the pain, or that he could see little apart from a blurred cloud of dust that marked the retreating Alani horsemen. "Quite a few of them are carrying wounds," Maximus said. "But again they are leaving their dead," Andonabalus said. "They will return." As they watched the Alani ride away, Ballista and Andonabalus discussed what had happened, recreating in detail the ebb and flow of events. Calgacus had no patience with such futile endeavours. The face of battle was no stranger to him. Battle was nothing but chaos, every man isolated in his own few yards of fear and exertion. Every participant saw a different battle. Yet afterwards some primal urge forced the survivors to impose a pattern, to tell a clear, linear story. It was as if their own memories lacked the necessary validity unless they could be placed within something generally agreed. "Their plan was sound," Ballista said. "They made two diversions, one across the watercourse, the other some mounted skirmishers looking like they might attack the centre of the wagon line. These tied down some of our men, while their two main assaults came in on foot at either end of the laager." Calgacus watched 3 vultures coast in just outside the laager on their feathery wings. All their grace was lost when they came to earth. "And it nearly worked," Ballista continued. "At the western end they were fighting hand-to-hand around the wagon of the Gudja. Here in the east they got inside the defences. If we had not blocked the breach and killed the few already inside, it would have worked." "But it did not work," Andonabalus said. "There is nothing nomad horse archers hate more than trying to storm a wagon laager, even if it is defended by only a few desperate men." "It is not just on the steppe," Ballista said. "There is nothing harder in the world than taking any fortification manned by just a handful of brave, well-equipped men who will obey orders and dig in their heels. The casualties of the attackers will always be horrendous." The Alani had indeed suffered many casualties. No fewer than 39 nomadic corpses were counted. Luckily for the prospects of the majority of these Alani in the afterlife, the 3 surviving Heruli were too tired and too busy to scalp and strip the skin from the right arms of more than a couple each. Only 8 of the defenders had fallen. The Heruli Occus and Aeordus, 3 soldiers, including the one who had been lying already close to death in their wagon, and 3 Sarmatians. For the moment, all the corpses were given the same treatment. Defenders and Alani alike were merely rolled and thrown out beyond the defences. Lack of manpower, time, even energy precluded anything more elaborate and either denigrating or respectful. Calgacus felt at this place, Blood River as it was in his mind, the spirits of death hovered close. He knew Ballista's people saw the choosers of the slain as beautiful young women. These white-armed, white-breasted girls would carry the chosen to Valhalla, and there, in the golden hall of the Allfather, they would serve them mead, maybe take them as lovers. For Hellenes like Hippothous or Romans like Castricius, it was different. For them, 2 grim-eyed warriors, Sleep and Death, bore them away to the underworld, where all but a tiny few would flit and squeak like bats in the dark and cold for an eternity. Calgacus had no idea of the views on the afterlife of his own native tribes in Caledonia. He had been taken too young. He hoped a lifetime among the Angles and serving one of them in remote places would make him eligible for Valhalla. You had to die in battle. There were worse ways to die. Your passing would be one of pain, but that might seem a low price to enter one of the better afterlives. Although the many willing virgins of Manichaeism, was it 70 or more, also had a strong appeal. And it might be you did not have to die a violent death to get there. Maybe if he lived through this, he would find out more about the strange new religion. At any event, Calgacus hoped the souls of those killed had departed, for there were any number of vultures arrived. Ungainly in their haste and greed, they set up a flapping uproar as they squabbled over this sudden, rich bounty. Things would get worse later, when darkness allowed the scavengers of the earth to overcome their fear of living men and slink out to devour the dead. The majority of those being consumed were Alani. The losses of the defenders had been light, but they could ill afford them. Ballista and Andonobalus rearranged the defence. The river remained held by Hippothous and Castricius. Each was as skilled a killer of men as the other, Calgacus thought, and each as dangerously insane as the other. They were aided by the interpreter and the soon-to-be-freed slave of the soldiers. A reserve of 6 was to be held back. It consisted of Ballista, Andonobalus, Maximus, Tarchon, young Wolstan, and Calgacus himself. It would be certain to be called upon. The actual wagon line now was held only by the Gudja, 2 Heruli, 3 Roman auxiliaries, 4 Sarmatians, and the other military slave. The latter had also been promised his freedom, conditional on both his martial valour and his survival. The latter seemed the larger impediment to his manumission. It all looked hopeless. 21 men to hold out against still easily more than 10 times their number. The majority of the defenders were carrying some wound or other. Several of these were seriously incapacitated. The herald Datius, the interpreter, one of the Sarmatians, young Wolstan, who had picked up a nasty gash to his right arm at the end of the fighting, and, of course, Calgacus himself. For certain, it was hopeless. They were all doomed. Calgacus wondered if he was afraid to die. Certainly he did not welcome death, neither the probable pain of the thing itself, nor the uncertainty of what might come after. And he wanted to live. He wanted to go back to Sicily. He wanted to marry Rebecca, to look after Simon, to have a son of his own. But if all that was to be denied him, if the Norns had spun that he was to die out here on the steppe, then he might as well die bravely. He might as well die out in the open by the side of Ballista and Maximus. As Ballista often said in Greek, some poem or other, death comes to the coward as well as to the brave. And if, by chance, any of them survived, what a song this doomed last fight would make. 3 riders coming from the main Alani camp, someone called out. Wearily, Calgacus dragged himself to his feet, along with everyone else whose station allowed them to see. Zirin! Zirin! One of the horsemen had a good, strong, carrying voice. The call of an envoy or herald, Andonobalus said. He stood high on a wagon and waved them to approach. The three rode abreast, very close together. They rode slowly. The outer two seemed to be supporting the one in the middle. As they got closer, the latter could be seen to be slumped in the saddle. At about the distance an arrow might still penetrate armour, a bit over 100 paces, and Donabalus called that it was close enough. The three stopped. One of the flanking men slung a leg over the neck of his mount and nimbly dropped to the ground. As if it were a sack, he roughly pulled the one in the middle from the saddle. The man feebly put out an arm, but crumpled in a heap. The other hauled him to his feet, hung something around his neck, and pushed him in the direction of the wagon laager.
"He will give you the message! It is his calling!"
the one on foot shouted in the language of Germania. He vaulted back into the saddle.
"Let him smell his way to you!"
The Alan and his companion laughed, spun their horses, and raced away. There was something strange about the man. He walked like a man in a thick fog, arms out in front, stepping hesitantly as if he suspected the ground might betray him. And he was not walking straight towards the camp, but off at an angle that would take him past its southern extremity.
"By all the graces," said a voice in Latin.
"Gods below," said another.
"Fuck,"
said Maximus. Calgacus saw the man stumble, almost fall. There was something odd about his arms.
"Come on,"
Ballista said to Maximus. The two clambered through the protective screens and dropped down outside the laager. Vultures waddled away, loud in their complaints. Instinctively, Calgacus scanned the plain. He could see the two horsemen. They were more than half a mile away. He could see the smudge of smoke that bannered the big nomad camp in the distance. He could see nothing else. Except along the watercourse, there were no trees. As far as he knew, there were no hidden gullies or deceitful undulations where ambushers might lay hidden. Ballista and Maximus had reached the man. Solicitously enough, they had removed the thing hung around his neck and taken him by the shoulders. Yet, in the act of supporting him, they seemed to wish to keep their distance.
"Infernal gods! It is the Herald Regulus!"
someone said.
"How could they do what they have done?"
another said.
"What evil demon could drive anyone to this?"
When they were about as far as a boy can throw a stone, Calgacus saw, and wished he had not. The horror was beyond all bearing. There was blood all down the face of the praeco, all down his soiled tunic. His arms were stumps. They ended at the wrist. There were no bandages. Instead, the wounds appeared to have been cauterized. But there was much worse. A much fouler disfigurement. His eyes were gone. No one, not the most skilled physiognomist, could read his soul in those ruined, bloody sockets.
"Bear a hand," Ballista said. "Bear a hand and haul him up."
Calgacus swallowed his revulsion, took the herald under a shoulder, and as gently as possible, helped lift him up into the wagon laager.
"Get flax and the whites of eggs for his eyes," Ballista said.
"I will take care of him." The Gudja, tall, imperturbable, laid an arm around the shoulders of the praeco and led him away to his wagon, as a father might lead a son. Ballista passed the piece of papyrus taken from the herald's neck to Andonabalus. There was Greek script on it. The herald's lips moved as he read it, but he made no sound. Finished, he smiled, but with no humour. He held the papyrus up and read aloud, "Hand us Andonabalus and Ballista, and the rest of you can depart unharmed. If not, when you fall into our hands, you will beg for this man's fate." A muttering ran along the wagons as men repeated it and translated it into various tongues. Laughter, muted, rueful chuckles at first, no one was sure where it started, spread through the laager.
"Fuck you!"
Maximus howled. Others joined in. Obscenities, curses, vows of revenge, even dark jokes were shouted at the distant Alani camp and at the uncaring vastness of the steppe. The Gudja returned. "How is he?" Ballista asked. "At peace," the Goth replied. Ballista looked shocked. "It is best," the Gudja said. "What life would there be for a man with no eyes to see, no hands to feed himself?" The others were silent. "They had castrated him as well." The bones and amulets in the hair of the Guja clinked as he turned to go.
"Sure it is a kindness," Maximus said, "but a terrible kindness which will weigh on you."
The Guja walked off without replying. Calgacus drew a little apart with Ballista and Maximus. They stood in the centre of the laager.
"Are you certain no one will betray us?"
"Certain," Ballista said. "No one could be that big a fool. The Alani have lost too many for clemency. Everyone knows they will kill us all."
"The Alani king is not here, and I have not seen the Sawanian sour-mag among them, but still they want you badly," Maximus said.
"And Antonobalus," Ballista added. "It is interesting they want him, but not the other Heruli."
"They are moving!"
The shout from Wolstan curtailed further speculation. There were more Alani this time, but they kept further away. Somewhere near extreme bowshot, approaching 300 paces, 30 or 40 Alani swarmed. Many of them got down from their ponies. Except for those keeping watch over the other approaches, the entire beleaguered garrison crowded to watch. Hippothus came and stood next to Calgacus and the others. The Greek had left Castricius overseeing the river. The sounds of hammering drifted across, covering the sighing of the grass and the quarrels of the vultures. The hammering stopped. There were wild shouts and mocking laughter. Then there were screams, at first of fear, then of agony, terrible agony. "I dare not see. I am hiding my eyes. I cannot bear what most I long to see, and what I long to hear, that most I dread." Hippothus recited the verse well. "Sophocles," Antonobalus said. Hippothus was not the only one to look at the herald with surprise. Antonobalus ignored them. The Alani mounted up, whirled their horses, and whooping, rode a little further away. 3 stakes were left standing in the steppe. On each, a man was impaled.
"Who are they?"
Calgacus's eyes were not near good enough to hope to recognize individuals at that distance.
"It looks like the rest of the staff," Maximus said. "Porsenna the haruspex, and the other scribe and messenger. The poor bastards." "Poor bastards," Calgacus agreed.
"I suppose sending the herald to us was irony," Ballista said. A chilling scream cut across the plain. "At least one is alive, then," said Hippothus. "They will all be alive," Antonobalus said. "If he can take the pain and not move. It can take a man hours, sometimes a day or more, to die. It all depends how you insert the stake up his arse." "You know this," Ballista said. "I know this," Antonobalus said. "Alani indeed is the most cruel of savages," Tarchon said, "and most terrible ones for thieving. When they cross the Caucasus so their ponies can eat the sweet meadow grasses of Suania, always they are stealing apples, pears, small children, all manner of things." "They have put them out there to dishearten us," Ballista said. "If any of us go out to help them, we will be ridden down." Another ghastly scream echoed across the steppe.
"We have to do something,"
Maximus said. "Wax," Tarchon said. "Beeswax, best in the ears. Next to no sound gets through." "Something for them." "Oh, in that case we must shoot them." "The Suanian is right," Antonobalus said. "It is a long, difficult shot," judged Ballista. "I would take it myself, but they are your men." "Yes," Ballista agreed. "They are my men." They brought him his own bow, the one he had loaned to the slave down by the river, and gave him some space to concentrate. A bright, sunny June day, not much past noon, as hot here as it would be in Sicily. A steady wind from the north, he would have to allow for that. The grass shimmered in the nearly 300 paces between him and the twisted figures on the stakes. Silkweed and side oats waved above grass. He drew the composite bow, 2-fingered, back to the ear, sighted down the shaft, released, and missed. The arrow slid past the right of the central figure. He had overcompensated for the breeze. The second arrow missed as well. Same side, a touch closer. The third took the man in the leg. Ballista killed him with the 4th. In all, it took 9 arrows to kill the 3 men. It took quite a long time. When he had finished, Ballista walked alone down to the stream. Kalgakis followed him at a distance. Ballista sat and stared out across the water. Kalgakis sat not far away and watched him. From things Maximus had said, Kalgakis imagined that Ballista might be thinking about hauling the Haruspex off Tarchon's horse and leaving the diviner to his fate. Right from the start, from the days by the Suabian Sea, Kalgakis had said Dernhelm was no natural killer. He had always said that. Now the boy was a man called Ballista, as proficient a killer as varied training and extensive experience could make. Yet in some ways, nothing had changed. Maximus walked down to where Kalgakis was sitting.
"The Alani are stirring." "How long?" "No great hurry. Their outriders are just leaving the camp."
Kalgakis nodded and levered himself to his feet. Hercules' hairy arse, his shoulder hurt.
"You go back. I will fetch him."
Ballista was looking away, his gaze fixed at a distance upriver. Some birds were darting among the reeds. They were small, fast, maybe a brace of snipe. Kalgakis could not tell.
"The Alani," he said.
Ballista looked at him, a question on his face.
"Plenty of time. The main body is still in the camp."
Ballista motioned for Kalgakis to sit down.
"Herodotus says the nomads blind all their slaves, presumably to stop them running away. He must have been misled. Having blind slaves would not work. The herald would not have found our camp.
It is hard to think of a worse place for a slave to make a run for freedom. There is nowhere to hide on the steppe, except for the grave mounds that have been opened, and in the watercourses." Kalgakis said nothing. He had long grown used to Ballista's oblique approaches to what troubled him.
"A story in the Toxaris of Lucian is set out here, on the Tanais River. The Scythians lose their camp and herds to a surprise Sarmatian attack. A Scythian warrior, I forget his name, is among those who escape, but his blood friend has been captured. I do not remember his name either. The one who escaped goes to ransom his blood friend. The king of the Sarmatians laughs in his face. What will he use for ransom, as the Sarmatians have already taken all his possessions? He answers, his own body. The Sarmatian king says he will only take a part of the ransom offered. He will take his eyes. The Scythian lets himself be blinded. Somehow the two swim the Tanais to safety." Kalgakis sat, waiting for Ballista to talk himself out. "But does the story end well? Inspired by the sacrifice, the Scythians rally and defeat the Sarmatians. The two friends live out their days honored by their people. But the one who was ransomed cannot bear to see his friend's sightless eyes. Maybe the empty orbs are a constant reproach to him. Anyway, he plucks out his own eyes. Presumably they set out the rest of their lives in the wagons with the women and the children, in their shared darkness." Ballista stopped. "What happened to the staff?" Kalgakis said. "It was not your fault." "Not even Porsenna the Haruspex." "From what Maximus says, he was endangering Tarchon's life, all of your lives. You did what you had to do." "You always find a path to it not being my fault." Kalgakis frowned, obviously framing his words with care. "Not always. The things you did the year before last in Cilicia, those you did not have to do. Torturing the Persian prisoners, or at least your pleasure in the torture. Killing the Sassanid king's eunuchs in cold blood. Raping his concubine Roxanne. You did not have to do any of those things. But at that time you thought your sons and Julia had been killed by the Persians. Your grief and desire for revenge had driven you mad." "So, again, you would say it was not my fault," Ballista said. "If you had been a Greek, you could have been a sophist." Kalgakis wheezed. "You read too many Greek books." Ballista smiled at his old friend. "I was reading Euripides back then in Cilicia. I have not read him since." "The Alani will not wait for your philosophizing." "Euripides was not a philosopher. He was a poet, a tragedian."
Ballista got up and helped Calgacus to his feet.
Probably much the same bollocks,
Calgacus grunted.
In some ways, Ballista said.
The Alani arrayed themselves in a loose but complete circle around the wagon laager, all mounted, about 300 paces out.
"The Batu," Andonabalus said. "The hunting formation of the steppes. It drives the game into the centre." "So they are thinking to hunt us down like animals," Tarchon said. "No, for us it will be different." Andonabalus seemed remarkably cheerful. "I imagine they will ride in fast, putting a lot of arrows in the air. They will come close, maybe only 20 paces from us. Some will stay in the saddle, shooting. Behind them the rest will dismount. The ones on foot will move into... He struggled for the right word in the Greek he was speaking. Into chisel formations, is that right? Chisel. The pointed thing sculptors use.
"Yes, chisel," Ballista said.
"Good. Then they will storm the laager in chisel formations."
"How many points of attack?" asked Ballista.
Andonabalus laughed. "I have no idea, but as there are so few of us, providing they attack in at least 2 places, they will overrun us."
Doomed, Calgacus thought. Fucking doomed. And it was odd Andonabalus could recognize the poetry of Sophocles, but claimed he was not sure of the Greek for chisel. Strange people, these Heruli.
"But," Andonabalus said, "I do not think the gods will let that happen. I have been observing the heavens. From the flight of birds, I know the gods are watching over us. And I heard a wolf howl not long ago."
"And that is good?" Ballista questioned.
"Very good," Andonabalus replied. Not far away, the other surviving one of the Rossomoni, Pharas, was laughing. He seemed at ease, content with the way things were. From the other side of the laager, the last herald, Datius, looked across with comparable equanimity.
Out of their minds, Calgacus thought. Absolutely fucking out of their minds. Surrounded, outnumbered beyond measure, in the middle of nowhere, and a wolf and a few birds convinced them we will be fine. Had they not noticed the steppe was full of fucking birds? Probably lots of wolves, too. They were certainly full of fucking Alani warriors. Obviously, having your skull bound into a point as a baby did something to your brain.
"What are they up to now?" Maximus asked.
"They are going to sacrifice some of our oxen," responded Andonabalus.
"Sure I could do with some roast beef myself," Maximus said.
Ignoring the irreverence, Andonabalus, who seemed now in an expansive mood, decided to explain the ritual. "You see the naked sword? It catches the sun just to the right of the oxen. That is Akinakis."
"I had a horse called that once," Maximus said.
"The Alani, like the ancient Scythians, are simple, childish in their religion. They worship but 2 gods, Animos and Akinakis. They say there is nothing more important than life and death, so they worship Animos and Akinakis because wind is the source of life, and the sword the cause of death." Andonabalus pointed to one of the drivers. "Their Sarmatian cousins hold the same view."
"The north wind that quickens their mares," Ballista said.
"And the wind that is their breath. They are simple people. They build no temples, nothing but thrust a drawn sword into the ground. See, now they are offering the blood of the oxen to Akinakis."
"The Heruli do not worship Akinakis and Animos?" Ballista asked.
"Of course we do," Andonabalus sounded surprised. "But we are not so foolish as to ignore all the other gods. Air, earth, sea, springs, Woden, Orestes, Abraham, Apollonius, Christ, Mithras. There are many, many gods. All must have their due. He paused. "My king is a most devout man. Naulobates has summoned holy men from different religions to his court. This summer they will debate their beliefs in front of him. Persian Mobads, Christian priests, Platonic philosophers, Manichaeans. He asked Mani himself, but he could not come. Perhaps it will happen while you are in his camp."
"A delight to anticipate," Maximus said, straight-faced. "If we survive today."
Andonabalus laughed again. "Have I not told you? The gods have their hands over us." The great war drum of the Alani began to beat. Akinakis having had his fill of blood, the ring of warriors began to whoop. "Not long now," Andonabalus said. Castricius ran up from the Zereba. As he did, the whooping of the Alani faltered.
"Over the river," Castricius said. "The Alani are moving. They're riding away."
"Did I not tell you?" Andonabalus said. The war drum lost its rhythm,
and was silent. Anxious shouts replaced the exultant Alani whooping. As Calgacus watched, the Alani formation broke apart. In moments, the nomads were dashing away to the south. In no order, individual horsemen scattered like so many terrified animals before a brush fire. And Donabalus turned to the north. Like a great wave born in the depths of the ocean, a wall of dust bore down on them. Hundreds, possibly thousands of cavalry riding fast, bright banners flying in the choked air above them. "The wolves of the north," Andonabalus said. "The Heruli are come." 21. Maximus checked the girths of his mount and the pack-horse. He kicked the latter hard in the stomach. It let out the breath it was holding. As he tightened the strap, it tried to bite him. It was a willful, cunning brute. The herald who had handed it over had said as much. They were all nearly ready to leave. The scale of things, the speed with which everything had happened, had staggered them all, Maximus as much as the others. Less than 48 hours before, he had been reconciling himself to death. Not a bad life by his own lights. He had travelled the world, had his fill of drink and women. Not what a philosopher would call a considered life, but he had been a man. All that had remained was to die like a man by the side of Ballista and that old bastard Calgacus. He loved Ballista. There were worse men to die with than the ugly old Caledonian. Maximus had always known it had to come. Then the ground had trembled, and the air had been filled with the thunder of hooves and the yip-yipping of the approaching Heruli. A lifetime of experience had allowed Maximus to judge there were almost exactly 2,000 of them. They were riding 2 deep in a line that swept over a mile of the steppe. Standards alive with tamgurs and wolves snapped above them. And then something almost more wonderful had happened. The Alani, the majority of whom had been fleeing south, came herring back. Some fool in the wagon laager had called out. What were they thinking? Had the gods driven them mad? It should have been obvious to a child. The keen eyes of Maximus had looked beyond them and spotted it straight away. The mile-wide cloud of dust coming up from the south. It had been the work of moments to find the matching clouds rolling in from east and west. The Alani, careless in their good fortune, had been transformed from arrogant hunters of men to the hapless human quarry at the centre of an enormous battue. Afterwards, the Heruli said with much plausibility that not a single Alan had escaped. Many were killed, shot down in high spirits, yet 107 survived to be taken prisoner, among them the chiefs with the horsetail and tamga banners. Dismounted, the Alani had been divested of their weapons and portable wealth, often including their belts and boots. Several suffered unpleasant indignities after Maximus had mischievously suggested they hid coins up their arses. That very afternoon, sullen and often a little bloodied, they were put to work. One detail collected the dead. It was a demanding task. There were more than 200 corpses, spread widely across the steppe. Around the laager, those killed the day before were becoming noisome in the June sun. After the members of the caravan had salvaged what of their belongings had not been spilt, blood-stained or otherwise ruined by being enlisted as part of the barricade, a second group of Alani was set to breaking up the wagons. As this progressed, the final detachment had moved from gathering brushwood and begun to build pyres. As the Sarmatians took their dead away for inhumation, there were 3 pyres. 2 were small, one each for the fallen Heruli and the Romans. The final one was for the Alani. Although it was large, clearly it would not be able to fully consume the number to be cremated. No one but the Alani seemed to care, and their opinion had been of no account. The work had gone on through the night and into the next day. Relays of Heruli, wielding their vicious horsewhips, had ensured it never ceased. The pyres had been lit at midday. By late evening, they had been able to rake the smaller 2. The bones were collected and placed in any suitably sized, suitably reverent vessels that happened to have survived the fighting. These were then stowed in panniers strapped to some of the numerous pack-horses. It was not at all the same with the Alani dead. Even now, the following day, Maximus could see places still burning in the heart of the big pyre. At the extremities where the fire had retreated were half-burnt bodies. These attracted no more than macabre curiosity. Only their kinsmen would have mourned, and the surviving Alani could no longer see the sight. As soon as their labours were complete,
All but 3 of the Alani had been herded into a line. Surrounded by heruli, they had been roped together by the neck. One by one, they had been hauled to the block. Each was held down. An Akinakis rose and fell. A hideous scream. Sometimes it took more than one blow. The Alan's right hand was severed. Another blade was pulled from a brazier, the hot steel pressed to the stump. The next Alan, struggling, kicking, was dragged into place. The Akinakis rose again. It had taken a long time, blunted 5 Akinakis, but it was nothing to what had happened next. 4 of the Alani had died of fear, the shock of it, loss of blood, or, Tarkon suggested, humiliation and despair. The remaining 99 mutilated Alani again had been pulled forward one by one. Maximus had not stayed to watch. He had seen many dreadful things over the years. Before the walls of Arete, the Persian Mobads had poured boiling oil into the eyes of their Roman prisoners. He had crossed the river with Ballista and Calgacus and ridden north out onto the steppe to avoid witnessing the blinding of the Alani. Not all had shown such delicacy of feeling. Hippothus, Castricius, and young Wolstan had stayed to watch. The surviving soldiers had regarded it as a good spectacle initially, yet even they, by the time Maximus and the other 2 returned, had become quiet. The Alani were haltered together in a long file of mutilated men. They had been ordered to move. Whips had cracked above their heads. In a sightless world of pain, they had shuffled slowly forward in response to the rope around their necks. The heruli had left one man with a single eye to guide the others. Maximus was glad it was all over, glad they were about to move from this demon-haunted place of suffering. As he swung up into the saddle, Andonabalus and Pharas came trotting over. There had been no opportunity for much talk with them since the relief. Both greeted Ballista and his familia. Andonabalus looked as if he would say more, but he did not. "How long were your heruli scouts watching the Alani attack the Lager?" Ballista said. Andonabalus smiled. "You knew they were there?" "I thought there were men upstream in the riverbed," Ballista said. "They had been there some hours. They were waiting for the other columns to get into position." Maximus had known nothing of the scouts. He watched Ballista's face. It was closed, angry. "Why did it take so long for the relief column to get here?" Ballista said. "Naulobates rules over wide lands. It takes time to gather a large force." Andonabalus's voice was smooth. "Naulobates could have sent fewer men sooner." "He wanted to ensure he apprehended all the Alani. He decreed their punishment was to be complete and terrible." "Nomad horses ride like the wind," Ballista said. Andonabalus paused. "When the messengers reached the camp, Naulobates was away." "Away?" "Naulobates is—" Andonabalus looked Ballista hard in the eye, daring him to mock. "Naulobates is not like other men. He communes with the divine. Sometimes he enters the world beyond." "Your father travels in the world of demons," Ballista said. At his words, a sudden stillness settled on the 2 heruli. Andonabalus looked at Pharas. The older warrior shrugged. Andonabalus asked, "How did you know he is my father?" "You heruli pride yourselves on your brotherhood, your equality. But the older warriors all deferred to you, and occasionally one of them would forget himself and call you Atheling." Andonabalus laughed. "You are no fool, but then you would not be. You are a grandson of cunning Starcad." "Wait," Maximus said. "If you heruli have your women in common, how can anyone's father be known? I thought that was the point." "It is," Andonabalus agreed, "but it is a recent innovation of my father's. Many things have changed in the last few years. Naulobates is a lawgiver like Scythian Zalmoxis or Spartan Lycurgus. He is refashioning the customs of the heruli. Through him, the gods are creating perfection on earth." "Well, we shall be honored," Ballista said, straight-faced. "It is not every man that gets to enter perfection." Andonabalus gave him a measuring look.
It is time to go.
They rode out past the remains of the lager, past the still smoking large pyre, past the 3 stakes. The bones of the Roman staff who had once hung there were now travelling in panniers to their final resting place. 3 new men were impaled on the stakes. The Alani chiefs were still just about alive. Above them, the horsetail and Tamga standards flew. Maximus and the others forded the watercourse and rode away to the north. Wolstan looked up at the night sky. The moon was waning and the stars were bright. The eyes of Thiazi, many thousands of others, and, brightest of all, the toe of Aurvandil the Brave, all placed there by the gods to bring comfort, to watch over man. It was quiet in the sleeping camp. The wind sang softly through the ropes of the tents. Down in the horse lines, beasts shifted and coughed in their sleep. Wolfstan's arm hurt. He and Tarchon had been ordered to hold the breach that the Alani had hacked in the makeshift defences between the first 2 wagons back at Blood River. After Ballista and the others had moved on, the Alani had tried to break in again. Wolfstan had dropped the first with an arrow. Tarchon had near beheaded the second with his sword. But, shields up, the next 2 had forced their way through. One went for Tarchon. Before the other could attack, Wolfstan had thrust the point of his sword at the centre of the nomad's embroidered tunic. The Alan was too quick, too experienced, just too strong. He had turned aside the blade as if Wolfstan were a small child, and riposted in one movement. The steel had sliced open Wolfstan's right bicep. Wolfstan had dropped his sword. He had not been able to stop himself. His left hand had clamped to the wound. Doubled up, it would have been all over with him. Tarchon struck with the speed and sureness of a cat. The Alan he had been fighting was still falling when the Suanian cut down Wolfstan's would-be killer. They had been ordered to hold the breach. They had done that. Wolfstan's arm was the price they had paid. After the fighting, the Guja and the Halyaruna had cleaned, salved, and bound the wound. The hideous old crone had muttered strange incantations over it. That had been 4 days ago. It still hurt like poison. The last 2 days' riding had not helped, yet Wolfstan almost did not care. After they had made camp and eaten the previous night, Ballista had summoned what remained of the Roman mission. With his own money, he had purchased the 2 slaves from the 3 surviving soldiers at a more than generous price. Good to his word, he handed both his new slaves a papyrus roll recording their manumission. One of the soldiers had tacked up some felt into a pair of pointed caps. The new freedmen accepted these symbols of freedom gladly. There was amusement, as neither Peleus came close to fitting. Wolfstan had joined in the laughter, but it was what had happened next that still left him near uncaring of his injury, that still had his heart singing. With no ado, Ballista had called him forward and handed him 2 papyri. One ended Wolfstan's slavery, the other awarded him the toga virilis. Wolfstan had found it difficult to comprehend. He had dropped to his knees, kissed Ballista's hand. He was raised up. In a matter of moments, he was both free and a man. The thoughts still rang loud in his head, drowning out nearly all else. It was a quiet night. Wolfstan knew he should go to sleep. There would be another long day in the saddle ahead of them, but his arm did not make sleep easy to come by, and his heart was too full. He listened to the peep-peep of a night-bird and the strange whistling of the marmots in their hollows out on the steppe. Another sound, closer altogether. Wolfstan whirled around. His hand went to his hilt. The pain made him wince. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. It pushed the hood back from its long head. Wolfstan relaxed. It was Andonabalus.
"You are up late?"
the herald said in the language of the north.
"As are you."
"I had to check the sentries," Andonabalus said.
"You?" "I could not sleep."
"Have you given much thought to what you will do with your freedom?"
"Some."
Wolfstan did not want to say more.
"The Romans would say you still had a duty to Ballista. Now he is your patronus." "I owe him a debt, but I do not care what the Romans might say."
Wolfstan himself thought his tone sounded immature, almost petulant.
"Aluith said you would make a good herald,"
Andonabalus smiled. Wolfstan was quiet for a time.
"Before I came into the familia of Ballista, things happened which called for revenge." Even if it can be achieved, it will not undo the past, Andonabalus said. Some things demand revenge. None among the Heruli would know whatever those things might have been. Among us, under the rule of Naulobates, a man can rise high irrespective of what he was before. I would still know, Wolfstan said. Now it was Andonabalus who paused before replying. Revenge is a two-edged sword. It can damage the man who takes it as surely as those upon which it is inflicted. It can become a disease that spreads, infecting everything a man does, everything he thinks. It might be you will not be truly free until you are free of the desire for revenge. Wolfstan said nothing. I gave you Aluith's weapons because he would have wanted you to have them. You have done well, very well for your age. Aluith would have been proud. He would have wanted you to carry his Tamga, take his place among us. Wolfstan did not reply. The night stilled. The whistling of the marmots and the peeping of the nocturnal bird stopped. The silver-white wings of a great owl swept over them, silent, spectral. They watched the darkness into which the hunter had voyaged. After a while, the whistling and peep-peep calls of the less fierce denizens of the night resumed. Andonabalus turned to go. You might take that as a sign. Naulobates would have known. When we reach his camp, ask him. Andonabalus walked away. Wolfstan remained deep in thought. The poetry of his youth drifted into his mind. The weary in spirit cannot withstand fate, and nothing comes of venting spleen. Wherefore those eager for glory often hold some ache imprisoned in their hearts. Perhaps nothing would come of venting his spleen. He would not change anything. Kill one slaver, another would take his place. He could bind his memories in fetters, confine them in some dark place in his soul. The Heruli offered a new beginning. He could refashion himself into the warrior he would have become if the Langobardii had not come, if they had not sold him to the slavers. No, not quite what he would have become. The slavery and this murderous, violent journey across this never-ending plain had tempered him into something stronger. He shivered. The wind was rising, the night getting colder. Up above, thin clouds raced across the eyes of Thiazi, hid the moon from the wolf that pursued him. Hati would not run the moon down and devour him tonight. Another sound close by. Wolfstan turned, expecting to see Andonabalus. It was not Andonabalus. The steel shimmered in the weak starlight. It was at Wolfstan's throat. "Why?" Wolfstan said. The killer actually smiled. "You have an implacable, vengeful demon." "I can change." "Your demon will do terrible things to those around you, to you." Desperately, Wolfstan tried to ready himself. The sword at his throat, his own right arm near useless. Next to no chance, but better than dying like a sheep. "The young Frisian, your friend Bauto, who drowned, he had a bad demon too." The words checked Wolfstan. He remembered the storm. The year before, out on the Euxine Sea. He remembered the rogue triple wave hitting the Armata. The seeming miracle when the trireme righted herself. The half-demented joy. The cheering. Then the shout, "Man overboard!" And there, over the stern of the galley, alone in the wild, pitiless expanse of the sea, the small head of his friend, the Frisian Bauto. With an inarticulate cry, Wolfstan pushed the sword away with his right arm. Pain as the blade cut deep, grabbed for the throat with his left hand. Wolfstan felt a blow like a punch in his stomach. Winded, he looked down. He saw the fist curled around the hilt of the dagger. He saw the blade withdrawn. Saw the black blood flow. 22. Ballista had been surprised at the reaction of Andonabalus to the discovery of the body. The young Herald atheling who had displayed no emotion either when his own men had fallen in battle,
or when he had ordered the mass blinding of the Alani and the impaling of their leaders, had been visibly upset. He had not hidden his tears, and he had been angry, at times almost a distraction. For a day the horde had remained where it was, and Donabalus had questioned the sentries. They had seen nothing. A painstaking search of where the body lay revealed nothing. Trampled grass and blood. A lot of blood. Wolstan had not been mutilated after death, just the blade wiped in his bright hair. But the blows that had killed him had nearly disemboweled him. His killer had to have been soaked in blood. And Donabalus had ordered a search of the camp. Ballista had thought it most unlikely to discover anything. It found nothing, although one herald half waking in the night had seen a hooded figure drop what he had taken to be some old rags on one of the campfires. No, he could not say anything about the man, not even if he was Herald, Sarmatian, or Roman. And Donabalus had the ashes sifted. No telltale ornament or anything else came to light. And Donabalus ordered a pyre built. He had washed and dressed the body with his own hands. He had placed splendid offerings around the dead youth, the weapons of Aloith that Wolfstan had carried, gold and amber ornaments of his own. The other two heruli who had been with the caravan from the start, Pharas and the ex-slave Datius, added things of their own. Before he put the first torch to the pyre, Donabalus had spoken a eulogy. Wolfstan had been born an Angle, once the enemies of the heruli. The fates had cruelly taken him from his home, made him eat the bitter bread of exile and hardship, but his own courage had raised him up again, had won his freedom. Before his murder, Wolfstan had asked to ride with the heruli, and Donabalus, by the authority granted him by Naulobates, had accepted the young warrior into the brotherhood of the Wolves of the North. Let the murderer know, should the gods reveal his identity, and Donabalus of the heruli would track him to the ends of the earth to revenge his unjustly and cowardly slain brother. They had collected the bones the next morning, packed them in a pannier on a pack-horse like the others. The long journey north resumed. Ballista rode at the head of the horde with Donabalus, Pharas, and the commander of the relief, Uligagus. They rode in silence, and Donabalus's mood did not encourage small talk. Behind them came 3 great parallel columns of horsemen. The fourth was further back, out of sight, strung across the steppe as rearguard. Each column contained 2,000 riders, but many more horses. Each of the heruli had at least 3 remounts on a line. They rode at a fast canter. From the charged silence of the vanguard, Ballista looked back and studied the heruli. Many banners flew above them, most bearing tamgas, some with wolves and other fierce-seeming but less determinable animals. Travelling at speed, they all kept surprisingly good order. Aureolus, the Emperor Gallienus's own prefect of cavalry, would have been impressed. There was nothing of the irrational or the primitive which Romans liked to see in barbarians in this order of march. The scruffy-looking ponies, however, would have been odd to Aureolus's eyes, as would the complete absence of armour. There was not a helmet or mail shirt among them. Some, presumably the unfree, did not even carry one of their small round shields. Slave or free, they relied on no more than a heavy sheepskin coat for defence. Every herald had a recurve bow and supply of arrows in a goritus on one hip, and a long cavalry sword on the other. There were spare bow cases on the remounts. Ballista was impressed. These were true light cavalry, but, as he knew, they were prepared to fight hand to hand. They would not be able to stand up to a charge by Roman cataphracti or Persian clipanarii. The big men on big horses, all covered in mail, would ride them down. Yet out here on the steppe, that eventuality need never arise. In these wide expanses, if the heruli were well handled, the heavy horse should never catch them. Ballista's thoughts wandered. The grey clouds of dust the columns kicked up drifted behind them to the south. Up above, the wind had shifted and was blowing wraith-like clouds in the opposite direction. Under the immense sky, the disjunction was vertiginous. It was always some such immensity philosophers invoked to try to assuage grief. He thought of the works of consolation he had been made to read as part of his education at the imperial court. Compare your grief with something huge, something without end, the gods, the divine spark in man, eternal Rome, or time itself. See how insignificant is your misery. He thought back to the time when he believed his wife and sons were dead. He remembered how his recollections of the philosophers had offered him nothing but specious comparisons with things that did not touch him, infuriating injunctions to self-control and leaden platitudes. In the face of the ultimate profundity, the great minds of a Plutarch or a Seneca could come up with little better than the banalities of a nursemaid soothing a child. There, it will feel better in time. At least in the latter they had been right. In honesty, the grief Ballista felt for Wolstan was limited. The boy had been beautiful. There had been good qualities to him. He had served the familiar well. He had been brave. A capacity for affection had shown in his grief for his drowned friend Bauto. Occasionally there had been flashes of humour. But his enslavement, the never-spoken-of but obviously terrible things that had been done to him, had made him something almost terrible himself. Wolstan had wanted to kill. Too young to disguise it, he had enjoyed the pain of others. It had disgusted Ballista when Wolstan had stayed with Castricius and Hippothus to watch the blinding of the Alani. Ballista was sad the boy was dead, but an unpleasant part of him was glad it was not someone he really cared about, not Julia, not one of his sons, neither Maximus nor Calgacus. Ballista's lack of compassion made him feel guilty, and of course there was something more tangible to feel guilty about. He had brought Wolstan to his death. Unthinkingly, he had assumed that merely purchasing the boy from the slave market, taking him into the familia, one day manumitting him, would be enough. But he had brought him into the familia of a man in imperial disfavour, a familia ordered first to the savage Caucasus Mountains, then to this murderous journey. And the familia was cursed. Kill all his family, all those he loves. "Another day, and we will reach the summer camp." The words of Uligargus brought Ballista back. Up ahead was a flock of sheep. There must have been 1,000 or more of them. They were herded by just 2 very young Heruli on ponies. One of the shepherds had the long head and dyed red hair of the Rossomoni. As the sheep were driven out of the path of the horsemen, they bunched into a solid, baaing mass. Some were forced up off their feet by the pressure. The 2 herd boys waved. Some of the vanguard waved back. And Donabalus did not. Lost in who knew what incarnadine thoughts, he paid them no mind at all. Seeing the young shepherds so full of life, Ballista's mind turned back to Wolstan. The northern poem he had heard the boy reciting came to him. Storms crash against these rocky slopes, sleet and snow fall and fetter the world, winter howls, then darkness draws on. The night shadow casts gloom, and brings fierce hailstorms from the north to frighten men. Nothing is ever easy in the kingdom of earth. The world beneath the heavens is in the hands of fate. Here possessions are fleeting. Here friends are fleeting. Here man is fleeting. Here kinsman is fleeting. The whole world becomes a wilderness. They came to the camp of Naulobates incrementally. First they crossed swathes where the grass had been torn and stamped to near nothing. The grey earth showed through, pocked by myriad hooves. Then they saw a drifting cloud of smoke. From a distance it looked like rain. It was as if the natural order had been subverted, as if some elemental force or capricious deity was drawing the water back into the sky. Getting nearer, Ballista smelt the sharp tang of wood smoke and burning animal dung. Finally, breasting a slight rise, spread before them was the broad floodplain of a hitherto unsuspected river, which ran away to the east. On the near side, ordered rows of round tents and covered wagons stretched for a couple of miles. In the centre, one tent, dazzling white in the hot sun despite the smoke, was 3 times the size of any other. Above it was a standard. On it was a tamga, drawn like 3 orbs pierced by an arrow, being pursued by 3 wolves. A messenger came to Andonobalus and Uligargus. Ballista had been unsure since the relief which was in command. The messenger announced Naulobates would receive the Roman embassy at a place called the Meadow. He stressed all members of the party were to attend. Ballista, Castricius, and the others took leave of Uligargus. The herald led his fighting men off back into the steppe to the west of the camp. Andonobalus, Pharas, and Datius remained with the Romans. When all, men and pack animals, were mastered, the 3 heruli took them down through the camp. Walking their mounts along a broad thoroughfare running down to the river, Ballista took it in. Small children watched big-eyed as they passed. Some trotted along beside, waving and calling out to the Heruli warriors and the strange outsiders indiscriminately. The women were more circumspect. They sat weaving or spinning in front of wagons and tents decorated with patchwork patterns of trees, birds, animals, and many tamgas. Others tended the fires or prepared food. None spoke. Everything was hazed and gilded by sunshine and smoke. Ballista had seen the camps of many tribes on the move. In Africa, along the Danube. Much here was what he expected. Wherever you looked, you met the guarded, solemn gaze of seated women. Some nursed babies. Everywhere ran gaggles of excited small children. Dogs, lean hunting animals, nosed about. Here and there a sickly colt or lamb was tethered. It took him some time to realize what was unusual. There were no men, and there were no old people. Come to that, there were no pigs either. The river was fringed with stands of timber. It was wide but shallow. The ford had a good bed of shingle. The water splashed up, refracting the light as they clattered across. The meadow was idyllic. It was ringed by trees, oaks, limes, ashes. Through the foliage could be seen a sweep of lush grass jewelled with flowers. Well watered, the meadow had not yet been scorched by the June sun. Evidently it was debarred to the herds. At the far end, a group of men were sitting on the grass, at their ease in the shade. Off to one side, 2 saplings had been bent down, and their tops tied together to form a rustic arch. It was the sort of place in which Plato might have set a Socratic dialogue. The lovers of wisdom strolling at leisure, their minds freed from mundane cares by the beauty of their surroundings. They dismounted at the tree line, hobbling their horses. Andonabalus said there was no need to leave their weapons. It was the custom of the Heruli to come armed into the presence of their king. The Romans unstrapped and unpacked those diplomatic gifts that had survived the journey. As Exensus, Hippothus handed Ballista the small golden image of the town walls. Ballista buckled the mural crown, the award for being first over in the storm of a town, onto his sword belt. It seemed a lifetime ago he had won it in North Africa. As Andonabalus led them through the trees, something high above caught Ballista's eye. He had to look twice. There was a man precariously perched in the topmost branches of an oak. Ballista looked about. Another man was clinging high up in an ash. They did not appear armed. There were just the two. It was not an ambush, and they were unlikely positions for lookouts. "What the fuck?" Maximus said. Andonabalus laughed. "The All-Father hung for 9 nights and days in the branches of the Tree of Life to learn the secrets of the dead. Now Labates is merciful. Those 2 will learn the error of their ways from just one dawn to the next. And, unlike the All-Father, their sides have not been pierced with a spear." "What if they fall?" Ballista asked. "It is a long way down," Andonabalus said. Hippothus and Castricius joined in the laughter of Andonabalus and Datius. Ballista noticed Pharas did not laugh. Now Labates was seated on a simple wooden chair. His courtiers sat in no discernible hierarchy on the ground around him. Now Labates was dressed no differently from them. A simple leather coat, trousers and boots. His hands were in his lap, hidden in a plain leather bag. "Zirin," Ballista said, as an envoy should on the step. He placed the palm of his right hand flat to his forehead. Now Labates did not reply. "Zirin," Castricius said, as Ballista's deputy. He also made the gesture of respect. Still, now Labates said nothing. The king of the Heruli had the deformedly high forehead of the Rosamoni. His dyed red hair was sparse, ill-kempt. His dyed red beard was thin and straggly. His face was narrow, fine-featured under the red tattoos. But it was his eyes that held Ballista. They were grey and possessed the unwavering moral certainty of the zealous convert armed by a fierce deity with complete faith and untrammelled force. "Dernhelm, son of Isengrim, son of Starkad, the cruel man of blood." Now Labates spoke in the language of the north. His voice was soft, unexpectedly high-pitched. "God, in his providence, has brought you across Middle-earth to the camp of your hereditary enemies." All there were silent. Birds sang in the trees. Ballista cleared his throat. "I come to the Heruli as Marcus Clodius Ballista, legatus extra ordinem Sidica of the Imperator Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus Augustus. The Emperor of the Romans prays for the health of you and your men. He has sent me with gifts.
Timeo Daneos et dona ferentes,
Naulobates said. He recited the Latin of Virgil with a northern accent, before reverting to the language of Germania. Unlike the Trojan Laocoon, I do not fear the gifts of the Greeks, but then neither do I need them. Should my warriors desire more cunningly wrought silverware for their tents, I shall lead them again into the Imperium, and they will take whatever pleases them. My lord Gallienus requests to ransom those of his subjects in your power, Ballista said. We took his subjects in war. It was the will of God. If Gallienus desires them back, he should come and put the issue before God on the field of battle. Naulobates gestured to one of the men seated at his feet. Having tasted true freedom and brotherhood among the Heruli, many, like my brother Artemidorus, would not choose to return to the slavery of the Imperium. We have made a long and dangerous journey so that those who do wish might have the chance to return with us, Ballista said. Dangerous in the extreme. Naulobates shifted his gaze above Ballista's head. I have observed the trials, yours and those of my Heruli. I was with you every step of the way. Brachus, my Tauma, moved among you. Naulobates, seeing the word meant nothing to Ballista, smiled. You might call it my demon. Ballista could think of nothing to say. He sensed both Castricius and Hippothus stiffen. My Tauma observed everything, the treacherous attacks of the Alani, and the treachery within your own party. Naulobates was not smiling now. The murderer among you is subtle. His demon hid from Brachus in devious ways. I would let him know his fate, should he disturb the peace of my campfires. At a sign from Naulobates, a bound man was brought forth. The prisoner struggled wildly. Through his gag he made incoherent sounds. 4 young Heruli manhandled him off to one side, towards where the trees formed the rustic arch. This despicable criminal is a traitor to the God-given customs of the Heruli, a thief and a murderer. He sought to appropriate for himself what is the property of all. When another man went to the woman, this sacrilegious wretch burst in and struck him at the moment a man can least defend himself. The 4 young Heruli roped the man to the tied-together branches of the 2 bent trees. Ballista had heard of such things, but never expected to see them. Let the murderer among your party see what will become of him, should he let his demon indulge itself in the camp of the Heruli. Naulobates nodded. One of the young Heruli swung an axe. It sheared through the ropes, binding the trees together. With the vigour of youth, the saplings sprang apart. Where there had been a man, now severed body parts hung like badly butchered sides of strange, unpalatable meat. 23. After the dismemberment, Naulobates had told the Romans to produce their diplomatic gifts. The consular ornaments had survived the vagaries of the journey reasonably well. Naulobates studied the white toga with the broad purple stripe. The nasty bloodstain on the lower hem had come out quite well. He had peered at the boots, with their many complicated laces which were reserved for Roman senators. The herald had seemed especially struck by the 12 fasces, the rods symbolizing the power to chastise, bundled around the axes, representing the right to kill. After musing over these ornamenta consularia for some time, Naulobates had looked over the heads of the embassy, out beyond the remnants of the dead man in the trees, beyond the things visible to normal men, and had announced with deafening certainty that one day he would indeed be Roman consul, and that not in token, but in reality. No one, Maximus included, had so much as smiled. The silver dinner service, embossed with scenes of Roman heroes killing barbarians, had not held the attention of Naulobates. Sharing it between members of his entourage as gifts, he had dismissed the embassy from his presence. That had been 4 days before. They had not seen him since. And Onobalus had taken them to the lodgings provided. They consisted of 4 round nomad tents at one end of the camp. These were more than adequate, given there were but 17 left in the embassy. Maximus was in the largest, situated at the western end of the row. He was in with Ballista, Calgacus, and Tarchon. In the next one were Castricius and Hippothus, with the interpreter and the 2 remaining members of the official staff, a scribe and a messenger. The 3 soldiers and their 2 freed slaves were billeted in the next adjacent. At the far end was Amantius. The 2 remaining slaves had no say in sharing with the eunuch. That was just as well, because no one else wished to share with him. Maximus had no trouble settling into the life of a temporary nomad. Given some of the places they had been forced to sleep over the years, this was close to luxury. The tent was about 30 foot across, and each man had ample room for his bedroll. It was constructed of a framework of curved poles, over which felt hangings were stretched. An ingenious arrangement of cords allowed the hangings to be raised independently of each other to admit whatever breeze was blowing. The heraldry had brought food, a joint of mutton, strings of horsemeat sausages, and lots of their fermented mare's milk. Maximus was developing a taste for the latter, and Calgacus, although still hampered by his arm, cooked the former outside. You could not fault the hospitality of the heraldry. The very first evening they offered their guests some slave girls, attractive ones at that. For whatever reason, they muttered something about privacy, Ballista and Calgacus declined, which was fine by Maximus. With what he deemed consideration, he took Ballista's along with his own down to the riverbank. He chose what he thought was a secluded spot. Despite his long-enforced celibacy, everything went fine. After a time, a creditable time if he said so himself, when it was finished, he discovered he had been wrong about the seclusion. A group of 3 herald women washing clothes had appeared nearby. They had giggled. Far from seeming shocked, Maximus had thought they looked rather impressed. The following day, things had improved still more. In the tent, Ballista had immersed himself in reading. Unfortunately, he had taken to reading out and elucidating passages from Tacitus's Annals. Neither Calgacus nor Tarchon making a particularly receptive audience, the comments had ended up directed mainly at Maximus. After a brief time to escape the relentless political insights and literary sleights of hand, Maximus had gone out. Walking quite at random through the camp, Maximus had come to the market. It was surprisingly large. After he had paid some duty to a herald official, a trader had been authorized to sell him a large amount of cannabis at a reasonable-seeming price. Strolling back, turning over in his head ways to consume it without bothering to build a special tent, he had run into one of the herald women from the river. He had struck up a conversation with her. She spoke Greek. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had decided to test the encouraging stories about the sexual mores of the heraldry. At first, he thought he had misjudged things horribly. She had just stared at him, an inscrutable expression on her face. Even he had been surprised when, almost wordless, she had taken him straight to her tent. Although there had been male belongings, among them a goritis, a hunting spear, and a couple of fine swords, they had a packed-away, unused air. Nevertheless, the woman had hung the bowcase outside. She had closed the hangings, spread bedding, removed her clothes, and gestured for him to lie down with her. Something about her very brisk practicality, that, and possibly her bizarre dyed red hair, had set him aback. But he had persevered, thinking about those 2 blondes in the brothel in Arete had helped, and after a time things went better. Afterwards they had talked a little, but she had looked sad and told him to leave. Now, on the 4th morning, Maximus was thinking about her. From the other side of their tent, Ballista was delivering what amounted to a lecture on the moral corruption of living under an autocracy as analysed by Tacitus. Calgacus was outside, cooking, his movements awkward because of his arm. Tarchon had vanished. Unable to account for the woman's sadness, Maximus was wondering if it would be a good idea to visit her again. And Donibalus appeared at the entrance. They invited him to enter. Calgacus came in too. Maximus got them all a drink. At least, Maximus thought, it should call a halt to the drone about politics.
"When will Naulobates grant us another audience?" Ballista asked.
The answer to your request was unambiguous,
Donibalus said. "There are other things beyond the ransoms we would discuss, preferably alone with the king."
"I am sure he will receive you again soon. Although the work of a lawgiver consumes his time, he does not spare himself, and he has been called away the past 2 days.
Donibalus looked serious.
The Tauma of Naulobates has brought back word that the deity prefers Naulobates be called not king, but first brother.
"It is not an easy thing to change the laws of a people," Ballista said.
Solon, the great Athenian, went abroad when his reforms were complete. Sulla, the dictator of Rome, retired into private life. When he introduced the rule of emperors, there were attempts on the life of Augustus. Antonobalus shot Ballista a hard look.
There's no question of such with the first brother. The reforms are God-given. All heraldry are united in support.
Yet people are accustomed to their old ways. Often they resist.
There is no resistance. Those who objected showed they were not true heraldry.
Tell me about the reforms, especially about the women, Maximus said quickly. The conversation had been heading into uncomfortable places. It was unlike Ballista to be so tactless. It was almost as if he had been sounding out the loyalty of Antonobalus to his father's regime. For a nasty moment, Maximus wondered if Ballista had received further instructions from Gallienus's court, instructions beyond the unlikely task of trying to turn the heraldry against their Gothic allies. Something pricked his memory, then disappeared again. "Tell me about the women," he said, with an open, affable smile. Antonobalus laughed. "Outsiders always want to know about the women."
"You all have your women in common?" Maximus asked.
"As in Plato's Republic," Ballista said.
"Not at all. It is far better than Plato imagined," Antonobalus said.
This was safer ground altogether, although Maximus suspected that Plato might prove even less entertaining than Tacitus. The young herald was obviously setting himself for some weighty discourse.
Plato abolished marriage, the home, and the family. He took babies from their mothers. The guardians of his ideal polis were to be mated like hunting dogs, although the occasion would be called a festival. Who got to mate was decided by lot. To ensure only the best mated, the lots were to be fixed. It was cruel, unnatural, and all based on deceit.
"And yours is better," Ballista said.
"Without doubt. What is more natural than the family? The deity instructed Naulobates that men should continue to marry, should have a tent and possessions of their own. How could a warrior live on the steppes without his herds? Their number are the measure of his valor. But to ensure harmony, to make us a true band of brothers, no husband objects if another man enjoys his wife. As paternity must be uncertain, every herald regards every child as if it were his own."
"How do you avoid incest?" Ballista asked.
"It is a large tribe. You do not lie with the daughters of women you had around the time of the girl's conception."
"So the Rossomoni are descended through the mothers?" Ballista asked.
"Not altogether. Only exceptionally will a Rossomoni woman lie with a man who is not Rossomoni."
"What sort of exception?" Maximus was interested now.
"If he is a great warrior, or for some other unusual reason."
Maximus grinned and got up. "Sure, that helps me make a decision. I will be off to see the Rossomoni woman I saw the other day."
"What is her name?"
Antonobalus said. "Olympias." A strange look crossed Antonobalus's face. Not disapproving, let alone hostile. More compassionate.
"Enjoy, but always remember, pleasure is fleeting."
"Not that fleeting," Maximus said complacently. Outside, walking between the neat rows of tents and wagons, Maximus remembered the thing that had snagged at his memory earlier. He had meant to tell Ballista the other day when Olympias had said it. They were the second embassy of foreigners in the camp this summer. King Hisana of the Urugundi had ridden out 2 days before they had arrived. He was back in Ephesus, lost in the alleys of the Potter's Quarter. It had rained. The stucco on the close, blank walls was running with water. Thick mud squelched underfoot. In the band of sky visible, the stars raced to their extinction. He crouched in the shallow recess of a doorway, doubled up, gasping. The door was barred. He did not dare knock. The baying of the mob came first from one direction, then another. Each time it was closer. If only he had not lost his way. If only he could get down to the sacred way, achieve the sanctuary of some holy place in the civic agora. The mob rounded the corner. He could not run. They closed on him, their eyes as pitiless as the dying stars. He woke, his heart racing, sweating heavily. It was dark in the tent. He forced himself to peer through the gloom into the further recesses. Only the humped shapes of his contubernales sleeping like brute beasts. No sign of the demon. Just a dream, then. Thank the gods for that. He had made a mistake. He had misread the signs just once, but that was enough. The demons of those justly slain did not walk. The little girl in Ephesus had been innocent. Since her demon had appeared to him, he had ensured another such could not happen. The mutilations kept any unjustly killed from seeking revenge. When time was pressing, licking and spitting the blood and wiping the blade on their heads should prove enough. Jason had not been haunted by Apsyrtus. If a murderer of the innocent stood on sacred ground, the gods sent madness and disease. He had been in temples. He was healthy and sane. To rid himself of her, he needed purification, but the ritual called for things he could not obtain. If not a priest, it demanded at least privacy and a suckling pig. Neither had been available as they crossed the steppe, and neither were to be had here among the Heruli. He lay thinking about the words of Naulobates. After the meadow, out of hearing of the Heruli, the others had sniggered nervously. They were fools. He had no doubt the demon of Naulobates was as real as that of the dead boy Wolstan, as real and as deadly. If he continued his work here among the Heruli, most likely he would be caught. His own fate was of little consequence, but if he were killed, his work, the task the gods had entrusted to him, would end. He should do no more while they were under the eye of the demon Naulobates called Brachus. When they departed, it would be different. Then he could act again. Of course, it would pain Ballista when he killed the man. Ballista did not see the soul of his friend. But it could not be helped. The gods had made their hound, their scourge. If he let the man live, much evil would follow. For a long time he had been unsure, but now he knew he needed to kill him as soon as he could. Perhaps there might yet be a chance while they were still here, some moment of confusion, the chaos of a battle or the turmoil of a hunt, when the demon of Naulobates would be distracted. No man lives when the gods want him to die. The day after Andonobalus's visit, Ballista walked through the ordered tents and wagons up to the market. Calgacus and Maximus went with him. Tarchon again had disappeared on some business of his own. It was 8 days before the calends of July, and very hot. Heruli sat in the shade, some under the parked wagons. There were more men now that the warriors with Uligargus had returned. Camp discipline was good. Each dwelling was a stone's throw apart from its neighbour. There was little rubbish to be seen, and despite the heat, there were none of the noxious smells one might have expected from a camp of this size. The market was large, busy, and tightly controlled. There were Heruli overseers everywhere, inspecting the traders' permits and collecting taxes on their sales. An extraordinary array of goods was on offer. From the Ra River and the north there was honey, wax, wood and arrows, sheep and cattle, slaves, and many types of fur, sable, ermine, marten, squirrel, fox, beaver and rabbit. There was much amber, some an unusual yellow. From the east, caravans had travelled incalculable distances, bringing silks and spices. Out of the Imperium to the south had come wine and raisins, olive oil and some fancy metalwork, most of it weaponry. Trade was brisk. There was no shortage of gold among the Heruli. Not just the Rosamoni wore silk. Ballista was inspecting some river fish. How fresh were they, and how far had they come from the Ra River? Maximus was regaling Calgacus with an improbable account of his sexual performance the night before. And then she asked if I minded if her sister joined us. They did not see the messenger arrive. He was just there in their midst. The first brother wished to see them now. Walking back down, Ballista reflected it was just as well. The sooner they were dismissed and on their way back to the Imperium, the better. Once Maximus had remembered to tell him Hisana of the Orogundi had been closeted with Naulobates, it was obvious the Roman mission had no hope of success. Hisana had got the Gudja to bring them slowly by a roundabout route, while the king himself had come straight to confer with Naulobates. The alliance between the Heruli and the Orogundi was as tight as it had been when they sacked the town of Tanais. Naulobates was holding court in the meadow. The place itself was the same, an unsettling mixture of rural idyll and killing field. The cooling breeze that moved the verdant foliage and sweet grass also turned the black, fly-blown hunks of human flesh strung in the branches. No living miscreants were perched in the treetops this time. Naulobates was in the same wooden chair. His leading men sprawled on the grass about him. Castricius and Hippothus were standing a little to one side. In front of the Heruli first brother, and the object of everyone's attention was a strange-looking individual. He was swarthy and had curly black hair. He wore a sky-blue cloak and yellow and green striped trousers. In his hand was a long ebony cane. Ballista had seen someone similar somewhere before.
"The envoy of the Roman Emperor Marcus Clodius Ballista, better known to my people as Dernhelm, son of Isengrim, son of Starkad of the Angles."
Now Labates waved Ballista to join the other members of the embassy. As the heraldry were seated, Ballista sat down too. Those with him followed. None of the heraldry complained. The elaborate introduction, Ballista thought, had to be for the benefit of the man in the striped trousers.
"This is Ma Ammo,"
Now Labates pointed. The first brother seemed in an expansive mood, excited even. His eyes gleamed strangely.
"Ma Ammo has come from the domain of Shapur, the Sassanid king. He is a missionary from Mani, the self-styled seal of the prophets. He is going to tell us the gospel of light."
A snigger ran through the assembled heraldry. Now Labates' tone had been one of disbelief. The missionary seemed unabashed. Ballista was unsure he would have stood up to it so well. Perhaps the man in the odd trousers had not noticed the decomposing body parts, or perhaps his faith sustained him. Ballista remembered where he had seen a similar man. It had been in the town of Carai 4 years earlier. A warm spring dawn on the top of the citadel, Ballista had been hauled before the Sassanid king. Cledonius, the old abbot missionibus of the captive Emperor Valerian, had been with him. To Shapur's left, among the priests, had stood another man with an ebony cane and the same clothes.
"You say you speak the language of the north,"
Now Labates said. The missionary bowed.
"Tell us how Mani claims to know the truth about the deity."
The missionary squared his shoulders. "Mani is the paraclete of truth, the very spirit of truth. When he was a boy, at the end of his 12th year, his divine twin first appeared to him. The twin, his Syzygus, drew him aside and told him he must remain unblemished and abstain from desire. Yet the time was not right for him to appear, for he was still young. When the Paraclete turned 24, his Syzygus returned. Now was the time for him to appear and call others to his cause." Ballista had attended the concilium of enough emperors to know how to mould his face into a mask of interested attention while his thoughts roamed far away. He wondered why Now Labates had summoned him and the others. It could be he wished to demonstrate to them, and through them to Gallienus and the Roman world in general, his piety and the power of his intellect. Ballista had no doubt Now Labates would cross-examine the missionary. Who would, in Now Labates' eyes, win the exchange was not in doubt. It would have all the lack of dramatic tension of a Socratic dialogue as imagined by Plato. Perhaps Now Labates also thought it would nicely illustrate the geographic spread of his power. Men came to him from the Sassanid realm. Equipped with his 5 sons, as if in readiness for war, the first man came down to fight the darkness. However, the Prince of Darkness fought back. The missionary had moved on to telling an incredibly complicated story concerning a war between the Father of Greatness of the Realm of Light and the King of Darkness. This struggle between good and evil was ongoing and fought at a cosmic level and within every man. It had a confusingly large cast and, Ballista thought, would have been much improved with better battle scenes and a good chase sequence. The only sex appeared to be a few cases of demonic premature ejaculation. The missionary droned on. The sons of the first man somehow or other had sacrificed themselves into the darkness, but, unsurprisingly, redemption appeared to be on its way. Perhaps, Ballista thought, this display was all the other way around. Perhaps Ballista and the Romans were the ones on show to the missionary from the Sassanid kingdom. See, you Easterners, how the Romans honour Now Labates and the heraldry. Ballista's thoughts gathered pace. Perhaps they were on show to others as well. It could be that the Roman embassy, above all Ballista himself, had been slowly trailed across the disputed grasslands in the hope the Alani would attack, and thus give the heraldry and the Urugundi a just cause for war. The Alani had broken whatever oaths had secured the peace on the steppe. In the eyes of the gods, the world and themselves, Now Labates and Hisana would be justified in their fight. Look, they could say, they attacked the Roman ambassador Ballista. It was sacrilege. Yet here he is in our midst, the living proof of their perfidy and our pious desire for revenge.
Enough! Now Labate's high voice cut through the missionary's recommendations of celibacy, vegetarianism, and other joyless things that would make God happy. Poor Mani, now Labates continued. He means well, but he is like a promising student who listens to philosophers when drunk. No matter how he tries, the words elide and confuse him. Now Labates smiled with an air of avuncular forbearance. And he is naughty, very naughty. He denies he was born a slave boy called Corbicius. That is a calumny spread by his enemies, Ma Ammo said. His father was Paticius, a citizen of Ecbatana, and his mother, Marmarian, a descendant of the Arsacid royal house of Parthia. The missionary did not lack courage. Now Labates fixed him with his strange eyes. Have you seen the Cyzicus of Mani? No. The missionary looked uncomfortable. I have. Now Labates sighed. How it fled from my Brachus. But no matter where it went in the other world, Brachus followed. Brachus caught him, as the gods caught Loki. For 9 nights and days, Brachus tried to enlighten him, but the fumes of wine still clouded his understanding. The seal of prophets does not touch wine. The missionary really had the courage of his convictions. Now Labates wagged a finger. The missionary subsided into silence. You will stay with me, now Labates said to Ma Ammo. You will learn the truth. Mani has shown you some aspects. All deities are aspects of the One. Mani was right. The kingdom of light is in the north, and working the soil is for lesser men. Yet, in his stubborn drunkenness, he failed to see that the kingdom was already to be found here, among the Heruli. The missionary looked horrified. Now Labates clapped his hands. Tomorrow we will give a practical demonstration of a field where Mani is very misguided. We will go hunting. It is time for a royal battue.
24. 2 hours before dawn, Ballista and Maximus got dressed in the dark. They had laid out their hunting clothes and equipment the night before. They did not talk, and were as quiet as could be managed. They woke Calgacus anyway. He cursed them as clod-hopping clumsy bastards making enough din to raise the fucking dead. Neither the Caledonian's injured arm, nor being told the previous evening that he was to remain in the camp, had done anything to improve his habitual waspish temper. It was cold outside, with a chill bite to the wind. Ballista pulled on a thick leather coat, stamped his feet. Tarchon led up 2 of the Sarmatian horses. Working as much by feel and habit as sight, Ballista and Maximus tacked up and slung their weapons and gear. The breath of the horses was sweet in their faces. Tarchon held the bridles as each mounted. They waited as Castricius and Hippothus emerged from the next tent. Biomassus brought round their horses. Soon the 4 who had been invited to join the hunt were in the saddle. They said farewell to Tarchon and the interpreter, and reined about to set off. The dim form of Calgacus emerged from the tent. A creaking bow, a croaking raven, a yawning wolf, a grunting wild boar. Never be such a fool as to trust such things. We will take care, Ballista said. A coiled snake, a burning flame, a flying arrow. Enough! Ballista clicked his tongue on the roof of his mouth, and his horse walked on. He grinned in the darkness. The old Caledonian was getting protective like a nursemaid. He had noticed it in himself. The older you got, the more you worried. Men were stirring all through the camp. Ballista and the others joined a stream of warriors walking their horses southward between the tents. Out on the plain, several large fires had been lit. The ceaseless north wind pulled sparks away high into the night sky. Standards flew upwind of the fires, and the heruli assembled in their stations. The royal hunt was a great undertaking. A division of 4,000 riders had already left the afternoon before under the command of Andonobalus. In all, another 1,000 would follow this morning with Naulobates. Ballista and his familia joined those under the banner of 3 wolves pursuing a tamga that resembled 3 circles pierced by an arrow. Ballista greeted Pharas, but the herald looked distracted and only nodded. It was slightly offhand, but the 20 or so men waiting to ride with the first brother were all quiet. The clicking and cracking of the fire sounded sharp over the creak of leather and the jink of bridles. Naulobates trotted into the circle of firelight. He was flanked by Uligargus and Artemidorus, the former slave from Trapezus. Behind them rode Mar Ammo. The Manichaean looked thoroughly miserable. Naulobates raised his hands to the dark sky and intoned a prayer to Artemis and an eclectic range of other more obscure deities of the chase. Nomads did not make libations. His words ended. Naulobates made the signal, and they moved off south into the steppe. The sun was not yet up, but the sky promised a good day. The wind had dropped a little, lost much of its cold edge. To the east, the horizon was a band of pale blue gold. Above it, fanning out from the southeast, were ribbed purple-gold clouds, as solid as dunes in a desert. High above, gaps in the clouds showed a heaven of pure aquamarine. A flight of birds, half a dozen black shapes, gave a sense of scale, of the sheer majesty of it all. They were riding at an easy canter that ate up the miles. At the head of the small column, Naulobates was bareheaded, laughing. Uligargus and Artemidorus also looked happy. Pharas, the other herald with them, appeared rather more subdued. The sun came up. Naulobates halted, and, bowing in the saddle, blew it a kiss from his fingertips. His proskinesis performed, Naulobates called Ballista and his familiar to ride up with him. The heraldry fell back, but Naulobates indicated for the Manichaean Mar Ammo to stay.
"Everything I know about hunting was taught to me as a child by my father's friend Phaniphaeus. He spared me no criticism, held nothing back. He was a warrior feared across the steppe, a mighty hunter and a stern teacher. His vigour remained in him a long time. It was only 2 years ago it deserted him, and obviously it was time for him to die."
Naulobates shook his elongated head sadly.
"I still find it hard to believe he did not face it better."
There seemed little to say to this. After a while, Naulobates brightened.
"But just as a good death does not necessarily redeem a bad man, so the reverse must hold true. I remember the time Phaniphaeus beat me for forgetting the hunting spears. What a beating that was! He did not spare himself."
Naulobates laughed happily. Again, this did not invite any obvious rejoinder.
"Were you beaten much as a child?"
Naulobates suddenly asked Mar Ammo.
"No more than is usual," the Manichaean said. Perhaps you should have been beaten more. When Mani was Corbicius, he was beaten regularly. Did him a lot of good. It might do you some."
Mar Ammo was entirely unable to shape an answer.
"Most pleasures are corrupting," Naulobates said. "Beating men, for example. Even sex and drink, if taken to excess, weaken a man. Reading too much is the same. But hunting is entirely good for one. The body becomes stronger, the soul braver, and it gives exercise in all martial skills. A man must ride, run, meet the charge of big game, endure heat and cold, hunger and thirst, and get used to suffering all hardships. An envoy from Palmyra told me King Odenathus has always lived in the mountains and deserts, facing lions, panthers, bears, and other beasts of the wilderness. No wonder the Persians run before him, and the Romans have ceded half their empire to such a man."
An embassy from Odenathus to the heraldry. Ballista thought on that. It was important news, if it were true. He was not going to point out that in Roman terms the king of Palmyra was a magistrate governing the eastern provinces on behalf of the Emperor Gallienus.
"Hunting does more," Hippothus said. "It has a moral purpose."
Naulobates turned in the saddle and regarded him.
"A hunter sights his quarry, then he loses it," Hippothus said. "The repeated experience teaches him to bear the sudden reverses of fortune. Hunting instills self-control better than any philosophy lecture."
Naulobates' eyes remained unwavering, fixed on the Greek. Silence, apart from the jinking of bits and the stamp of hooves. The entourage rode, stony-faced. Naulobates laughed, high and loud, with genuine pleasure. He reached across and patted Hippothus on the shoulder.
"You," he told him, "would make a good herald."
They rode southeast, and by noon were approaching a bend of the Ra River. The steppe, as if tired of its own flat monotony, rolled gently. It was greener here. There were copses, pools of standing water, and small tributaries ran east to where the Ra lay broad and shimmering in the sun 2 miles or more distant. Horsemen were waiting for them. Naulobates and his entourage took their place, the rest of the newcomers flanking them. The battue was formed.
A great line of riders curved away on either side, rising and dipping, passing out of sight among shaded trees. 5,000 mounted men in a semicircle would drive the game against the banks of the Ra. It was hot. Ballista rolled his heavy coat and tied it to the rear horns of his saddle. They ate and drank on horseback, strips of air-dried meat washed down with fermented mare's milk from leather flasks. Despite the presence of the first brother, an easy congeniality was on them. Ballista noticed it did not include the Manichaean missionary, or, oddly, Pharas the herald. The latter fidgeted and looked abstracted. He was sweating more heavily than the weather allowed.
"The Batu is real hunting," Naulabates said. "The Greeks on foot with nets are no better than the primitive forest tribes of the north. The Romans, who sit on cushions to watch the slaughter of animals in the arena, are too contemptible for words. The rich of the Imperium, who hunt with horse and hound, are always too few. It is no training for the manoeuvres of war. The Persians are a little better, yet in their paradises the animals are in poor condition, lacking the heart that comes from true freedom. The Batu of the steppe is the only real hunt. No nets, no walls, just the line of riders. It is a true test of horsemanship, of archery, of the courage of man. With luck we will find wild boar, even bear, down by the river bank." "It is time," Naulabates said. His standard dipped, and a horn rang across the steppe. All along the line the signals were repeated. "Remember, you are not Persians waiting for the king to take the first shot. We are Heruli. We are brothers." They set off at a walk. Ballista had Maximus to his left, Hippothus and Castricius beyond him. To his right he was separated from Naulabates by Mar Ammo and Pharas. The Manichaean had a bow in his hands. He looked far from comfortable with it. Quite possibly he was suffering some crisis of conscience between his mission to convert Naulabates and the dictates of his religion that as one of its elect he should not kill. Ballista fitted his thumb ring, chose an arrow, nocked it, and part drew his recurve bow. The sun was on his face, the horse quiet and comfortable under him. Naulabates' lupine banner snapped above their heads. The wind was rising again. Ballista noted its strength and direction. He should remember to allow for it. His head buzzed slightly from the drink. They plodded down a grassy incline. Rabbits and marmots ran from them. Bows thrummed, and the shafts whistled out at their prey. Ballista took a shot and missed. Others had more success. Little animals tumbled and fell, white scuts and bellies displayed to the sun. A covert of oaks tangled the line. When they emerged, a small herd of wild asses were in front. The Heruli yipped happily, automatically closed their spacing, and trotted on. They wielded their bows with mastery. Where there had been motion, in moments there was dead game. Again, Ballista had missed. A crane flew high across them. Naulabates called out something. The others did not shoot. He switched his bow to his right hand, leant far back in the saddle, drew with his left, and released. The crane was transfixed. It plummeted, broken and ungainly. The Heruli applauded. Ballista joined in. It was a very fine shot, and worth noting that Naulabates could use a weapon with either hand. The disciple of Mani seemed close to tears. Ballista could not understand these pacifist sects that seemed to be springing up, Manichaeans, Christians, Essenes. If God or the gods did not want man to hunt, why had he made it so enjoyable? Among the Manichaeans, at least, the non-elect were allowed to kill. None of the Christians were meant to take life, not human life anyway. They would have to change their tune if any ruler ever were misguided enough to join them. Still, that was most improbable. They were near the Ra, no more than 2 bow shots. Ballista could smell the water. He could see the great river here and there through the wide belt of trees and the high reeds on its banks. Naulabates called a halt to dress the line. Again, the order rippled away, banners dipping, horns blowing. The Batu jostled into order and immobility. Horses swished their tails, flicked their ears. Horses and men were sweating. Gold-tinged horseflies bothered both. The thickets ahead grew close-packed. They would be full of driven game, some of it dangerous. The rider's formation would be broken. Ballista flexed his fingers and arms, rolled his shoulders. He took a long drink, put away the flask, and readied his bow. His palms were slick, and his thin linen tunic was sticking to his back. It was going to be chaotic in there.
Naulobates threw back his head and called a long, wild call. Yip, yip, yip. Like hunting dogs, the Heruli gave tongue. Yip, yip, yip. Caught up in the moment, Ballista hallooed. Next to him, Maximus was bellowing. Everyone was yelling, except the Manichaean and Pharas. Ballista saw the latter's mouth open, but somehow knew he was making no sound. Naulobates kicked in his heels. His horse leapt forward. They all surged after. Ballista dropped his reins, let his Sarmatian pick its own way into the dappled shade. Men and horses flashed through the bands of sunlight. Ballista bent low to avoid a branch. There were many things crashing through the undergrowth. A boar started out. Its bald, leathery head and shoulders faced the horseman. The Heruli yipped. The boar turned and broke into its scuttling, bouncing run. The hunters raced after. Glimpses of the beast's shaggy, reddish-brown quarters showed through the bushes. Ballista was up by Naulobates. The Manichaean had disappeared. Ballista took a shot. The arrow missed. Naulobates aimed. At the moment of release, the boar swerved to the right. Naulobates' arrow snicked into the earth. They wheeled after it. The boar went tumbling, crashing, snout first into the fallen leaves. It got to its feet, its tail flicking. An arrow was embedded behind its near front leg. Uligarchus was right above it, backing his horse. Another arrow, and then another, thumped into the boar's flank. It toppled sideways. "On! On!" Naulobates shouted. They were almost at the water's edge. The bank of reeds was seething with wildlife. Splashes could be heard as those that could swim hurled themselves into the broad river. Ducks flighted overhead. The horsemen slowed, pushing ahead more circumspectly, shooting all the time. Ballista had closed up on Naulobates. Maximus was on his left. For a moment, the three were isolated. From behind, an arrow hissed between Ballista and Maximus. Without taking their eyes from the swaying curtain of reeds ahead, both yelled warnings. Something very big was ploughing through the reeds ahead. Feathery tops jerked and vanished. Naulobates was crooning some prayer, willing the beast to him. A full-grown stag, a noble spread of antlers above, burst from the cover. It turned to run. Naulobates surged upon it, drawing his sword. The stag swung back, antlers lowered to charge. Naulobates' horse sidestepped. Not quite far enough. There was a spray of blood. As his mount passed, Naulobates cut back and down. The long, straight sword went deep into the back of the stag's neck. It collapsed like a sack. Naulobates had half decapitated the animal. "Your Manichaean would be glad he did not see that," Maximus said. The feast was held down on the riverbank. The favoured men around Naulobates occupied a low knoll. Ballista and his familia rubbed down their mounts, keeping them from drinking until they had cooled down. The Heruli built fires and collected and butchered the game. When Naulobates had washed, salved and bound his own right leg, he saw to his horse, then skinned and broke up his stag. Like a good hunter and a gracious monarch, he dedicated a share to Artemis and the gods, and handed the choicer cuts to those around him, keeping just the liver for himself. They roasted the meat over the open fires. It tasted good, crisp and flavoured with wood smoke, the juices running. They had salt, but Naulobates' temper flared when he discovered there was no vinegar. The uncomfortable moment passed, and he began to drink. Ballista was glad he was not the herald who had forgotten the vinegar. Naulobates did not strike him as the sort of man who forgot things himself. Ballista settled to drink with the first brother and his companions. Along the banks of the Ra, they all settled to drink copiously. Full, half-drunk, they sprawled in the shade to take their rest. Ballista lay on his back, patterns of light playing over his closed eyelids. "Fire!" The shout meant nothing to Ballista. "Fire!" His eyes were bleared. He forced himself up on one elbow. Sleep is the brother of death. For some reason, the Greek idea floated among the fumes clouding his thoughts. A herald rode up to Naulobates, who was getting to his feet. "Brush fire to the north." "How long?" "With this wind, no time at all." Naulobates tugged at his sparse beard. "The men who let their campfire get out of control will suffer." "No, first brother, the fire started out in the steppe, well beyond the sentries." Naulobates gave him a sharp look. "Ride on through the camp. Tell everyone to gather their things and ride due west into the steppe as fast as they can." The herald clattered off. Pandemonium ensued at Naulobates' words, but it was a sluggish pandemonium. Everywhere men staggered to their feet, half asleep,
Part drunk, part hungover, they stumbled around. The horses were some way off to the west, hobbled to graze beyond the belt of trees. The less crapulous wandered off to round them up. Ballista got up, buckled on his sword belt. His head ached, and his throat was dry. There was an unease in his stomach. A dozen or so riders were coming up from the direction of the river, urging their mounts through the reeds. As Ballista bent to get his goritis, the herald next to him straightened up with a flask and meal bag in his hands. The herald sank to his knees. There was a look of incomprehension on his face. He toppled forward. The bright fletchings of an arrow stuck out from between his shoulder blades. Another arrow thumped into the leaf mould by Ballista's boot. "Maximus!" Goritis in hand, Ballista ran towards the nearest large tree. Maximus was with them. Together they dived behind the wide trunk of the oak. "Fuck!" Maximus panted. Ballista looked out. The riders were bearing down, shooting as they came. He ducked back. Dropping the bowcase, he unsheathed his sword. The thunder of hooves got louder. Ballista and Maximus looked at each other. They pointed to each side of the tree and nodded. The hoofbeats were almost on top of them. 1, 2, 3. They leapt out either side, swords arcing. The nomad pony shied. Its rider released. The arrow whistled high. The last few inches of Ballista's sword caught the animal's front leg near the knee. The impact tried to drag the hilt from his grip. Hanging on, the momentum of the falling pony dragged Ballista to the ground. Scrabbling among the fallen leaves, he saw the nomad jump clear. The pony went down in a tangle of limbs. "Run!" A hand on Ballista's shoulder was hauling him to his feet. "Run!" Maximus shouted again. The nomad was on his feet, pulling his sword free. Maximus almost casually dropped him with 2 blows. Ballista noticed the nomad's clothes were sodden. They ran pell-mell down the slope. The Manichaean was standing stock still, mouth open. Ballista took his arm, spun him round, yelled at him to run. They did not wait to see if the missionary did as he was told. Something plucked at Ballista's sleeve and sped on ahead. He swerved as he ran. At the foot of the knoll was a mass of briars. They fought their way into them. Ballista felt them catch at his tunic and trousers, felt sharp flares of pain as they tore his flesh. "Over here!" Maximus dived into the space where 2 elms grew close together. Ballista threw himself in after. "Fuck!" Maximus said. Gasping for breath, Ballista looked back. The horsemen were outnumbered, but more heraldry were falling. One of the riders was circling his mount. "Now, Naulobates and Ballista!" he shouted above the cacophony. Ballista saw Naulobates. The herald had a blade in each hand. He was ringed by 3 riders. He had no chance. From nowhere, Uligagas threw himself on one of the horsemen, dragging him to the ground. Naulobates feinted towards the opening, then doubled back at the opposite rider. An arrow hit him in the leg. He kept going. The pony reared. Careless of the flailing hooves, Naulobates ducked under its belly, swords darting. He emerged the other side as the animal collapsed. Its rider jumped clear. Naulobates killed him. The 3rd mounted man shot. Naulobates went backwards. A pack of heraldry threw themselves on the last rider. Pony and man were hauled to the ground and disappeared beneath the hacking blades. It was over as it started, with no warning. Ballista and Maximus fought their way painfully out of the thorn bushes. They trudged up to the ring of men around Naulobates. The first brother of the heraldry was sitting up. There was an arrow in his left shoulder, the broken shaft of another in his left leg. He was very pale behind his tattoos, bleeding heavily. His men were cutting away his clothes. Naulobates opened his eyes, looked at Ballista. 3 honourable wounds in 1 day, he smiled. You should be honoured, Angle. These Alani were prepared to die to kill 2 men. Me and you. We should get the horses, Ballista said, before we all burn to death. "25. Calgacus knew that the details of the fight were lost beyond human comprehension. They always were. Only fools thought different. But now it was 7 days later, the calends of July. He had talked to several of the survivors, and the general plan of the Alani ambush of the hunting party was easy to reconstruct. Some had set a line of fires in the dry grasses to the north, knowing the wind would bring it down to where the heraldry rested. In the confusion, a small band had swum their mounts across the Ra. No sentries had been posted on the riverbank. The Alani had got among their enemy with complete surprise.
Only the foolhardy courage of the Heruli, and luck, or divine providence as Naulobates would have it, had prevented them killing the 2 men whose lives they had come to take. He should have been there. He was old, and his arm and shoulder were not good, but he should have been there. Calgacus felt sick every time it struck him how close he had come to losing Ballista. All these years together, and now there was the curse on the boy. Kill all his family, all those he loves. A curse on both of them. Pithanissa had prayed not for Ballista to die, but to live on in misery. But curses can play out in unexpected and awful ways, if the powers of the underworld listen. Who would they heed, if not a priestess of Hecate? Calgacus was not going to let Ballista get killed out here in this alien wilderness of grass. He was not going to leave the bastard's side until they were hundreds of miles away, not until they were safe back in Sicily, safe in the villa in Tauromenium. As he walked with Ballista and the Familia through the Heruli camp to the assembly, he turned the ambush over in his mind. It had been well planned. The Alani had struck at the right time and in the right place. How had they known there were no sentries along the bank of the river? How had they known the Batu would end there at all? Treachery was the obvious answer. Ballista had to be right. Not all the Heruli were happy with the extraordinary reforms of Naulobates. It stood to reason. Not every fucker wants his world turned upside down. The market had been stripped of traders. Its open space was filling with black clusters of Heruli. As guests, Ballista and his Familia wedged themselves right at the back, up against a wagon. A great drum thundered, and more tribesmen pushed in from the various alleys. The groups of Heruli coagulated into a solid, slightly shifting mass. Yet more surged in, creating small eddies in the crowd. Naulobates clambered onto an open-top wagon on the far side. He moved stiffly, using a spear as a staff. He sat in his accustomed plain wood chair. He was on his own.
"What is the meaning of this gathering? What do you want?"
Heruli called out from the crowd. Calgacus smiled. The Heruli had not lost all their old equality in the God-given reforms of their king-turned-first brother. There was a spark left of the people who once killed their rulers for no better reason than they did not like them. Naulobates raised the spear so he could be heard. The Heruli were quiet.
"I want your counsel."
Naulobates' strange high voice carried well. It gave no sign of the wounds or the pain he must still be suffering. Hercules' hairy ass, but that fucker was tough.
"Some years ago," Naulobates began, "we exchanged solemn vows of peace with the Alani. Both sides swore by Animos and Akinakis, the only gods the Alani recognize. We spilt the blood of many oxen. Now the Alani have attacked our brothers who were escorting a Roman embassy. Against the laws of all gods and all men, they tried to kill the Roman envoy. Not content with such treachery and sacrilege, they ambushed us when we were hunting. They have broken their oaths. It means war. The gods are on our side. But how should we fight the war? Give me your counsel."
The assembly buzzed like a disturbed hive. Discordant voices called out the names of those whom they wanted to speak. Calgacus knew some of them. Andonobalus, Uligagus, Artemidorus. Eventually, the majority were shouting for one Aruth. The rest fell moderately quiet. Aruth was a stocky man, one of the Rossomoni with a particularly pointed skull. He was fit to bursting with moral outrage. The Alani were scum, cowardly, sly bastards. His address was long for the brevity of its message. The Heruli should saddle their horses now, this very day, and ride south to sweep the fucking Alani shit from the steppes. What Aruth lacked in oratorical skills was compensated for by his utter foul-mouthed vehemence. The next speaker was Pharis. In more measured terms, he supported Aruth. There was no excuse for delay. What was needed was immediate retribution. They would be outnumbered, but the gods would hold their hands over the Heruli. There was laughter when someone yelled, "Where had Pharis been when the Batu was attacked?" He had not been so brave then. Pharis turned the laughter to his own advantage. Yes, he had gone to relieve himself. Nothing was more typical of Alani cowardice than to attack a man when he was trying to have a shit in peace. Clearly, the firebrand and scatological approach initiated by Aruth was not to all tastes. After much bellowing, Artemidorus was summoned to address the assembly.
"At last, my brothers, I must break my silence. Listen to the words of an old man.
There was much hooting and laughter. It seemed the lines were not new. Calgacus got the latter dark joke. He presumed the former must have something to do with the reputation of all Greeks for talking too much. When the amusement ebbed, Artemidorus continued in statesmanlike mode.
The Alani have 30,000 riders. We muster no more than 10,000. If we go south, their sheer numbers will overwhelm our courage. The gods do not favor reckless arrogance. We should elect a war leader, have him sit on the hide and summon our tributaries and allies. But we should not forget, that will do no more than double our numbers. We should move the herds and the main camp north. Let the Alani come to us. If we draw them out onto the endless expanse of the Sea of Grass, our superior discipline and skill will let us isolate and surround them.
Some roared their approval. Others shouted that it was just the sort of backsliding advice you would expect from a Greek. More speakers followed. None added anything new to the lines of the debate. Nearly an hour later, Naulobates had heard enough. Leaning on his spear, he rose to address his brothers. For the first time, the silence was complete.
Brothers, you give me good counsel, all of it expressed with the freedom of our forefathers. I am sure our brother Artemidorus will not take offense when I say the Greeks have nothing to teach us with their so-called democracy.
The Heruli enjoyed this.
If you will accept it, my plan takes these trails.
The assembly listened.
Artemidorus and those of his mind are correct that we should move our animals, women, and children north, as far as possible out of harm's way. Again, they are correct that we must elect a war leader and have him raise all the warriors we can by sitting on the hide.
There were murmurs of gratification from the more circumspect.
However, Aruth and the others have the right of it when they say we must not be supine and wait. Our inaction would encourage the audacity of the Alani. We must take the fight to the Oathbreakers. When the levies are complete, we must ride south.
There was a happy uproar. Naulobates rode the noise, letting it play itself out.
One thing remains, he said. Who do you want as your war leader?
Men shouted for Naulobates. What surprised Calgacus was that not every herald shouted for the first brother.
Antonobalus! No, he has still got his mother's milk on his lips. Artemidorus! He's not up to it, too cautious. Aruth! We want Aruth! No brains! Naulobates! Naulobates!
The name drowned out the others.
Do you all agree? We all agree!
4 heruli climbed up onto the open wagon where Naulobates stood. Each had in his hands a clod of mud from the riverbank. These they placed on Naulobates' head. As the mud ran through his sparse hair, down over his face and into his beard, Naulobates thanked his brothers for the honour they did him. It was the day after the assembly, and Maximus knew he should not attend the ritual, but something compelled him. If he had been Castricius, or maybe Naulobates, he would think it was his demon. Ballista and Calgacus had been so strong against him going, Maximus had lied. He had said he needed to ride out on the steppe to get far away from it, to make sure he was not tempted to intervene. He had ridden south out of the main heruli camp, but then had circled back, crossed the river, and passed the meadow. The burial ground was in a copse. He stopped at the tree line where the horses were hobbled. Through the foliage, he could see a crowd on foot. 20 or so heruli, mostly Rossomoni. He could see Olympias. The day Andonobalus had come to their tent, Maximus had visited Olympias for the second time. She had seemed pleased that he had come. They had made love. She had seemed to enjoy it. Yet, afterwards, when they talked again, there had been a strange distance about her, some deep sadness in her eyes. It had been the same every time he went to her tent. On the 4th visit, he had asked her what was wrong. She had looked at him with surprise and simply said she was the widow of Philomuth. It had taken a moment for Maximus to remember the old herald, the one Ballista had been asked to kill out on the steppe. Later that night, Ballista had told him what would happen. Maximus had ranted against the perverse innovations of Naulobates. He would not let it happen. They could not just stand by and let it go ahead. Ballista had said there was nothing they could do. This was not a new thing thought up by the deranged first brother. The heruli had always had customs not in accord with those of other men. They had done the same in his grandfather's day.
It had been one of the things that made the Heruli notorious in the north. If Olympias laid claim to virtue and wished to leave a fair name, she would go through with it. It would be her choice. They could do nothing. Maximus sat on his horse and watched. Philomuth's weapons were spread out on the grave where his bones lay. They were garlanded with flowers. His favourite war-horse was led forward. It was dappled in the sun. The Heruli sang. Maximus was too far away to catch the words. A long blade flashed, and the horse bled and died by the grave. Maximus heard the riders coming up behind. He did not look round. Ballista and Calgacus reined in on either side. "Do not fear," Maximus said. "I will not do anything." Ballista put a hand on his shoulder. Maximus watched Olympias step forward. She was dressed in white, golden ornaments in her dark hair. She stood straight. She spoke words he could not hear. Two other women helped Olympias up onto the bench under the bough. She put the noose over her own head. The other women adjusted the knot. Olympias kicked the bench away herself. Maximus watched her feet kick, until two women caught her thighs and pulled hard down. 4 days after the death of Olympias, in the meadow across the river, Naulobates, war leader of the Heruli, sat on the hide. At dawn, a bull was brought forth. Naulobates had killed it with an axe. He had skinned and butchered it himself. His wounds had constrained his movements. Others had built the fire, wheeled out an enormous cauldron, erected it on a tripod, and filled it with water. Naulobates had put in the joints and lit the fire. While the smoke billowed, Naulobates had spread the hide of the bull. He sat cross-legged on it, his hands held behind his back, like a man bound by the elbows. The first day, when the meat was cooked, one by one the leading men of the Heruli had come. There were 10 of them. Andonabalus, Uligagus, Artemidorus, and Aruth were among their number. Each had taken a portion of meat and eaten it. Having finished, each placed his right boot on the hide and pledged to bring 1,000 horsemen of the swift Heruli to the gathering. The following days had seen the great men of the tributary and allied tribes pledge men according to their numbers and ability. There had been chiefs from many peoples. First had come the Eutes, the grandsons of men who had followed the Heruli down from the Swabian Sea. Second had been the Agathyrsi, their swirling blue tattoos as intricate and dense as the red patterns that blossomed on the skins of the Heruli. Next had been the fabled Nervii. They wore the skins of wolves, and were said once a year to change into those terrible animals. After these had come the leaders of tribes along the Ra River, Ragas, Imniscaris, Mordens, all the way to the Goltasidae of the northern mountains. After the chiefs came less reputable men. These lean, scarred warriors were from no recognized tribe. Each had a comitatus of no more than a dozen at most behind him. The uncharitable might call them bandits. Naulobates did not. He spoke to them with courtesy. Their men helped bring the number of his war band to near 20,000. 7 days Naulobates had sat upon the hide. He had not moved from it. On the hide he had slept. On it he had eaten the food men brought him, and defecated in the bowls they took away. Ballista had been there throughout, watching. Although it might put himself and his familia at risk, he had resisted the unspoken pressure to place his right boot on the hide. He was the envoy of the Roman Emperor. He was an Angle, the grandson of Starcad who had driven the Heruli from the north. He may have been used to start this war, but he had no intention of fighting in it. The sun was sliding down in the west. The ritual would end at dusk. Ballista reflected on it and on the strangeness of the steppes. Let him wander the face of the earth, among strange peoples. Some things among the nomads had proved to be exactly as Greek and Latin literature had led him to expect. The Agathyrsi and the Heruli painted themselves and shared their women. Other things had turned out very differently. Herodotus had written that the nomads blinded their slaves. Far from mutilating them, the Heruli offered them brotherhood if they showed valour. The sky was the purple of a bruise that goes down to the bone. No one had placed their boot upon the hide that day, but the crowd was not diminished. It had about it a curious, unfulfilled demeanour. Ballista had read in Lucian of the sitting on the hide, but Lucian had been writing of the Scythians of at least 2 centuries earlier. Had the ceremony survived on the steppe, surviving changes of peoples, somehow hibernating and waiting for the Heruli to adopt it? Or had Naulobates himself also read of it? Certainly he and his son Andonobalus had read many books. Had Naulobates also read Lucian, and decided the long-dead, maybe fictional ceremony would fit very well into his God-given reforms? It was too simple merely to think how literature reflected life, to judge how accurately a book captured reality. It could all go the other way. Things in books could alter the real lives of individuals and peoples. A stir in the crowd broke the path of Ballista's thoughts.
"He has come,"
someone nearby said.
"The Iron One!"
A thick-set figure emerged. Hisana, son of Eoric, king of the Urugundi, scooped up a little morsel of meat from the stew and chewed it. He unsheathed his father's famous sword, iron, and placed his right boot upon the hide. In his melodious and gentle voice, he pledged 10,000 Gothic warriors. Between Hisana and Naulobates passed the look of men whose deep-laid plan has come to fruition, unspoiled by neither gods nor men. 26. The steppe was dry by late July, the grass yellowing and beginning to wither. The passage of nearly 20,000 men and over 40,000 horses could not be hidden or disguised. The dust rose up around them like thick smoke, as if one of the great cities of the Imperium, Ephesus or Antioch, was burning. The wind arched it high across the southern sky. There was no way the Alani could fail to know they were coming. Even if the gods struck blind every spy and scout they possessed, the noise of the army carried several miles downwind, and a man with any fieldcraft could put his ear to the ground and feel the reverberations further away still. The army of the Heruli and their allies was spread over miles of grassland. They rode in 4 units, a vanguard under Uligagus, and 3 parallel columns under Aruth, Artemidorus, and Naulobates himself. All the Heruli and the Agathyrsi had a couple of spare ponies. Some of the Nervii and the Eutes also had remounts, but very few of the warriors from the sedentary tribes along the Ra River, and none of the bandits were so well equipped. The strategy of the horde, lengthily and furiously argued over in the assembly, in the result could not be simpler. They would ride southwest to the Tanais, follow the river when it bent to the west, and at about the point the Roman embassy had disembarked, join with the levies of Hisana, king of the Urugundi. The united force would march south to the Hypanis River and on to the Caucasus Mountains. As they went, they would spread out and round up the herds of the Alani and burn their tents. Somewhere between the Tanais and the Caucasus, the Alani must turn and fight. Ballista and his familia rode behind Naulobates. It had not been an invitation that countenanced refusal. Ballista had tied a silk scarf around his face. The dust still clogged his mouth and nostrils, gritted his eyes. Riding in his mail shirt, the sweat coursed down his body. The straps and weight of his armour chafed. The heat, dust, and discomfort did not lighten his mood. He had no wish to be here. Once Hisana had appeared at the ceremony of the sitting on the hide, it was obvious the Roman mission had failed. A few days later, when granted an audience, Ballista had requested Naulobates' permission to return to the Imperium. For a time, the first brother had regarded him with those unnerving grey eyes, before saying he was disappointed Ballista had not put his right boot on the hide. Nevertheless, Naulobates considered the Romans should remain to witness the war which had been caused by their presence. Besides, Naulobates had added enigmatically, at some point he wished to discuss with Ballista the old days, the days of their grandfathers. The prospect of discussing Starcad with any herald, let alone Naulobates, was not encouraging. Ballista very much wished not to have any part of this expedition. The whole thing seemed ill-conceived. The Alani would know Naulobates and Hisana were coming. The majority of the Urugundi warriors would be on foot. When the Heruli joined with them, the combined army would move slowly. If he were Saphrax, the king of the Alani, he would move his herds up into inaccessible glens in the Caucasus, and block or set ambushes in the passes through the foothills that led to them. The latter should not demand many men, leaving the majority of the Alani cavalry free to harass the invaders, or, more boldly, to counter-strike at their dependents. And of course, there were said to be some 30,000 Alani warriors. If they could catch either the Heruli or the Urugundi before they met on the lower Tanais, the Alani would outnumber them by at least 3-2. On the 4th evening, they made camp with the Tanais on their right. At this point, the river still ran south. It was broad here, riffling over wide bars of sand and shingle. After they had seen to the horses and eaten, there was little to do. There was no baggage train to worry about. All the horde, even the first brother, did without tents and slept on the ground. Drunkenness, gambling, and fighting among the horde were banned on pain of death. Given the well-known inventiveness of Naulabates with capital punishment, the prohibitions had proved highly effective. Only about a dozen men so far had had to be staked out, disemboweled, or otherwise killed. As the heat drained out of the day, Ballista went down through the wide band of trees to the river to swim. Maximus and Calgacus did not stir, but Tarchon insisted on accompanying him. "Remember the boy Wolstan," the Suanian said. Ballista would rather have been alone, but did not argue. Sometimes Tarchon respected the desire for silence. Skeins of geese and ducks were over the river. The water held that strange luminescence which rivers can keep after the sun has gone down. Ballista stripped off his mail and clothes and walked naked into the river. He waded out, relishing the chill, clean bite of it on his skin. When it was deep enough, he swam a few strokes. He dived under the surface and came up, blowing and wringing the water out of his long hair. After a time, he climbed out and dried himself with a towel Tarchon had brought. He got dressed, but could not be bothered to put his war-shirt back on. They sat side by side in silence. Ballista savoured the smell of the water and the vegetation, and listened to the wildfowl. Their sounds often reminded him of his youth. He thought of his father and mother. What an age they must be now. They had seemed old when he left, but in reality his mother could only have been about the age he was now, perhaps younger. Would he ever return and see them? He thought far less fondly of one of his half-brothers. Morcar would not welcome his return. For the first time in months, possibly years, he thought of a girl called Cadlin. It was good here, down by the river. By this time of year, out on the steppe at night, the nightingales no longer sang, and the quails and corncrakes no longer called. If you were away from the noise of a horde of men and beasts, there was nothing but the ceaseless sighing of the wind. It was as if the sun had burnt the joy, if not the life, out of the plains. Ballista very much wanted to get away from the sea of grass. Ballista fiddled with the straps of his mail. In the old days, if there had been even an outside chance of a threat, he would have put it straight back on. Years before, a centurion had told him, it was back in Novae on the Danube when the Goths were outside the walls, that almost all soldiers became fatalistic if they lived long enough. At first, it was a good thing. They could look beyond preserving their own hides. But then they stopped taking basic precautions, became a danger to themselves and others. The centurion had claimed there were two ways of thinking behind it. Having run repeated dangers, some soldiers thought their luck had run out. There was no point in caring, because they were as good as dead, no matter what. Others fell under the delusion that nothing could touch them, certainly not kill them. Ballista had no intimations of immortality. Equally, he saw no reason he should die here, rather than in any of the other bad places in which circumstances had placed him. He thought of his sons, the two best reasons to fight his way back. And he had Maximus and Calgacus with him. He loved the two men, and knew it to be reciprocated. There was no reason the three of them would not get out of this, as they had of so much else. When they did get out, perhaps he might be allowed to retire to his estate in Sicily. The mission had failed. Far from attacking the Urugundi, the Heruli were their closest ally again. But there was war on the steppe. While it lasted, it should prevent the tribes raiding the Imperium. Unless other tribes intervened, it should free Odenathus to fight the Persians, and Gallienus to march against Postumus in Gaul. That must have been why Gallienus had sent him here. Perhaps the Emperor would let him retire at last. It would be good to live in peace. When they were home, he would free Rebecca and the boy Simon. It would please old Calgacus. The things that would please Maximus were all too easy to imagine. As he stood to get into the mail shirt, he heard the urgent triple rhythm of a horse being ridden fast. A challenge was called by a sentry, and the correct password given. The rider asked and was given directions to Naulabates. Ballista struggled into his war gear, and with Tarchon, walked back up into the camp. Few had found sleep easy after the news the scout brought had spread through the horde. Ballista had slept for a couple of hours. It was strange, being in the camp of an army going into battle the next morning, but having no duties and not being involved in anxious last-moment councils. Yet he still felt bone-tired, and his eyes were scratchy with fatigue. Ballista had a good view. With his familia and those that remained of the trained fighting men of the Roman embassy, just 9 riders including himself, he had been summoned to attend Naulobates. There were other dignitaries present, the Gudja, as ever shadowed by the aged Haliorunna, 2 nobles of the Tephali from the west, and 3 chiefs of the Anthropophagi from somewhere far in the north. Naulobates had taken station on a low fold in the ground to the rear of his army. Ballista sat on one of the big Sarmatian horses and surveyed the battlefield. Visibility was improving. The sun was up and burning off the last of the low river mist. Below and immediately to his front was Naulobates' own unit, acting as a reserve. These were the elite, all Heruli, many of them Rossomoni. The 5,000 were strung out side by side and just 2 deep. Each man was backed by at least 4 tethered remounts. Ballista's view was of lots of standards stirring above a sea of swishing horsetails. The main army was about 2 bowshots beyond, divided into 3 more units of about 5,000 each. To the right, their flank on the belt of trees by the Tanais, were the warriors of the tribes from the Ra. The various bandit chiefs were with them, and the whole was stiffened by the nomad Autes. The herald Aruth was in command. In the centre stood the rest of the Heruli under Oligarchus. The left was held by the Agathyrsi and the Nervii. They were led by Artemidorus. These units were more compact, arrayed 5 deep in a formation Naulobates had referred to as the thorn bushes. The Alani were about 4 bowshots from the main line of Naulobates' force. Their disposition mirrored that of the Heruli, 3 units backed by a reserve. Ballista could just discern the small, indistinct shapes of their leaders riding about in front, but the groups of warriors were nothing but motionless, dark blocks on the tawny steppe. As a professional, Ballista ran his eye over the whole. Naulobates had done well enough. The herald had expected to be outnumbered. He had anchored 1 wing on the tree line by the riverbank, and kept back a reserve to deal with any outflanking, either across the river, or more probably, around the other wing on the open steppe. Gathering all the remounts behind the reserve might trick the Alani into thinking they were additional troops. Yet the plan was essentially defensive, containing no bold moves. There was nothing unexpected to unsettle or panic the enemy. It relied entirely on the fighting qualities of the warriors. Ballista studied the enemy. At this distance it was impossible to judge numbers accurately, yet there did not appear to be more Alani on the field than Heruli. Of course, enemy numbers were often overestimated. Saphrax might have left a force to screen the advance of the Urugundi, or he may have left a sizable body of warriors guarding their flocks. Yet it could be something else. At the Battle of the Caspian Gates the previous year, Saphrax had detached a force to lie in ambush. Naulobates had issued strict orders against any of his men leaving the line today. If they obeyed, any concealed Alani should not pose a problem. But there remained the danger that Saphrax had sent some of his warriors on a wide flank march, sweeping out of sight around the Heruli. If the Heruli were defeated, most of the broken men would stream away to the north and northeast, running back to their herds or settlements. Ballista looked down to the river in the west. From the previous night he thought he could get his horse to swim the Tanais, even if he was still wearing armour. All those with him were good horsemen, except Tarchon. They could help the Suanian across, then ride hard for Lake Maeotis. It would mean leaving the members of the mission still in Naulobates' camp to their fate, yet, as far as he knew, the herald had no reason not to release the eunuch Amantius, 3 members of staff, 2 freedmen and a couple of slaves. One thing was certain. Ballista himself had no intention of falling into the hands of the Alani king he had defeated, or Saphrax's dependent, Saumag, the prince whom he had driven out of Suania. Movement caught Ballista's eye from the Alani. In the raking light, elongated shadows were flitting about in front of their line. The dark blocks of warriors appeared to shift and sway. The wind from the north swept the sounds away. There was something eerie about alien pre-battle rituals which were too far away to be made out with any clarity, and which seemed to be conducted in complete silence. Naulobates called the high-ranking Heruli on the hillock around him. Among them were Andonabalus and Pharas. Together they trotted forward down the incline. The first brother would ride the lines, calling out the things he considered would put heart into his men. Ballista and the other diplomatic visitors stayed where they were on the low hill. Ballista noticed that several in his party were looking uncertainly at the triad of chiefs from the distant north. Indeed, all 3 struck one as oddly unremarkable for a cannibal. A high, uncanny howling came from the left of the Heraldry battle line. It mixed with the wind fretting through the standards. Some of the nervii had dismounted. They were throwing off their clothes and dancing, bare steel flashing in their hands. They danced wildly, drawing down from the high god the power of his favoured predator, the grey wolf. Soon they would be slathering, bestial, ready to rend and tear. It put Ballista in mind of home. As a young man he had watched his father dance as one of the Allfather's wolf warriors before the shield wall of the Angles. All along the line the tribes followed their own practices. The blue-dyed and tattooed Agathyrsi, the red Heruli, the Autes, Rogas, Goltasithai, and the others. Ballista knew as well as anyone that men need all the help they can get to stand close to the steel. He pulled the dagger on his right hip an inch or so from its sheath, and commenced his own private ritual. He watched Naulabates and his men turn to come back. He could hear the enemy war drums now. The Alani were moving forward, like the shadows of clouds, as if the surface of the steppe itself had started to shift. And Donabalus reined in next to Ballista. "If the reserve fight, you should fight. I would have you back in favour with the first brother." "I do not see we have a choice," Ballista said. He could see individual Alani, the barrels of their ponies, the riders themselves a smudge, the animals' legs flickering through the dust. Naulabates raised himself on the pommel of his saddle, looked this way and that, weighing things up. Satisfied, he drew his sword and flourished it above his head. The deep war drum of the Heraldry beat. The standard with the 3 wolves and the arrow dipped to the fore. In front, hundreds of banners nodded in acknowledgment. The yip-yip-yip of the red warriors rose from the ranks. The 3 divisions of the front line walked forward, moved into a slow canter. The Alani were closing fast. Padded and muffled, the riders looked top-heavy on the little nomad ponies. Guiding with their legs, they drew their bows. The air filled with the arrows of both sides. 30,000 horse archers were shooting as fast as possible. The shafts fell across the steppe like squalls of rain. Men and horses went down. Just when Ballista thought to see and hear the shock of collision, the front ranks of both sides wheeled and raced back, shooting all the time over the quarters of their ponies. The second did the same, then those following. A deadly gap of 40 or 50 paces was established. Warriors rode up shooting, spun their mounts, rode away still shooting, and turned back again. Advance, retreat, advance, retreat. It had the skill of some long-practiced deadly ritual or dance. It was not long before the dust largely obscured the scene. All Ballista could see was the rear of the Heraldry formations, where warriors swung around to re-enter the fray, the many, many standards jerking and swaying above the melee, and the gusts of flighting arrows. While the warriors twisted and jinked, the fight was stationary. Ballista dropped to the ground to take the weight from his horse's back. It might need all its stamina later. He wished he had his own charger with him, but Pale Horse was many hundreds of miles away, safe on a friend's estate outside Ephesus. The Sarmatian would have to do. He stood by the head of the big bay. He stroked its soft, whiskery nose. He talked gently to it, making it listen to him, not to the sounds of its own species, screaming in pain and fear. The others dismounted. Maximus passed Ballista some air-dried meat and a flask. They ate and drank without talking to each other, watching the roiling cloud where men were dying. The north wind was getting up. It tugged at their hair, buffeted their shields. "Look! Aruth's men!" someone shouted. The melee on the right was moving, almost imperceptibly at first, then quicker. The fight there was ebbing south along the line of trees. "Sound the recall!" Naulabates ordered. The war drum beat a different, insistent rhythm. It went unheeded. A gap was opening between Aruth's division and that of Oligarchus to its left. Naulabates shouted another command, and a messenger galloped down to the river. It was too late. The Alani were fleeing, and Aruth's men were chasing. Ballista saw the Alani reserve moving forward. It was well placed either to take Aruth's disordered men in their left flank, or storm through the gap they had vacated between the river and Oligarchus's division. Naulabates did not rant and rave. Calmly he addressed Andonabalus. "Take 2,000 of the reserve and fill the line where Aruth's men were stationed." Andonabalus trotted down the slope to put himself at the head of his men. Naulabates turned to Ballista.
You should go with him. Breckus has shown me that your demon and that of Andonabalus are blood brothers in the spirit world. You should fight together in Middle-earth, as you do in the Menog.
Ballista got back into the saddle. There was no arguing with Naulabates when his incorporeal twin brought him instructions from the beyond. After checking his girths and checking the others were with him, Ballista cantered down to catch up with Andonabalus. Andonabalus manoeuvred his troop into place with alacrity. Once there, sitting quietly with bows resting on their thighs, they saw the trap sprung. Aruth obviously was no fool. He had seen the Alani reserve moving up to outflank him or cut him off. With much waving of flags and blowing of horns, Aruth had managed to bring the majority of his command to a halt some 300 paces out. The Aeutes jostled, men and ponies out of breath, but ready to obey further commands. Those inexperienced in warfare on the plains and the overexcited had careered on after the routed Alani, oblivious to the recall. Things would go badly for those farmers from the Ra River and the motley followers of bandit leaders. But Aruth had plenty of time to lead the Aeutes back to the lines before the Alani reserve reached them. The first sign was movement among the trees which edged the Tanais to the right. Mounted warriors, banded by sunlight, moving up under the willows and ash trees from where they had hidden down by the water. As they cleared the tree line, many standards were lifted. There were many warriors, several thousand, stretching from well beyond Aruth, almost back to Andonabalus.
Poor Aruth, Andonabalus said. Either he was stupid and led the charge, or he was weak and let it happen, Ballista commented.
It may be better for him to die,
Andonabalus said.
I do not know what my father would do to him.
Aruth has led many men to their death, Ballista responded. Phares and Datius are with him.
Andonabalus's tone was resigned, as if his companions were already dead. There was no possibility of him flouting his father's orders and leaving the line in a rescue attempt. The warriors with Aruth were rushing back towards a safety they would not attain. The ambushers swept out, closing around the disorganized Aeutes tribesmen. Among the Alani standards, one of the nearer caught Ballista's attention. A broad banner depicting a man on a mountain, it stood out from the nomad horsetails, animal skulls, and tamgas. Prometheus, chained on the peaks of the Caucasus, one of the symbols of the royal house of Suania. Only one man in the horde of Saphrax would fly such a banner.
Andonabalus, lend me 200 of your warriors.
The young herald looked with surprise at Ballista.
My father commanded that no one should leave the line.
I am not under your father's orders.
You would risk your life to rescue strangers?
Ballista shrugged.
There must be 3,000 or 4,000 men trapped out there. Sarus, Ammius, your hundreds are to follow Ballista.
Andonabalus looked at Ballista.
Take great care. I intend a distraction, no more.
Ballista paced his horse out of the line and turned to address the men, Roman and heraldry, who would follow him.
We will ride towards the fighting, shoot off a few arrows, then veer off to the right, down to the Tanais. One of the enemy leaders has an animosity towards me. He may be tempted to follow us. If so, it might open a gap through which Aruth and some of his men can escape.
His audience regarded him stolidly.
Remember, we are there to cause a diversion. We want some of them to chase us. We do not want to fight them. Shout my name, get their attention. Then we make our way back through the trees and the shallows of the river.
Ballista realized he had spoken in the language of Germania. He repeated his instructions in Latin. Still in that language, he shouted the traditional cry.
Are you ready for war? Ready!
3 times the call and response rang out. The sound of the 8 riders from the Imperium was small but brave against the din of battle. The heraldry looked on calmly. Ballista laced up his helmet, checked the small buckler strapped to his left forearm, pulled his bow from its goritas, and selected an arrow. With the pressure of his thighs, he got his horse moving. On his right rode Maximus and Hippothus. To his left, Tarchon and Castricius. Old Calgacus and the 3 auxiliaries were tucked in behind. The heraldry, 2 deep, fanned out on either side. As he moved them to a fast canter, Ballista took in what he could see of the whole battle. The melee where Oligarchus fought was passing behind their left flank. Presumably Artemidorus's men were still engaged somewhere in the dust beyond that. The Alani reserve was still quite a way off ahead. Right in front, the Alani ambushers surged around the dwindling band with Aruth. He aimed for the Suanian royal banner.
Ballista! Ballista!
The shout mingled with the rattle of hooves on the hard step. He wished he had his own white Draco standard. That would have guaranteed the attention of the man he sought. They were closing fast. 200 paces. Less. The enemy had seen them. Some were hauling around the heads of their ponies, ready to meet this new threat. Only a couple of hundred of us. They must think we are mad, Ballista thought. Ballista! Ballista! 150 paces. He drew his bow, saw those around him do the same. 100 paces. He released, took another arrow, drew and released. It did not really matter where they fell. 70 paces. 50. Arrows flew in both directions. All around him was the dreadful thrum, thrum, thrum of the incoming shafts, the dull wooden thuds of them hitting shields, the grunting exhalations when one struck a man. Ballista steered his mount off to the right. A horse behind him crashed to the floor. The others swerved around it, surged after him. He pushed the bay into a flat-out gallop towards the trees. Looking back over his left shoulder, Ballista saw the Prometheus banner following, many warriors in its wake. It had worked. The resentment and hatred in Saurmag was pulling him after the man who had expelled him from his native land, from the throne he had killed so many of his family and others to attain. Now all that was left, Ballista thought, was to escape the murderous bastard. As they entered the trees, the Alani were no more than 50 paces behind. Ballista leant very low over the neck of his mount to avoid the low branches. A pained cry and the sound of a rider falling indicated another had not been so provident. Ballista wheeled to the right, back to the north towards where Andonobalus waited. Men and horses speckled with sunlight weaved through the trunks of trees. An arrow thrummed past Ballista's ear. All formation was lost. Men rode for themselves, jinking around thorny undergrowth, jumping fallen boughs. Maximus was still to Ballista's right, old Calgacus now up on his left. The gods knew where the others of the Familia were. The whooping pursuit was loud in his ears. The ground fell away in front. Water sparkled ahead. The bank of the Tanais. He kicked on, set them to make the jump. The big horse did not refuse. It jumped down. There was nothing below its hooves. Ballista leant right back in the saddle, stomach lurching as they dropped. The bay stumbled on landing in the shallow water. Ballista was thrown out of the saddle, to the right, up its neck. The Sarmatian gathered itself, ploughed on through the river. With hands, arms, and legs, Ballista fought to regain his seat. He had lost the reins, lost his balance. The buckler on his left arm was impeding him. It was no good. He was slipping. Slowly, irrevocably, he was heading for a fall. The weight of his mail was pulling him down. Come off here, and he knew he was dead. Or worse, a prisoner of that evil little shit Saurmag. Better go down fighting. He felt the last of his grip going. A sharp pain cut into his right shoulder. He was hauled by the baldric of his sword belt back onto his horse. He grabbed the horns of the saddle, fished up the reins. Thankfully they had not slipped over the Sarmatian's head. A quick glance right, and he saw Maximus grinning. He grinned back. They were running fast along a part-submerged spit of shingle. Silver shards of spray flew. The riverbank here was too high for the horses to jump. They had to find a place where the bank had fallen, or where the animals had broken it down. He looked along the top of the bank. There were riders up there, bows in hand. Allfather. Ballista saw their red hair and tattoos. He looked over his shoulder, a straggle of his men and Heruli. Not any Alani in sight. 27. The most creditable aspect of Naulabati's handling of the battle on the Tanais, Ballista thought, had been the running away. As a professional soldier, you could not fault it. Ballista's diversion at the height of the fighting had worked reasonably well. Saurmag and the horsemen under his command, exiled Suani as well as Alani, had broken off to chase him. Their pursuit had been curtailed when it reached Andonobalus's riders on the riverbank. The gap temporarily created in their encirclement had allowed Aruth, Pharas, Datius, and some 2,000 of the Aeutes to dash to the safety of the Heruli battle line. The men under Ballista had returned for the loss of only 10 Heruli and 1 Roman auxiliary. Of course, the rest of the Aeutes who had not escaped, along with the warriors from the tribes along the Ra River and the bandits, some 3,000 men all told, had been massacred. The Alani ambushers had been very diligent in hunting down those who had avoided the trap. The main battle had continued for several hours. The Alani reserve had moved up to face Andonobalus's men.
All along the line, the bodies of cavalry wheeled, arrows flew, men and animals suffered and died in the choking dust. But it never came to hand-to-hand fighting. In mid-afternoon, it petered out as stocks of arrows ran low, ponies tired, despite the use of remounts, and hot, thirsty men lost enthusiasm. The Alani had broken off first, but no one in the Heruli horde was in any doubt of the way the day had gone. The Heruli could fight again, but they knew they had lost. That night, Naulabates had ordered sentries posted, the campfires lit, and the evening meal prepared and eaten. Afterwards, in strictest silence, the whole army had saddled up and melted away. All the wounded who could sit a horse had gone with them, supported by their kinsmen. Mindful of the prohibitions surrounding the latter, those too badly wounded to ride had been killed with quiet efficiency by their friends. Most had met it well. To the Heruli, the idea was not alien. The screen of scouts had followed the main body just before dawn. Later that morning, the Alani would have taken possession of a camp consisting of warm ashes, broken equipment, and the dead. The march south to the Tanais had taken 4 days. The hectic retreat was completed in just 2, with the loss of only a couple of 100 dead ponies, some of the wounded, and a handful of stragglers. While they had been away, the main camp and herds had been driven about 30 miles further north, to near a small tree-lined stream running through the steppe. It was now 4 days since they had ridden exhausted mounts up to the main camp. Naulabates had told them they could rest easy. The Alani would not reach them for another 2 days. Ballista very much hoped this information had reached Naulabates from intrepid Heruli spies or scouts, and not from Brachus and the world of demons. In case it derived from a fallible supernatural source, he and the familiar now habitually went in full war gear, and never far from their horses. After the midday meal, Ballista went alone to the tent of Andonobalus. 2 Heruli stood guard at the entrance. Although it was one of the bigger structures, it was crowded with armed men. Andonobalus was supported by the other 2 survivors of the Heruli who had met the embassy, Pharis and Datius, the 2 commanders of the bands of 100 who had followed Ballista at the Tanais, Sarus and Ammius, and the great generals Oligarchus and Artemidorus. On Ballista's side of the circle were Maximus, Calgacus, Tarchon, Hippothus, and Castricius. They were all seated cross-legged on cushions, swords close at hand. Some had been talking quietly, with something of a conspiratorial air, but fell silent when Ballista entered. Without a word, Andonobalus got up and unsheathed the Akinakis from his hip. The colours in the steel shone in the light from the open doorway. A fly buzzed in the stifling quiet. Andonobalus pointed the sword at Ballista. "Are you of the same mind as me?" "Yes." Ballista held out his right arm. With his left hand, Andonobalus gripped Ballista's wrist. With his right, he drew the edge of the Akinakis across Ballista's hand. The bright blood pooled in Ballista's palm. Someone passed Ballista a drinking horn. He tipped his hand to let the blood run into it. His palm hurt. The fly buzzed in imbecilic patterns. The blood dripped. After a time, someone gave him a strip of linen. He gave the vessel to Pharis and bound his wound. He was glad the material was clean. He did not let his face betray any pain. Andonobalus held out his right arm, and the procedure was repeated. When it was done, Pharis poured wine to mingle in the drinking horn with the blood of the 2 men. Ballista and Andonobalus put an arm around the other's shoulder, and each gripped the drinking horn with their free hand. They moved close, almost cheek to cheek. Ballista looked sideways into Andonobalus's grey eyes, at the moment so like those of his father. Together they lifted the vessel and drank. "By the sword and the cup, we are brothers," Andonobalus said. "Henceforth, one mind in 2 bodies. What touches one, touches the other." "Brothers," Ballista said. The men in the tent, Heruli and Roman, raised their cups and cheered. They drank their undiluted wine. Ballista smiled. It would have been a mortal insult to reject the offer. A Herul could have only 3 blood brothers. Ballista was unsure why Andonobalus had done him this great honour. Perhaps it was politics, a move designed to bind him more closely to the Heruli in the fighting to come. It could be that Naulabates had instructed him to do it. Or perhaps Andonobalus had read too much into the actions on the Tanais. It was hard enough to dissect one's own motivation, let alone that of another from a different culture. Ballista himself was unsure why he had volunteered to lead the diversion. Still, The thing was an honour, and Ballista liked Andonabalus well enough. At least he could not prove worse than Morcar, his Angle half-brother. "Now you are my brother. You will come to the assembly as a herald," Andonabalus said. Again, no choice, Ballista thought, but he was altogether less happy with this aspect. In every heraldry camp, an open space was left clear of tents for the assembly. The third drum of the summoning was beating as Ballista arrived with Andonabalus and the other heraldry. The crowd was dense, but parted a little for the son of the first brother and the great generals. Standing near the front, hemmed in by the elongated heads, dyed red hair and swirling red tattoos, all so very alien, Ballista wished Maximus and Calgacus had been able to come with him. He felt alone, and the horror of confined spaces was tight in his breathing. Naulobates climbed onto the open wagon. Loud, almost truculent cries greeted him. "What do you want? Why have you summoned the assembly?" Naulobates raised his spear to quell the uproar somewhat. "I want your counsel." "Ask what you want. Spit it out!" The tribesmen were more than boisterous. There was a hard, impatient edge to them. Many were drunk. Defeat had not improved their amenability. "Where is Aruth?" Naulobates said. Aruth stepped into the small open space before the wagon. He moved unwillingly, but he had no choice. If he had not, clearly the crowd, heated by alcohol and self-righteous indignation, would have turned on him. As it was, many of the tribesmen bayed and yipped at the sight of him. Ballista had never really looked at Aruth before. He was a short, stocky man in middle age, with the elongated skull of the Rossomoni. He bore himself well. Only the rhythmic clenching of his right fist, emphasized by the red snake inked on the back of his hand, betrayed any nerves. He looked up, square into the face of the first brother. "Am I the elected war leader of the heraldry?" Naulobates asked. The crowd bellowed in the affirmative to the rhetorical question. "At the Tanais, did I command that any man who left the ranks would be killed?" Again, the crowd roared its assent. "Aruth led his men out of the line against orders," Naulobates said. A babble of shouts rose. "Bastard! String him up! To hell with him! Bend down the trees! Kill the dog!" Not all were for summary execution. "Let him speak! Here's a great warrior, a herald. Just sit him in a tree for the day." "No, he must be heard first." "Let him speak, it is his right." Naulobates raised his spear. A measure of quiet returned. "It is his right as one of the Rossomoni, as a herald." Aruth gave a searching look at the front ranks, then fixed his gaze back on Naulobates. "I did not order the advance. The bandits rode out from the line. The farmers from the Ra followed, then the Utes. I could not hold them." His voice was drowned by shouts. The majority were hostile. "Cowards blame others! Take responsibility like a man! Kill the bastard! Throw him in the thorns!" A few persevered for clemency. "It was not his fault! Spare him!" Here and there, scuffles broke out as the tribesmen debated with their fists. The outnumbered adherents of Aruth were soon pummeled into submission to the general will. "Kill him! Kill the dog! Bend down the trees! Tear him apart!" Naulobates had the drum beaten. "I hear your counsel. I will pass sentence." The first brother looked at the sky and brooded dramatically. Ballista wondered if Naulobates was communing with the world of demons, or at least if that was the desired impression. The silence stretched. Aruth's fist clenched and unclenched, the red snake flexing its coils. Ballista, pressed unhappily against Andonabalus, Pharas, and Uligagus, found himself hoping Aruth would be spared. "Aruth," said Naulobates, "did not disobey the order, but he could not control his riders. Men died unnecessarily under his command. He shall be punished as an unintentional killer." "The box! Hang him in the box!" the open red mouths of the crowd chanted. Crushed in the press, Ballista felt light-headed, slightly sick. Naulobates waved his spear. "He shall be hung in the box from the high branches. He shall have 3 loaves and 1 jug of water. For 9 nights and days he will hang. It is decided." The multitude echoed the sentence. "It is decided!" 2 men shouldered through the throng.
They were battered and bloodied. One spoke for both. "We are Aruth's brothers by the sword and the cup. What touches our brother touches us. We will share his fate." Now Labates nodded. "You are true heraldry." The assembly murmured its approbation. The three men stood shoulder to shoulder as timber was brought out, and the hammering commenced. And Donabalus turned to Ballista. "For 9 nights and days Woden hung in the tree. Sometimes the Allfather succours those who suffer the same." Ballista did not answer. His thoughts were roaming far away. The heraldry prided themselves on their freedom. Certainly in their assembly they seemed able to say what they liked. But was it any better than in the Imperium? In the concilium of the Emperor, fistfights were not encouraged, and opinions tended to be expressed more decorously. But those summoned were meant to speak their mind openly. Yet both the First Brother and the Emperor could ignore the counsel they received. Ultimately, they made the decision. A long time ago, when he was young, Ballista had thought freedom unproblematic. You either had it, or you did not. Either you were a slave, or you were free. Either you were a free man in Germania, or you lived in servitude in the Imperium. His own enforced travels had undermined his childish certainty. Different peoples had different ideas about freedom. Freedom itself, over time, could change its meaning in one culture. He thought of the histories he had been reading on this mission. For the senators in the Res Publica written about by Sallust, libertas had meant the unfettered freedom to compete with each other openly for election to high office, and the rewards they would then reap from exploiting their position. In the Principate, as set out by Tacitus, libertas had narrowed down merely to freedom of speech under a monarch in everything but name, and freedom from unjust condemnation and the confiscation of estates. Yet for both historians, most men had used libertas as nothing but a fine-sounding catchphrase devoid of real substance. Ballista wondered how the vaunted freedom of his own people under the rule of his father would strike him now, if he were ever to return to the far north and the lands of the Angles. Perhaps the philosophers were right. The only true freedom was inside a man. The hammering had stopped. The man condemned by the assembly, and the two condemned by custom and their own courage, did not have to be manhandled into the rough, slatted boxes. The water and loaves were given to them, and the cages nailed shut. With much hauling and grunting, the cages were hoisted into the branches of a huge spreading oak. The mood of the throng had turned to profound admiration, but the three men were left suspended between heaven and earth, their only possible salvation in the hands of a distant, capricious god.
Publius Ignatius Amantius to Lucius Calpurnius Piso Censorinus, Praetorian Prefect, Vir Ementissimus. Dominus, I doubt you will ever receive this despatch, or the others I have written. It is said the Alani will be upon us tomorrow. The heraldry lost the battle, and there is no reason to think they will do better in this, which shapes to be the final one. It is most certainly a judgment of the gods on their disgusting customs. Faithful to your orders, and in the vain hope that some deity will deliver it into your hands, I am prompted to write this last time, to give one final piece of information I have gleaned. From a conversation I overheard between the legatus extraordinem Sithica and his Caledonian freedman Marcus Clodius Calgacus, I learnt that Odenathus of Palmyra has sent ambassadors to Naulobates and the heraldry. I know neither the timing nor the purpose of this embassy, but it must give cause for concern as to the loyalty of the Syrian our sacred Augustus Gallienus has appointed Corrector Totius Orientis. It has been an honour to serve you, Dominus. I have no real hopes of returning safe to the Imperium. Even if, by some vagary of war, the heraldry prevail tomorrow, it is an inordinate distance back to Humanitas, and although the exigencies of war have driven it from all other minds, I have not forgotten the fate of my friend Publius Ignatius Masturbates and the others. A herald camp on the steppe, sometime in late summer.
"28. Calgacus was unsurprised when Naulobates' prediction came true. It had been 2 days since Aruth and his blood brothers had been hoisted into the trees, where, their cages turning gently in the wind, they remained defiantly alive. The previous evening the scouts had reported that the Alani would reach the camp this morning. It was quite possible a demon had told Naulobates. He had the look of one haunted by unworldly things. It was a look Calgacus had seen over the years in Ballista. The torches were beginning to pale as Calgacus walked through the camp with Tarchon. The Herily horde had ridden out long before dawn, and it was strangely quiet, except for the lowing of oxen. Perhaps the beasts could sense the unease in the humans. Things would be decided one way or the other today. Calgacus had got Tarchon to carry most of the food and drink for breakfast. The Caledonian's right arm and shoulder was still strapped, and both his years and his war gear were heavy on him. It was a long walk. Rather than continue the futile retreat north, Naulobates had ordered the encampment put on a war footing. The hundreds of wagons had been set out in a great circle on the southern bank of the stream. They had been chained or lashed together, and any gaps barricaded. The thousands of draft oxen had been corralled in the middle. The non-combatants had gone. They had driven before them the horses, camels, sheep, and goats to join the other herds in more distant grazing. The women and children were scattered in the vastness of the steppe. Of course, should the battle be lost, it would only postpone their rape and enslavement, or rape and death, by a day or two. It could be, Calgacus thought, that he was to witness the death of a people, an earthly prelude to Ragnarok, when the sun would be devoured and the end would come for men and gods. But what could you expect when you travelled to the ends of Middle-earth with a man under a curse? Kill all those he loves. Let him wander the face of the earth among strange peoples, always in exile, homeless and hated. Since Naulobates had led out the fighting men, there were only 1,000 or so souls to defend the 2-mile perimeter of the camp. About 2/3 were the wounded, the rest boys of 13 or 14, 15 at most. And to the surprise of everyone, in the assembly last night, Naulobates had ordained they were to be commanded by Ballista. Many of the tribesmen had seemed deeply shocked. They had complained vociferously. He was not a herald, not one of the Brotherhood. He was the grandson of Starcad, the bloody-handed killer who had strangled their king, Naulobates' own great-grandfather. Strangled him, but not before, gods below. He had hacked off Sonildus's penis and shoved it down his throat. Calgacus had not known about the mutilation. He wondered if Ballista had known. He wondered if it was true. Folk memories were fallible. They changed to suit new circumstances, new needs. How could the Herily have found out? Starcad had left no one alive on that desolate shore. And then it had occurred to Calgacus that he only believed that no one had survived the massacre because the Angles telling the story had said so. Naulobates had dismissed the objections. It was universally acknowledged that no people were more skilled at defending a fortified position than the Romans, had Ballista not been for a day or two emperor of the Romans. As for brotherhood, Ballista was brother by the cup and the sword with Andonobalus, and as for the past, Starcad and Sonildus were a long time ago. It happened far away in a different country. As a sop to outraged tradition, he named an injured herald called Alaric as the second officer of the camp. Ballista had divided his command. The injured, standing guard, spread thinly among the carts, the young inside the ring seeing to the oxen. He kept the Roman contingent with him. After walking the positions most of the night, he had taken his own station on a wagon in the southern arc of the laager. The one he had chosen was tall and constructed entirely of wood. Come daylight, its roof should command a fine view. Calgacus and Tarchon reached the wagon in the slate-grey light of the false dawn. There was a ladder. Calgacus climbed it, slow and stiff in his movements. At the top he saw the dark shapes of 5 seated men. Muffled in their cloaks, they had the air of hooded crows. Muttering, Calgacus put down the few containers he had carried. "It is no trouble at all. You fuckers just sit there. Let an old man do all the fucking work. Do not let it play on your conscience." Tarchon lugged up the rest of the things they had brought. "I thought you would never be back, not with all those baggage animals to bother," Ballista said. Maximus got up and helped Tarchon pass around what had been brought. Calgacus sat down where the Hibernian had been, next to Ballista. On his other side were Castricius and Hippothus. The second in command, Alaric, was beyond Ballista. When they had finished serving, Maximus and Tarchon hunkered down next to the herald. They all ate warm millet porridge and cold boiled mutton, drank fermented mare's milk, and waited for the day. "I hope you do not mind me asking," Maximus said to Alaric. "Why have you not got a pointed head?" "I am not one of the Rosamuni," he replied. "Some of your tattoos, and very fetching they are indeed, are not red.
I'm thinking you were not born one of the Heruli.
No.
So what race were you?
Typhali.
No offence, but are they the ones that bugger the small boys?
Alaric grunted.
Is that why you left?
No, I killed a man.
So what? Everyone has killed someone. Your men Hippothus and Castricius over there, they've probably killed dozens.
The man I killed was my father.
Alaric paused.
And both my brothers.
The statement put a stop to conversation for a time. It was quiet. The wind dropped and was backing towards the south, yet it was still there, blowing across the measureless nomad sea, almost below the level of hearing, insidiously scratching and sighing through the dry grass. Irrepressible, Maximus returned to questioning Alaric. This time his tone was less teasing, the subject perhaps less delicate. Were the Heruli not a fine tribe in which to be a man? How many women had Alaric enjoyed? Maximus had never known a better place for the women. Alaric was more forthcoming, and soon Tarchon joined in. By the tenor of their conversation, it seemed to Calgacus there could hardly be a girl beyond puberty one or more of them had not covered. Liars, all three of them, like most men. Ballista leant close to Calgacus, put an arm around his shoulder, spoke softly into his ear.
I am sorry I have brought you all into this. You were ordered here. It was our duty to accompany you.
I should have found us a way out before now. Calgacus gave a wheeze of laughter.
Oh, we are deep in the shite, and believe me, I've been looking for a way out, but I have not seen one.
Ballista squeezed Calgacus's shoulder, then stood, stretching until you could hear his joints crack. The big man sat down again to wait. Maximus, Tarchon, and Alaric moved on to discussing hunting dogs and horses. Say what you like about the Alani, and there was much to be said against them. They bred fine hounds. Maximus thought he would try to take a couple back with him. Hippothus and Castricius remained silent, wrapped in whatever clandestine and sanguinary thoughts motivated men like them. The sun came up, a burnished plate of electrum on the horizon. The sky above the camp was empty, shining and translucent, but the wind had set in the south, and down there a storm was gathering, big black clouds trailing tentacles of night. In the slanting clarity of the light, even Calgacus's old eyes could make out the whole battlefield. It was demarked in the north by the camp and the stream. 3 miles to the south, he could just discern the dark line of trees bordering a parallel stream. It would all be played out in this wedge of steppe. It struck him as a small, nondescript place to host any such momentous event. The horde of the Heruli was easy to see. It was assembled just 50 yards away. Despite all the herdsmen of the outlying flocks having been summoned, the losses from the first battle meant there were no more than 15,000 warriors. Unsurprisingly, no further reinforcements had arrived from the subject and allied tribes. The host was arrayed in 3 equal contingents, each 10 deep and 500 broad. On the left were the Agathyrsi and Nervii, led by Artemidorus. The centre was held by Naulobates with the Rossomoni. Pharas, on the right, commanded what was left of the Aeutes, combined with the remaining Heruli. The ponies were in ordered ranks. Through the gaps between the units, Calgacus could see the leaders and their aides walking about, their mounts held by handlers. The majority of the warriors were out of sight, sitting on the ground by the heads of their ponies. Above, banners cracked in the freshening air. Below, innumerable horsetails swished. The latter seemed always to be on the verge of forming some pattern, one that remained tantalizingly beyond comprehension. Calgacus wondered how hard the Agathyrsi and Nervii would fight. They were not bound to the Heruli by bonds lasting generations like the Aeutes. Calculations of flight or accommodation with the Alani, if not outright desertion, had to have entered the thoughts of their leaders. Defeat bred desertion. And the ambush of the hunt still nagged him. Someone had to have told the Alani where the Herald Batu would end that day, and that someone had to have been a herald. Naulobates was a reformer, in his own eyes a visionary imbued with the divine. Not all men welcome either reforms or epiphanies. The thoughts of betrayal pressed on, almost of their own accord. All that remained of the embassy that had left the port of Tanais was gathered around the wagon on which he sat. Somewhere near, no further than he could toss a bean, was the man who had mutilated the eunuch, the cruel bastard who had murdered young Wolstan. Unless, of course, it had been the Gudja, who was riding with Naulobates, or the soldier killed in the last battle, or unless the killer had not been a man at all, but a demon. Calgacus was glad he was in full armour, and that the big Sarmatian warhorses were hitched near the foot of the ladder. The sun tracked up into the sky, and they waited. It got hotter, much hotter. So much for those Greek writers poor old Masturbates and the others had quoted, who said it was always cold up here, and summer lasted but a few days. Calgacus had never liked the nights on the steppe. The uncanny scale of it always made you feel insignificant, somehow pointless. But on the journey up in the spring he had enjoyed the days. He had taken pleasure in the bright colours of the flowers in their varied scents. Now there was nothing but friable earth showing through the scorched grass, and depressing clumps of brown knotgrass and grey wormwood. The only smell was dust and the bitter tang of the wormwood. Calgacus again longed to be back in Sicily, back with Rebecca and Simon. The image of him with them in Tauromenium, under a warm Mediterranean sun, all happy, struck him with the intensity of a dream. Its very vividness made him weary. A gust of wind advanced on them across the steppe. It raised dust devils. Tall and swirling, they bore down with mindless ferocity, trailing great lateral branches before being torn apart. Behind them, the storm was building, malignant black thunderheads pierced by points of flickering flame. "The scouts are coming in," Maximus said. It took Calgacus some time to locate them. 4 black dots, well-spaced but converging towards the centre of the heraldry line, where the big banner with the wolves and the arrow flew. There was no point in asking the news they brought to Naulabates. The others on the wagons stiffened, then stood up to get a better view. Calgacus took his time. Down below, the heraldry stirred. Heads popped up in the serried ranks of the horde as men got to their feet. The leaders swung up into the saddle. Messengers galloped here and there with last-moment instructions or words of encouragement. The first Alani outriders were moving fast, raising occasional random puffs of white dust, which drifted in their wake before dispersing. At the sight of them, Calgacus felt the familiar tension in his chest. The outriders reined in about half a mile away, strung out across the field in an extended screen of individuals. From away by the far stream, a broad, dark column of riders appeared. Just behind the skirmish line, the main body divided, fanning out at speed left and right. Calgacus admired the neatness of the manoeuvre. Where before there had been empty steppe, a solid battle line was formed. The dust raised coalesced into a shifting, opaque mist. Through it, the colours of individual ponies could be seen, but the riders were a vague blur. Standards floated in the murk, apparently unattached to the men below. The Alani occupied the same frontage as the heraldry, but even Calgacus could see their formation was deeper. Even more than before, the heraldry were outnumbered. The south wind was bringing the storm up behind the Alani. The hulk of purple-black clouds was lit from within by vivid stabs of phosphorescence. The first clearly enunciated clap of thunder reached the heraldry. "It is very bad," Alaric said. "It is nothing. Another of those storms of thunder and lightning, but no rain," Ballista said. "And Donabalus told me you get them all the time out here in high summer." "A dark cloud over your enemy, a clear sky over yourself. On the steppe there can be no more forbidding portent." Alaric looked downcast. "Hercules' hairy arse," Calgacus muttered. "This is getting worse by the fucking moment." Ballista studied the enemy. The Alani were chanting, brandishing their weapons. The movements and sounds were curiously disjointed. Ballista was searching for the banner with Prometheus on the mountain. He found it in the centre of the enemy line, near that of Saphrax. High, indistinct shouts came across the plain, then the low rumble of hooves and the clatter of equipment. Saurmag's banner and several others were moving behind the Alani ranks. Through the fresh waves of dust, Ballista could see that the enemy were extending their left flank. Nearer at hand, Naulabates yelled orders. The rear 5 ranks of the Rossomoni in the central contingent wheeled their ponies and cantered off to the right to form up as a new unit and prevent the horde being outflanked. The elongated red head of Andonabalus could be seen getting them into order. With his narcotic-fueled dreams of the spirit world, Naulabates might well be considered insane, but he could still manage a battle. He had done the right thing. It left the ranks of the centre and the new right wing dangerously thin, but the countermove had prevented the heraldry being overlapped. Like a festival or a dance, a battle has its own rhythms. A hush spread across the almost motionless field, as if all those thousands of men stood in awe of the deeds they were about to commit. The thunder boomed above them, an unseen blacksmith working at some celestial forge.
The keening note of a trumpet was joined by the whooping of the Alani. The enemy surged forward, and the lines of the heraldry went to meet them. Watching a battle in which he had no part had an air of unreality for Ballista. He watched the gusts of arrows fall, the ponies racing and turning, the men tumbling beneath the hooves. The choking dust slid across everything. The confused roar of it all was loud in his ears, yet it had a theatrical quality. It touched him no more than the imperial spectacles in the Colosseum. Men died there. Men were dying here. It was almost nothing to him. A battle confuses perceptions of time. Ballista thought he had been watching the deadly show for hours, yet when the day darkened as the first storm clouds reached out to smother the sun, he saw it was still early morning. The unseasonable gloom invested the battle with a sombre gravity. The air hissed as the lightning speared overhead, illuminating the black thunderheads from within. The earth shook from the battle. The end would be like this, when the wolf Fenrir killed the Allfather, and the 9 worlds would burn, and the gods die. Ballista wanted it to be over. If, outnumbered though they were, the heraldry won, he would drink and feast with them. If, as must be more probable, they were worn down by exhaustion, and the day was lost, he would gather his familia. They would mount the remaining big Sarmatian chargers and small heraldry ponies, and try to cut their way out of the chaos. "Fuck!" Maximus said. Ballista looked where the Hibernian pointed to the west. A pillar of dust at its base. When the lightning flashed, the glint of metal. A large number of mounted men were riding along the line of the northernmost stream, still a way off, but travelling fast. They were heading for the camp or the rear of the heraldry line. Now Labate's overstretched warriors had no reserve to check them. "No chance they are Uragundi," Castricius said. "No chance at all," returned Ballista. "The demons of death are afraid of me." Castricius had a far-away look. "The portent could not have been worse," Alaric said. "Now we must look to defend the camp." "It would be no use," Ballista said. Alaric continued to talk. Ballista did not listen. He was looking all around, thinking. It was difficult to take everything in. The approaching cavalry, the confusion of the battle line, the camp with the boys looking after the restless mass of cattle, and the pitiful number of wounded guards in the wagons. The noise of the oxen reminded him of something that had happened when the Alani had attacked the embassy on the way out. A stratagem he had read was in the back of his mind. "The boys with the oxen are herdsmen?" Ballista asked. "Yes," Alaric said. "They could drive that herd?" "Of course." Alaric looked exasperated. "The camp?" "How many of the injured can still sit a horse?" 20, maybe 30. Why?" "Here is what we will do. Alaric, get the boys and all the men that can ride mounted. Have the others cut free 4 wagons. Drag them out of the laager to make an opening. All of us here get on horseback." Everyone was staring at him. "I think it was Hannibal, maybe in Polybius. When the Alani outflanking riders get near, we are going to stampede all those oxen into them." "The first brother was right about you," Alaric said. "Loki himself could teach nothing to you. You are Starkad's grandson in your cunning." "What if it does not work?" Hippothous asked. "Then we fall back on my other deep plan," Ballista said. "Which is?" "Which is every man runs as if all the demons of the underworld were snapping at his heels." Mounted, armoured, flanked by his 2 closest friends, Ballista felt the usual apprehension. Maximus never seemed to feel it, but Ballista always did. No matter how many battles he survived, he always feared he would die, or, somehow even more oppressive, would let down those around him, would disgrace himself. He pulled the dagger on his right hip out an inch or 2, snapped it back, went into the vaguely soothing pre-battle ritual of his own devising. Behind him, the seething mass of oxen bellowed. The herders kept them back from the opening with difficulty. The crack and sting of the long knotted hide whips added to the frenzy of the animals. Ballista had led out 11 Roman riders. The eunuch Amantius, the scribe and the messenger, and the 2 slaves had been left in the laager as being of no use. With 20 wounded heraldry warriors and 100 herd boys, those Romans considered martial enough were drawn up in a mounted line, masking where the wagons had been hauled clear. The oncoming Alani had seen them and deployed into a deep line, at least 500 wide. They were bearing down, whooping. As Ballista had hoped, the nomads had proved unable to resist the obvious chance to get among the booty of the camp. The Alani were closing fast.
the bouncing, short-legged run of their ponies eating up the distance. 500 paces. 400. It had to be judged right. 300. The Alani rode with their bows or weapons held out wide to the right, not to catch the sides of their mounts. 200 paces. They were committed. It had to be now. Ballista made the signal with his bow. The arrow with the bright fletchings shot almost vertical into the dark sky. Neat as could be, the screen of horsemen parted, making 2 lanes. There was a terrible sound, like stones being ground by a river in spate. Bucking, kicking, snorting in fury, the first of the near-maddened bullocks thundered past. In moments, there was a solid flood of oxen. The Alani sawed on their reins, pulled their ponies back onto their haunches as they tried to stop, to get out of the way. Their numbers, the depth of their formation, were against them. Ponies barreled into each other. Riders fought to stay in the saddle. The onrush caught the Alani. The solid weight of the close-packed bullocks crashed into and through them. Men and ponies went down beneath the thousands of pounding hooves. Ballista watched with horrified revulsion the body of one of the Alani bouncing off the ground as it was stamped again and again, and was reduced to a broken bundle of blood-stained, fouled rags, the shattered white of a bone protruding obscenely. It was accomplished almost before Ballista could comprehend the totality. The outflanking column of Alani no longer existed. The steppe where it had galloped so proudly was dotted with knots of fleeing horsemen and a widening spread of escaping oxen. The majority of the Alani were running south past the western edge of the battle line. "With me! With me!" Ballista pushed the big Sarmatian into an in-hand gallop after them. Already individuals at the rear left of the Alani main fighting line were turning and slipping away. The sight of their fellow tribesmen routing past them had undermined their resolve, filling their minds with shapeless but awful visions of catastrophe. A tight group of riders was battering its way across the path of the fleeing Alani. Their arms waved, their mouths were open, shouting unheard reproaches. A banner with a picture of a giant chained to a mountain flew above them. Caught up in the insanity of the violence, Ballista laughed. Saurmag thought to halt the flight of the outflanking column. The Soanian had no hope of success. Instead, the gods were delivering him to Ballista. "With me! With me!" Ballista angled through the dust and chaos towards the banner. Memories of a tiny underground cell, himself crouched naked, jagged rock cutting his flesh, overwhelmed him. The man who had had him flung into that place was a few paces away. Revenge was here for the taking. Saurmag saw him coming. The Soanian pulled up, drew a blade. He was yelling at his men. Would he run? Would he fight? His indecision was evident. 2 riders, braver than their master, pushed past Saurmag. Maximus reached them first. He went for the one on the right. Calgacus crashed his mount into the other. Ballista urged his mount between the duels. Saurmag was just ahead. Another Alan surged into Ballista's path. The nomad cut at his head. Ballista ducked under the swish of the blow. He thrust back, missed. He tried to keep moving, but the Alan was persistent. Ballista blocked another blow. Saurmag was pulling the head of his horse around. The little bastard was going to run. A jarring impact, a searing pain in his right arm. Ballista had paid the penalty for his distraction. He could feel the blood running hot down his arm. The Alan cut at his head. As he took it on his own blade, Ballista felt the broken rings of mail cutting into his bicep. Hampered by the wound, Ballista could only defend. His arm was stiffening, weakening. Watch the blade! Watch the blade! He had to put Saurmag out of his mind, summon all his will to survive. The Alan was pressing his advantage, his steel a living thing seeking Ballista's life. There was nothing in the world except the flickering shine of steel. Watch the blade! Another flash of light, from an unexpected quarter. The Alan rocked in the saddle. Maximus struck again, and the Alan, his head a thing of horror, toppled from the saddle. The sound of the outside world rushed back, an almost physical blow in its confused immensity. The Alani were fleeing, not just this wing, the whole horde. When panic grips an army, it is over in moments, completely irreversible. Tarchon was in front of Ballista, grinning like a madman, like a devotee of some ecstatic cult. He was jabbering in his native tongue. He had a bloody sword in one hand, something heavy in the other. He held it out to Ballista like a proud child. "See,
I bring you Sourmag!
29. Maximus had been drinking for 3 days. He had stopped the afternoon before when Naulabates rode back into the main camp. Waiting for the heraldry to return from their murderous harrying of the Alani across the steppe, Maximus had consumed indiscriminately vast quantities of fermented mare's milk and wine, and had inhaled so much cannabis his lungs ached. And it was not just the drinking. He had never had more sex, with the possible exception of one time in Massilia. He raised himself on one elbow and looked at the herald girl sleeping. He drank some water and tried to put the events of the last few days in order. The panic had swept through the Alani like a wildfire. The heraldry had tried to get to Saphrax. They had failed. The king had a bodyguard of 1,000 or so of his nobles. Unlike the majority of the Alani, they wore armour, mail, scale, or lacquered, and rode big horses, some armoured like the men. As their enemies closed around them, they had drawn up in a circle and fought. They had sacrificed themselves to the last man, no quarter had been shown, to win their monarch a start. When the nobles were dead, the heraldry had pursued the fugitive monarch south for days. They had killed many, but Saphrax had escaped. It was said he was in the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains, rallying his remaining warriors to face the inevitable assault. Ballista and the Familia had not been asked to join the chase, and they had not volunteered. With the others, Maximus had ridden back to the northern camp. They had spent 2 days there while the women and children returned, driving in some of the flocks, then 3 days moving south to the main summer camp by the river. When they had got there, Maximus had started drinking. Now Naulabates was back, and there would be a feast. Maximus drank more water. He slid back next to the girl, moved against her until she woke, then took her gently. It was one of the few things that made a man in his condition feel better, if only briefly. Afterwards, she slept again. Maximus lay on his back with his arms behind his head. He did not feel good. He had slept badly, sweating out the alcohol. Strange dreams had troubled him. The hanged woman, Olympias, the other women pulling down on her legs. Maximus got up and dressed quietly so as not to wake the girl. As he left, he wondered what she was called. The sun was up, but the heat of the day had not yet come down. The sky was a bowl of pure blue. There was a cool breeze off the water as he walked down to the river. A gaggle of heraldry boys were playing by the bank. They called out happily, "No nose, no nose, bring me more drink." He picked up a stone and threw it at them. It missed. They ran off, laughing. "No nose, no nose." His clothes and body stank. Drink, sweat, women, smoke. There was food spilled down his tunic and the leg of his trousers. His hair was matted, and his head hurt. He felt queasy, his limbs uncoordinated and heavy. He stripped naked and waded out. The water was cold, a fine silt giving under his feet. He swam to midstream and floated on his back, letting the current take him. In the altered state after his debauch, he thought about Olympias. The pointlessness of the blur of the last 3 days oppressed him. He thought about love. Ballista had Julia, old Calgacus had the Jewish woman, and he had endless women, but nothing near love. Now he was older, he often wondered who would mourn him. Ballista, of course. Probably Calgacus, and definitely Ballista's sons. He might have sons of his own, scattered across the world. Perhaps he had fathered a few more in the last 3 days. He remembered Ballista once telling him how the old Spartans had believed the more vigorous the fuck, the more vigorous the child. Perhaps he would leave behind some strong, healthy young heraldry warriors who would ride the steppe. Vitality was the only patrimony they would get from him, but it was not to be underrated. It was quiet, just the remote sounds of the camp audible. The riverbank was deserted. He watched a brace of snipe darting about downstream. Self-pity could creep up on him in this condition. Not all men were made to love women. Some, young Demetrius, the insane Hippothus, found pleasure in other men. That had never interested Maximus. In truth, he could not understand it. But he had to accept that he preferred the companionship of men to the cloying demands of women. Constructing fantasies about a woman he had barely known,
and who had hanged herself on the grave of her husband, would do him no good. He swam upstream, back to his clothes. He regarded the filthy things, then scooped them into a bundle. Naked as he was, the malodorous garments under an arm, his sword-belt in the other hand, he walked through the camp up to the big tent he shared with Ballista, Calgacus, and Tarchon. As he passed, Herald warriors laughed indulgently. The women and older girls giggled, and the children ran after him, calling out, "No nose! No nose! More drink!" The sun was going down as they rode to the feast in the meadow. They splashed through the ford. A flight of cranes were over the river, the undersides of their wings scarlet with the light of the dying sun. Maximus was alongside Ballista and Calgacus. The rest, Castricius, Hippothus, Biomassus, and Tarchon, clattered after in no particular order. Maximus felt somewhat better. He had persuaded Calgacus to cook, and he had eaten a great deal in the morning. If only there had been some bacon. He had dozed most of the rest of the day. Now he was little worse than weary. Before they left the tent, he had drunk a cup of unmixed wine to liven himself up. They came to the trees around the meadow, dismounted, and tethered their horses. Even in the heat of August, Maximus made it 8 days before the Ides, but he was far from sure. The meadow was still green. The flowers had gone, but the grass was verdant. There had to be a spring or watercourse just below the surface. A quick look up confirmed that the treetops contained no miscreants, live or dead, to spoil the idyll. Perhaps his overwhelming victory had mellowed Nalabates. Still, they had better be careful. The gods alone knew what insane instructions for the first brother Brachus might bring back from the world of demons. A broad, roofless chamber of screens had been erected under the spreading oaks. They belled out in the steady northern wind. There was much activity around the cooking fires downwind. At the entrance, they were greeted by 2 heruli in the fine accoutrements of Alani noblemen. Both guards smiled, put their right palms to their foreheads. One by one they were announced. Somehow Maximus's thoughts were still not sharp. He was the last. Waiting, he noticed the screens were of fine linen, and the sort of ornamented hangings the Greeks and Romans prepared for a wedding. Inside, Nalabates sat alone on a couch at the far end. 2 lines of chairs, most occupied, ran the length of each side towards the first brother. Maximus was given a silver cup to make his prayers. He was not a man given to bothering the gods, but he knew what was expected. He composed his face into what he considered a suitably pious expression, emptied his mind, and drank the wine in one. It caught a little on the back of his throat and was unwelcome in his stomach. Thanks to the earlier livener, he neither spluttered nor brought it back up. A herald showed him to where the Romans were seated. Ballista was first, on the right of Nalabates, then Castricius, Tarchon, Biomassus, and Hippothus. Maximus was seated between the Greek and the herald leader Pharas. Checking, Maximus could see no obvious danger. He was only a few paces from Ballista, and they were all armed. He must try not to get too drunk. The space was lit by torches. Dark clouds scudded over the swaying branches above. Maximus realized that Nalabates was not alone. At one end of his long couch sat Andonobalus and a boy of about 7 or 8. Looking at the opposite line of chairs, Maximus saw Peregrine, the nephew of the Uragundi king Hisana. More startling, next to him was Aruth. The herald looked thin and badly sunburnt. Either Nalabates had shown uncharacteristic clemency, or Aruth had survived 9 nights and days in the cage. A servant poured 2 cups of wine in front of Nalabates, and took one to Ballista. The first brother and Ballista drank to each other. The next cup went to Peregrine, the third to Castricius. There were 30 men on the chairs. It went on a long time. The cups passed out, glittered silver in the wavering torchlight. Nalabates was plain wood. Each guest downed his. Nalabates merely sipped. The toasts concluded, tables were set up and food put out. Again Nalabates paraded his unconcern for luxury. On the wooden platter placed in front of him were some simple cuts of cooked meat. The guests ate elaborate dishes off heavy silver. The cooks had to be captives from Greece, probably from Ionia. Maximus asked Pharas who the boy with Andonobalus was. The herald looked uncomfortable, and leant close to reply. "It is a prophecy the first brother received on one of his demon journeys.
He was told that after he had sacked the city of Athens, he would relinquish his rule of the Heruli when he was translated simultaneously into both master and slave. Andonabalus would succeed him. When the latter fate befell Andonabalus, the boy Odoacer would be the chosen, who would lead the Heruli to a better place.
What better place?
Pharas shrugged. And Naulobates believes this? Asked Maximus. Naulobates believes this, Pharas said in a flat voice. And you? The first brother has the mandate of the deity. After the first course, there was another round of toasts. Maximus was feeling much better. He had no problem at all downing his cup to the first brother. After the second course, there was no more food except nuts, cheese, and dried fruits. There was a lot more drink. Maximus was warming to the occasion. A bard stood in the middle and sang a song of the glorious victory of the Heruli over the Alani. The singer concentrated on the martial virtues of Naulobates, but included graceful compliments to his ally Hisana of the Orogundi, and to Ballista and Tarchon. The slaying of the evil Saurmag was a good verse. The audience was rapt. Some Heruli were moved to tears. Castricius and Hippothus, not knowing the language of Germania, appeared less involved. The little Roman had his eyes on the trees above, lost in thought. The Greek had his eyes fixed on a young herald opposite. It had better be physiognomy, not lust, Maximus thought. The song ended with a flourish. Naulobates took a thick gold band from his arm and gave it to the bard. Then he stood, and the only sounds were the splutter of the torches and the snap of the screens. We have won a great victory, but not yet the war. Like a viper, Saphrax has slithered back to his nest. We killed many and many of his riders, but many remain. The Crucasus will see hard fighting. In the mountains, the great-hearted infantry of the Orogundi will come into their own. The Heruli cheered and yipped. Peregrine, although rather flushed, made a face full of dignity. But tonight is a celebration. Naulobates paused, looking out over the hangings at the racing blackness of the night. When he resumed, his voice was thoughtful. A man can have only 3 blood brothers. It is our law. I have Oligagos, Pharas, and Aruth. Naulobates gestured. 3 armour-bearers stepped into the middle. They carried a spear, a buckler, and a goritis bound in white leather. Behind them, a man led in a great red horse. At the noise, the stallion rolled its eyes and tossed its head. It is permitted a man to have many sons in arms. Tonight, I will give the honour to Dernhelm, son of Isangrim, son of Starcad. Maximus, along with everyone else, looked at Ballista. The Angle's face was completely without expression. Ballista got to his feet. He went to the stallion, and, with slow, open movements, he took its bridle. Speaking softly, with no hurry, he calmed the animal. Eventually, he brought his face close to its nostrils, taking all the time he needed, letting his breath mingle with that of the horse. Returning the bridle to the handler, Ballista stepped before Naulobates. He buckled the bowcase to his belt, the small shield to his arm, and took the spear in his hand. Ballista got to one knee. He placed the spear upright in front, both hands around its shaft. Naulobates cupped his hands over those of Ballista. From this moment you are my son. Wherever you go, my demon Brachus will watch over you. The horse was led out, and Ballista took his seat again. Naulobates had not finished. A servant appeared, carrying a cup that flashed gold. Tarchon of Suania, you killed Saurmag, the would-be tyrant of your people, the crooked adviser of Saphrax. When you drink, all will remember your valour on that day. It is a custom of our people. Tarchon stood and took the cup. Now Maximus could see it was a gilded skull. The skull of Saurmag. Tarchon was beaming with straightforward pleasure. Naulobates turned to Ballista and smiled. Your goritis is bound in his skin. Ballista looked down at the thing on his hip. When he looked up, again no emotion was to be read on his face. Later, much later, the Romans staggered back to their quarters. Everyone disappeared to their tents. Maximus did not.
The blood was pounding in his head. He stood, leaning on the spear Ballista had planted, letting the cool wind play over him. Soon he could hear the other three snoring inside his tent. Maximus raked the ashes off the cook fire, exposing its glowing heart. He sat cross-legged by it and drew 2 knives from his boots. With exaggerated care, he fished out a bag and put some of the cannabis on the flat of one blade. He held it down with the other blade. He held the daggers in the heat, then hunched over, inhaled the aromatic smoke. He repeated it until his head was light, buzzing. The wind fretted at the ropes of the tent, tugged clusters of sparks from the fire. Up above, glimpsed between the clouds, the moon continued its near-eternal flight from the wolf Hattie. Maximus laughed, recalling the very different reactions of Ballista and Tarchon to their grisly gifts. Soon they would be gone from this mad place. A noise, not the wind, made Maximus turn. He half overbalanced. A figure was approaching, tall, spectral, only part of this world. Maximus got to his feet unsteadily. Hippothus moved as if in a trance. The Greek's face was white, immobile. "The horror," Hippothus said. "The horror." Maximus had a knife in each hand. Hippothus took a step forward. "What?" Maximus said. Hippothus started, as if realizing where he was. "What?" "The Heruli. I found them. They were—" "What?" Hippothus balled his fist, thumb between index and middle finger to avert evil. Maximus noted the Greek's other hand was also empty. "Pharas was there, and Onobalus too. They were—" Hippothus struggled for the right words. "They were fucking a donkey. They laughed when they saw me, said it was the custom of the Rosamoni." A moment's pause, and Maximus started to laugh. After a time he found he could not stop. The Heruli were not as other men. Water was slopping from the fountain of Trajan, running down the street. He stood in the sacred way of Ephesus, irresolute, afraid. Above, swallows darted, their wings flashing in the sun. There was a single line of cloud, straight as if drawn by a pencil. Small figures crawled like ants over the debris of the terraced houses the earthquake had collapsed down the hill. A man was herding 2 blonde children into the shelter of the Temple of Hadrian. He knew he should have killed the boys, too. The mob spewed out from the commercial agora. Like a huge predatory beast, it sighted him. He turned to run uphill. His legs were not working properly. The sacred way reared in front, impossibly steep. The noise swelled. They would break him up like a stag. He woke, full of apprehension. He forced himself to look. The demon was standing at his feet. She was a little girl, no more than 5 or 6. She looked as he had left her, the white tunic bloodied, mud in her golden hair. The demon never spoke. She just regarded him, almost dispassionately. As she had on that night, she held her hands out in supplication. "Hecate, all the chthonic deities, all you Olympians, make it leave." As if in answer, the demon turned and went out. He raised himself and looked around the tent. The others were sleeping, the scribe snoring hoggishly. He lay back, heart pounding in his chest. He had made a terrible mistake with the girl in Ephesus. She had been innocent. He should have mutilated her. The unjustly killed cannot walk if they have been mutilated. He had not made that mistake again. If he had only wiped the bloody blade in her hair, he would have been spared this recurring horror. What he had done, all of it, had been the god's will. It was a war on vice. In all wars, the innocent suffer. You should not suffer blood guilt in a war. Outside, he could hear men moving. It must be the last watch of the night, near dawn. Why had the demon returned now? It had been months since the last visitation. The gods of the underworld must have let her walk for a reason. He had let his work lapse while they were here. In truth, he had been scared of the Brachus of Naulobates. If he had continued his work, Naulobates' demon would have caught him. Of course he was not scared to die. The demonstration with the trees was laughable in its barbarian crudity. But if he were killed, the work of the gods could not be carried out. The scourge of evil would end. The gods had sent her to recall him to his duty. They would leave this place soon, and then it would be time to take up the struggle again. 30. There was no fanfare when Ballista finally led the mission out of the camp of the Heruli. Naulobates had ridden south with the majority of the nomad warriors 3 days after the feast. The first brother intended to join with Hisana and his Urugundi, and, although it would be late in the season, together they would take the war to Safrax in the Caucasus. Now, 2 days after the departure of the horde, the few remaining men and the women and children were packing up the great summer camp, ready for the annual trek back down to the winter grazing on the banks of the Tanais. Ballista had received word that he and his men were free to begin their long journey back to Lake Maeotis, and then on to the Imperium. He pulled his horse out of the line and shaded his eyes as he looked back into the rising sun. The column was in order so far. There were 17 riders, including himself. Maximus, Calgacus, and Tarchon rode point at the front, with the guide provided by the Heruli. They were followed by the surviving members of the staff, by Amassos the interpreter, the scribe, and the messenger, and Amantius the eunuch. It was odd seeing the latter in his red cloak and white tunic. Odd that he was alive when so many obviously tougher men had died. The pack animals came next. There were 20 of them. The Heruli had been generous. One thing they did not lack was ponies. Roped into 2 strings, they were led by the 2 remaining slaves. Who owned these slaves was a moot point, given both Mastrobates and Hordionius the centurion were dead. Castricius and 1 auxiliary cavalryman were on flank to the north, Hippothus and the other trooper to the south. The 2 freedmen brought up the rear. These ex-military slaves had the worst of it. Anyone riding drag got to eat the dust raised by the rest. Their course lay west of southwest across the Sea of Grass. They would come to the higher reaches of the Tanais on the 2nd day. There was a crossing place. Then they would take a direct line to the town of Tanais. Rodolphus, the guide, said it would be 12 days, easy ride. Ballista saw no reason not to trust the herald. Behind the swirling tattoos, Rodolphus had an open face. He had lost 3 of the fingers on his sword hand, which accounted for why he was with them. That first day, they rode under a burnished sky, empty except for the occasional vulture or rook. They plodded along the open land, the sweat running down them. Rodolphus had said they did not need to wear their armour. They were unlikely to run into any serious trouble. Given the heat, they were all glad of that. In the afternoon they saw great pulsating clouds of dirty yellow dust off to the north and rolling down towards them. One of the outlying Heruli herds, Rodolphus said. An hour or so later, from a slight rise, they saw the ochre plain up there dotted with the tiny black shapes of cattle, hundreds of them. Like the main body of the nomads, these were making their way south. It would be a long journey. Rodolphus told them the herds, sheep, goats, or cattle, if grazing as they went, usually travelled at no more than 5 miles a day. They came to the Tanais before noon on the 2nd day. The land here folded up a little more. They saw the trees fringing the river and smelt the water before it came in view. The river was wide, but mainly shallow. Rodolphus led them straight into the water. They waded their horses out to a narrow island with a line of trees, then across to another. They had to swim the animals the last part. Ballista kept an eye on Tarchon. The Suanian would never make a natural horseman. It was quite a stretch, but the current was slow, and nothing bad happened. In retrospect, the crossing seemed easier than scrambling up a gully in the higher western bank. They saw to the horses, lit a fire, dried out themselves and the baggage, and ate lunch. Afterwards, while most rested in the shade of some willows, Maximus inhaled some hemp with Rodolphus. The Hibernian had grown to love that stuff. Hot and dirty and not in the mood for narcotics or company, Ballista walked back down the gully to the Tanais to bathe. Down by the water were the remains of a tiny settlement. The jambs and lintel of the doors of the 2 huts still stood. Their 4-square solidity was strange against the rest. The walls were sagging or gone, and above the roofs were partial skeletons of joists and beams. The wattle of the stockpen wall had fallen and unwoven. Its warped sticks were strewn across the dust, while the sets of twin posts that had once held it upright stuck up at crazed angles, white like bleached bones. Ballista walked through it, held by the common human fascination for desuetude. How did this happen? Where did everyone go? Any portable possessions had long ago been robbed out. The dust sifted grey and fine on his boots. There was no sign of burning, but somehow he had no doubt violence had been involved in its abandonment. There were fish in the river. Wildfowl would flight here. The soil was fertile. He had a vision of two hard-working families, models of rustic virtue. Maybe one had a daughter to betroth to the son of the other. They would sacrifice a specially fattened calf for their bucolic nuptials. And then the riders had come. They had steel in their hands, and quite likely they had red tattoos. The country beyond the river, while still flat, was not featureless. It was patterned with dry watercourses. The sides of these dropped down suddenly as if they had been cut by the spade of a giant. Greyish shrubs grew in them, back flushed to the level of the surrounding grass. They curved like dark tattoos across the face of the steppe. That night, Ballista lay watching sheet lightning on the northern horizon. Rain would come soon, Rodolphus had said. The third day the steppe reverted to type, a flat run of brown-black grass as far ahead as could be seen. The north wind had brought down the clouds. Black and without a break, they slid south, low overhead. As the travellers rode southwest, it was as if they were trapped between two solid plains, like the hemp between Maximus's blades. By noon it was dark enough to be evening. The thunder welled up in the clouds. The sheet lightning accentuated the gloom with its sporadic flashes of pure white. In one of these, Ballista saw 3 men on ponies riding parallel to them in the south. A quarter of a mile away, half a mile, it was impossible to judge.
"There are many broken, tribeless men on the steppe," Rodolphus said. "More now after Naulabati's victory. Many Alani, riders from the Sirikoi, Aersoi, their subject tribes."
The guide shrugged.
"Heruli too. Fear made some of the brothers slip away from the fighting. They were fools. 'Tis better to stand up to the arrow storm and the steel for an hour or two. Better to take the wound." He held up his right hand with the truncated digits. "Better even to die than live as an outcast. It is a hard life, bad for the soul. Those men have seen our horses and pack ponies and the baggage. They may try to steal them, but unless there are many of them, they will not try and fight us for them."
They made camp early, under a loud, angry sky. Ballista decided they would set pickets. To keep them sharp, prevent any falling into a routine, they would be chosen by lot each evening. After dinner, Ballista and Maximus took the first watch. They sat, cloaks pulled around them, at either end of the horse lines to the west of the camp. Ballista could sense the rain and the storm. 9 more days to Tanais. Some of them would be wet. A day or two in the town hiring a boat. Another day or two crossing Lake Maeotis. Would there be an imperial official with new orders waiting for them in the kingdom of Bosporus? If so, they might have to winter in Panticapaeum again. If not, they should be able to get passage across the Euxine to Byzantium before the weather closed the shipping lanes. If no mandata awaited them there either, he was minded to journey on by land. The weather would be bad, but he still had diplomata to use the cursus publicus. They could use the imperial posting service up through the Danubian provinces, across the Alps, if the snow had not closed the passes, and report to Gallienus at Mediolanum, assuming the emperor was there with the field army. He was not unduly worried how Gallienus would receive them. True, he had ransomed no Roman prisoners, and had failed to turn the Heruli against the Uragundi and the other Goths. Yet there was war on the steppes. Having fought in the Caucasus, he did not think Naulabates and Hisana were likely to attain a quick victory over the Alani. The remote passes and upland pastures were studded with forts and made ideal terrain for ambush. That was 3 tribes too occupied to raid the Imperium, and half the gold with which he had been entrusted was returning. The thunder and lightning were spooking the horses. Time was passing since Ballista had been forced briefly to assume the purple. Gallienus had not had him condemned in the immediate aftermath. There was no reason to think the Emperor would do so now. Unless... Lightning illuminated the whole steppe with a fleeting brilliance that had no perspective and was gone in a moment. The blackness after was impenetrable. Unless there had been an outbreak of usurpations,
and the Concilium thought a purge was necessary to reassert the authority of the central government. Ballista had been away from the Imperial Council for a long time. He had never fully understood its inner machinations. Undoubtedly, he had enemies there. Yet he also had friends. The last he had heard, Aurelian and Tacitus still stood high in the favour of Gallienus. Lightning tore across the sky. Ballista wondered how Rutulus had got on in his embassy to the other Gothic tribes, the Borani and the Grethungi. Being yoked with the old consular Felix would have been no joy. Halfway along the line, a horse reared against its tether. Ballista got to his feet, stretching the knots out of his muscles. A figure was at the horse's head. "Maximus!" A gust of wind snatched the word away. Ballista walked down the line of white-eyed horses. There were 2 men by the plunging horse. "Maximus!" Ballista threw off his cloak, drew his sword. "Horse thieves!" Ballista ran at them. One figure swung up onto the animal, the other holding its head. "Maximus!" The second man jumped up behind the first. The horse bolted. Something warned Ballista. He turned, weapon ready. A blade sliced towards his head. He parried and riposted, but the man had leapt aside and was running off into the darkness. "Maximus!" A dark shape in front. "Is that you?" "Of course it is fucking me!" Other men were running up from the campfire. "They just got the one." The next night the storm returned, but still the rain did not fall. About midnight, someone shook Calgacus awake. "Enough, enough, you ham-fisted fucker!" Tarchon stopped shaking him. "Your turn with the pederast." Calgacus clambered to his feet. His shoulder hurt. It seized up when he slept. He yawned, coughed, hawked, spat, and farted, all as loudly as possible, inspired by a half-realized resentment at others sleeping when he was awake. The noises were lost in the clamour of the storm. Hippothus was waiting by the fire with one of the soldiers. Sparks whirled away to die in the darkness. The change of pickets was shite. Calgacus would tell Ballista in the morning. If both men on watch came in to rouse their replacements, it would not take the most intelligent horse thief in the world to work out when to strike. Although, if any of the fuckers were out on a night like this, good luck to them. The horses were tethered in 2 lines running north-south out to the west of the camp. Between the lightning flashes, it was so dark they were barely visible from where the men slept around the fire. Hippothus disappeared off to the northern picket. Calgacus walked through the lines to the southern post. The horses shifted and whickered at him as he passed. He liked the sweet smell of them. He muttered soothing things. A herald pony tried to nip him. Out beyond the shelter of the animals, the wind buffeted him. There was no cover, so he sat with his back to it. He pulled his cloak around him. Since they had been there, he had never liked the night on the steppe. Up above, the storm roared. There were no stars. All the constellations, the Pleiades, the Eyes of Thiazi, whatever different men called them, were gone. The moon had vanished as surely as if Hati the wolf had devoured him. It was Ragnarok weather. At the end of days, Fenrir the wolf will break his bonds. Jormungand the serpent rear up from the sea, the dead rise from hell, and Naglfar, the ship made from dead men's nails, bring doom to gods and men. Calgacus wondered if he believed it, any of it. They were the first stories of the gods he could remember. The Angles had seemed to believe, but it had been made very clear he was not an Angle. He was a Nething, a Caledonian slave. He had grown up an outsider in Germania. All these years with Ballista, he had remained an outsider among the Greeks and Romans. When the traditional gods were always beings other people worshipped, it made his own belief in any of them improbable. Those religions he had encountered which offered a new identity, Manichaeism, Christianity, struck him as the self-evident results of human ingenuity. Something warned Calgacus. He shifted and peered out from under his hood. Hippothus was ghosting down the horse lines. He had a sword in his hand. No demon, then. All the time just a man's murderous insanity. Calgacus did not move. Under his cloak, he eased his sword in its scabbard. He watched out of the corner of his eye, waiting, waiting. As Hippothus closed, Calgacus rose, turned, drew his weapon, and thrust in one fluid motion. Caught by surprise, the Greek sidestepped.
too slow. The edge of Calgacus's blade scraped down his ribcage. Hippothus stepped back. He seemed not to feel the pain. In the lightning, his eyes were mad. Calgacus roared as he cut at Hippothus's head. Sparks as Hippothus blocked the blow, countered, and was blocked in turn. They circled. Intense concentration made it hard for Calgacus to shout. Hippothus led on one foot, then shifted his weight to the other, and launched a flurry of blows. The heavy impacts jarred up into Calgacus's shoulder. The steel rang against the thunder. The horses were calling, fighting against their tethers. That would bring the others. Just stay alive. Something turned under Calgacus's boot. He staggered. Hippothus struck. Calgacus brought his sword across. Not quick enough. The breath grunted out of him as the steel punched up into his stomach. As the blade was pulled out, Calgacus doubled up. He used his sword to push himself near upright, drew the long dagger from his right hip, got it out in front. The blood was running hot down his groin onto his thighs. Hippothus stepped in, chopping down at his head. Calgacus met it with the dagger. The force almost drove him to his knees. Movement, shouting off towards the fire. Just stay alive. Like an animal seeking the warmth of his blood, the steel cut at him again. He blocked. Slower, the pain hindering his movements. The horses were rearing as men ran through the lines. Hippothus looked over his shoulder, then turned and ran into the darkness. Calgacus felt his knees give. He was face down, the grass coarse under his cheek. The blood was hot on his hands pressed to the wound. How long would it take the fuckers to get here? From a great distance he heard yelling, above the howl of the wind. With surprise, he realized he was not thinking of Ballista, and not of Rebecca and Simon. He heard the crash of waves on rocks, caught the scent of a peat fire, glimpsed a woman's half-remembered face. "31. There! The herald guide, Rodolphus, pointed. Ballista shaded his eyes, though there was no sun coming through the low, fast-moving clouds. The air was misted with dust and debris picked up by the north wind. He could see nothing else. "To the right of the 3 barrows, well beyond." "I see it," Maximus said. Ballista screened the right-hand side of his face to try to keep out the grit. His eyes were watering. A thin smudge of more solid dust, glimpsed for a moment, then merging back into the general obscurity. "How far?" Ballista asked. The herald considered. 4 miles, maybe a bit more." "A fair distance," Ballista said. "Not far enough." The herald nudged his pony on, and the other 2 did likewise. "He has made bad time. We will run him down today." How had Hippothus hoped to get away with it? Maybe if he had caught Calgacus unaware and had managed to kill him with no outcry, he might have tried to pass it off as the work of horse thieves. Not trusting in that outcome, Hippothus had untied a horse from the line, saddled it, and left it tethered out in the darkness of the steppe. And that had been his fatal mistake. The Greek had not learnt from his time on the steppe. He had taken 1 horse. The 3 men pursuing him had 9, 8 now that one had gone lame and been turned loose. Not that it would have done them any good without Rodolphus. How the herald had tracked Hippothus west for the last 2 days amazed Ballista. The surface of the steppe was baked too hard for hoofprints. Now and then, Rodolphus lost the line and had to cast around. He would drop from his mount, peer at the scorched grass, and feel the dirt. Eventually, he would grunt in satisfaction and swing back into the saddle. Only once, a pile of horse droppings, had Ballista been able to detect any sign. They rode on at a fast canter. Each time the thunder cracked, the red Sarmatian Naulobates had given Ballista flinched and laid his ears flat. The Heruli ponies gave it less mind. The rain would fall at any moment. By the look of the clouds, it would be heavy. Back at the camp, there had been chaos after they had found Calgacus. Chaos, then hard decisions. Holding the old man's head in his lap, Ballista had lost his temper, yelled at the others to be quiet, shut the fuck up and let him think. A lone rider, even with only 1 horse, would outrun the column. Only some could give chase. and they had to have spare mounts. Ballista had known right away he needed Rodolphus, and he would not be without Maximus, not now of all times. Tarchon had begged to come. He had ranted. He had failed in his duty. He had to redeem his honour. His passion led him to revert to his native Suanian. No one else understood the words, but his meaning was still clear. Ballista had remained adamant. The column could not be too stripped of its fighters. The steppe was full of broken men. Besides, he had told the Suanian, one of them had to stay with Calgacus. Ruthlessly they had thrown away baggage and taken 6 of the ponies as remounts. Castricius had been left in charge. He still had 2 auxiliaries, and the 2 ex-military slaves as well as Tarchon. 6 armed men should be enough. The interpreter Biamassos had shown spirit. They should be enough to see off any but the most committed or desperate bandits. Castricius had taken instructions from Rodolphus. These amounted to little more than to keep on southwest. 8 days, easy march, and they would come to Lake Maeotis, if not straight to the port of Tanais itself. The interpreter spoke all the local languages. There was water along the way, and they had ample provisions. Ballista had few fears on that score. A man like Castricius, a man who had survived the mines, the sack of Arete, and whatever else had happened to him in Albania, was unlikely to fail. Ballista felt guilty for the times he had thought Castricius might have been the killer. A much greater guilt tried to force itself up into his thoughts. He stamped it down. Time enough for that when this chase had run its course. All-Father, all these years, and he had never bothered to ask what funeral rites Calgacus wanted. The first drops of rain dimpled the dust of the plain. Soon it was falling hard, beating in at an angle, running down his face, sluicing off his riding cloak. Ballista called over to Rodolphus. "There will be no dust to follow." The herald turned, squinting against the downpour.
"There will be tracks. His horse cannot hold out for much further."
They changed mounts, and ate some dried meat and drank milk. The herald stepped from one pony to another, not bothering to dismount even to urinate. When they moved off, Rodolphus had them spread out across the plain. Riding alone on the right flank, Ballista remembered something Julia had said years before. The dead do not suffer. That is for those left behind. Calgacus had been alive when he reached him, but with eyes beyond hope, mouth beyond speech. Ballista began to cry again. Down in the darkness of the tomb, Hippothus waited. They would not be long now. He had seen them coming from the top of the kurgan, 3 riders, each with a string of ponies on a lead rein. There had been no mistaking them, even through the rain at that distance. Ballista, Maximus, and the herald guide. Hippothus hoped they had seen him silhouetted on the skyline. He had tethered the horse right outside the opening to make sure they knew he was here. It was a story from Polemon's physiognomy that had started him on the long journey to this dark place. There was a woman in the city of Perge, in the land of Pamphylia. The women there go veiled, as decent Hellenic women should. You can only see the eyes and nose. It had been enough for Polemon. What a great evil is about to descend on this woman, he had announced. The sign was that her nostrils had darkened, and her eyes widened and turned green. Her head moved much, and as she walked, her feet knocked together as if from fear. To the astonishment of Polemon's companions, someone ran up, shouting that the woman's daughter had fallen into the well at their house and been drowned. The woman ripped off her veil, tore the front of her dress, and threw off her clothes, even her loincloth of Egyptian or Greek linen. Naked, she fell on her face, sobbing for her beloved daughter. It had been the first step on Hippothus's journey. Physiognomy not only let you look into someone's soul, it allowed you to see their future. Polemon had also met a man from Lydia. His colour was dark, tending to redness, as if he had drunk wine or were angry. He was strong, his ankles were thick, the digits of his hands and feet were short, and in his voice was an ugly hoarseness. Of course, his eyes were evil. Often he bared his teeth like a wild pig when it turns on its hunter. It was evident to Polemon that the man was full of tyranny and enmity, often threatening evil. A killer and a shedder of blood. Yet no one but Polemon was aware of the horror the man would perpetrate. The man's neighbours were celebrating a festival. The man sent them a basket of food.
The basket was put among the offerings and opened. On top were saucers of oyster shells, but underneath was a severed head. The story had been a revelation to Hippothus. The neighbours had cursed the killer, the polluter of festivals. Polemon had been among those who cursed him. As long as the physiognomist lived, he had not neglected to continue to curse him. Yet that was all Polemon had done. The gods had put Polemon's story in Hippothus's hands, he was sure of that. Unlike Polemon, he would not stand by supine and let evil men do the things their perverse natures drove them towards. Why had the gods given man the science of physiognomy, the ability to know the future, if not to prevent such horror? As Hippothus read the story, the hound of the gods had been born. For years Hippothus had laboured, alone and in secret, to perform the necessary and dangerous work of the gods. He was their scourge of evil. Even in the depths of the burial mound, the thunder could still be heard. Hippothus grinned. It was all suitably apocalyptic. The kurgan was perfect. He had lost a lot of time checking the ones he passed, but this was absolutely perfect, its perfection only visible once inside. He did not want to kill Ballista. The signs of his physiognomy were conflicting, but it might well be necessary. If it was, the least he would do would be to wipe the blood on his head. The full mutilation, the entire ritual from the Argonautica of Apollonius, would be safer. One of the last things Hippothus wanted was to be haunted by the northern barbarians' demon. The little girl from Ephesus was bad enough. Maximus was a different case. With the thick, dark hair of a savage animal and the never-still eyes of the enemy of truth and the lover of false conjecture, he needed killing. Any physiognomist could tell, if he was left alive, untold suffering and the deaths of any number of other people would result. For much of this journey, Hippothus had been unsure if he should kill him or the old Caledonian first. The herald did not much matter either way. Since witnessing the disgustingness with the donkey, Hippothus realized that all the heraldry were rotten, less than human, close to the beasts with which they mated. Conveniently, Rodolphus was missing most of the fingers of his right hand, which would make him easy to put down. Hippothus had no fear of death, but he had no intention of dying here in this subterranean dark. The gods would not want it. They had held their hands over him in many bad places. They would do so again. Their work must continue. They would lead him back into the light. Back in the Imperium, back in civilization, he would move somewhere new. North Africa appealed, maybe a big city like Carthage, or perhaps Syracuse in Sicily. Ballista's estate at Tauromenium was just up the coast. The Hound of the Gods had unfinished business with others of the barbarians' familia. He would change his name and alter his looks. The thought of such reinvention made him feel curiously dislocated, as if his life so far were somehow unreal, the product of his own artifice or sleight of hand. People said the gods sent insanity down on a murderer who stood on sacred ground. He had killed the girl, and had been in temples since, but the gods had spared him. It was their work he was doing. Nevertheless, as soon as he reached Hellas, he would undergo purification. He would be rid of the demon of the girl. It would be hard to find a priest who would be willing to proceed, once he had been told what he had done. That was no insuperable problem. Jason had been purified by Circe, but Hippothus would purify himself. He was closer to the gods than Jason had ever been. All the ritual, all he needed to know, was in the Argonautica of Apollonius, that invaluable work. First he had to rid himself of the 3 approaching men. The wound the old Caledonian had given him hurt. It would slow his movements. He needed to summon all his courage. If Andrea alone did not prove enough, the gods would help. 32. The horse was at the foot of the kurgan on which they had seen Hippothus. It was tethered by the opening. Maximus remained off to one side, watching the horse and the opening from a distance. Ballista and Rodolphus scouted all around the kurgan. It was a huge burial mound, big in circumference and tall as a 3-story house. Bald grass on top, it was overgrown with thorns on its lower slopes, although not enough to conceal a man. The only tracks were those going to the top, and back, and quite a few around the opening. Hippothus had been in and out several times. There were no other tracks, no other place to hide. He was in there, now.
"I will get his horse," Ballista said. "I'll come with you. Cover the opening," Maximus said.
All three dismounted. Maximus and Rodolphus each knee-hobbled the horse they had been riding, leaving the others on the lead. Ballista tied his spare mount to the string of Maximus. He got back into the saddle and waited for Maximus to get ready. The two lines of riderless horses turned their backs to the rain. A couple pulled at the grass, the other 5 stood in head-down unhappiness. The thunder crashed above them. Maximus untied his bow case from his horse and strapped it to his belt. Hunched over to protect it from the rain, he checked his bow and selected an arrow. He held the arrow in his right hand and put the flap of the goritis back over the bow and his left hand, which he left resting on the weapon. He walked along the base of the kurgan until he was standing just to the left of the opening. He nodded at Ballista. With pressure from his knees, Ballista got the Sarmatian moving. Taking it up to a canter, he hooked his left leg around the left rear horn of the saddle and leant right forward along the right side of the animal's neck. Hippothus's horse made an ideal ambush. It was right in front of the black opening. All too easy to imagine an arrow whistling out at anyone who went to untether the beast. Ballista reined up and rolled down on his feet as he came to Hippothus's mount. Keeping the animal between him and the opening, he cut the tether, grabbed the bridle and ran, pulling the horses with him as shields. When the angle was too acute for a man to shoot without emerging from the tunnel, Ballista stopped. Nothing had happened. Ballista remounted, and leading the Greek's horse, rode all around the kurgan to rejoin the others without passing the menacing opening. He got down and added the horses to the strings. Hippothus's was exhausted, but it was not lame. It could have gone a bit further before foundering. The Greek had decided to make a stand.
"You could wait him out," Rodolphus said.
"No," Ballista and Maximus spoke at the same time.
"You will need torches," Rodolphus said. "I will see to it."
The herald stomped off into the bushes on the mound.
"I would be happier if we had bigger shields,"
Maximus said, looking at the small nomad buckler in his hands.
"These may be handier in a tunnel. Should we take bows?"
Maximus thought it over.
"Might be worth the second man having one."
He began to unstrap the goritis from his hip.
"I will go first,"
Ballista said.
"No."
Maximus looked straight into Ballista's eyes. Both were blinking from the rain. Maximus was one of a handful who knew of Ballista's fear of confined spaces.
"I will go first," Ballista said. "I use a gladius. The shorter sword is more suited than the spatha you carry."
"Calgacus has been with me all my life."
"A fair bit of mine, too," Maximus said. "If one of us gets killed, who would your boys mourn most?"
Ballista snorted, but said nothing.
"You would not send a man who could not handle heights first in a storming party up a wall."
Maximus put both hands on Ballista's shoulders, drew him close, spoke in his ear. "If you go first, you endanger both of us." Ballista still did not speak. After a moment, he nodded. They embraced, kissed on both cheeks, and stepped apart. Ballista strapped on his goritis. If Maximus was killed, Ballista knew he would not forgive himself. This was cowardice. Some men were naturally brave, Maximus, Calgacus. Courage was something Ballista had to steel himself to display its image. It had always been a test. This was the test he had failed. No matter what happened, he would always feel worse about himself. Someone had once said to him that courage was a treasure house from which you could take things, but never deposit them. They were either side of the horrible mouth of the tunnel. Swords drawn, they carried the torches Rodolphus had improvised in their left hands. The herald was back with the horse strings. They looked at each other. Maximus mouthed, 1, 2, 3. He started to move. He was gone. "All-Father, deep hood, hold your hands over me." Ballista forced himself to follow. Maximus was moving fast. Ballista had to crouch. Do not think, just act. The tunnel ran down steep. The circular band of the light of Maximus's torch was racing ahead. Ballista blundered after, helmet, elbows scraping the earth.
The tunnel opened into a chamber. Ballista saw Maximus go left. Ballista went right. A large, domed space. The soil of the walls very light in the torchlight, a chalky paleness. There were many skeletons. The legs of one sprawled obscenely. It lay next to a decayed cushion from which spilled desiccated eelgrass. Concentrate. Do not think. Just act. There were 2 other openings off the chamber. Maximus was flattened against the wall next to one. Ballista went to the other. He was fighting to get his breathing right. Ballista looked across the chamber. They would enter the tunnels at the same moment. Maximus mouthed, 1, 2, 3. Torch and shield thrust out, Ballista threw himself into the entrance. This was higher, some sort of corridor. Age-rotted wood splintered under his boots. A bone snapped as he trod on it. 15, 20 steps in, it ended in a wall of rubble. A burial shaft that had been filled. Ballista ran back, across the chamber and into the gap through which Maximus had gone. Another corridor, this time faced with wood. Another chamber at the end. Weird, dancing shadows visible in it. Something tripped him. He fell forward, skinning his elbows, grazing his face. The torch rolled away. He was face down in the remains of a century's dead fire, cooking utensils around him. He scrambled to his feet, snatched up the torch and pressed on. He realized he was panting out monotonous obscenities. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Another round chamber, hollowed out of the pastel-coloured, almost white loess. Just one exit. Maximus backed to the wall against it. Ballista joined him. He was gasping for breath. He knew it was fear. Although a long way down, the air was not stale. Fucking rabbit warren, Maximus whispered. Ballista tried to grin. No noises except their rasping breathing and the hiss of the torches as their flames shifted. Has to have gone up here, Maximus said. Take our time. Get ourselves set. Ballista managed to grin. Suddenly, a crash of thunder echoed around the chamber. Odd, this far from the entrance. Ballista very much wanted not to be here. If only they could just retrace their steps, get out of this subterranean hell, and not have to face the steel of a madman lurking in the dark. You ready? Ballista nodded at Maximus. The Hibernian's face was sheened with sweat. This was the tunnel of a grave robber. Low and narrow, little wider than Ballista's shoulders, it climbed sharply. They had to crawl, wriggle up it. Ballista had to hang back to avoid burning Maximus with his torch. It was slow going. The tunnel twisted. The excavation was crude. There were no pit props, nothing holding the roof. Loose soil sifted down. Ballista tried not to think what that might signify. A much louder roll of thunder, a gust of fresh, wet air. Maximus was swearing. He was fighting his way out through a thorn bush. He was back on the surface. It took Ballista a time to join him. Maximus held back some of the branches of the thorn as he hauled himself clear. Not good! Maximus shouted over the rage of the storm. Far from fucking good! They were out among the scrub on the side of the kurgan. The storm raced all around them. At the foot of the slope, Rudolphus lay dead. The horses were gone. They worked their way up and around the mound. From the summit, they could see the 2 strings of horses and the lone rider leading them. They were headed southwest at an easy canter. In the flashes of lightning, they appeared frozen and almost close enough to touch. The trail would be easy enough to follow. The rain had stopped, and 9 horses left more than enough traces. But there were things they had to do before they could leave the kurgan. They had no food except the small bag of air-dried meat Maximus always had about him. But they had Ballista's bow, and could hunt as they went. There was game and wildfowl on the watercourses. More worrying, they had no water. If the steppe continued well-watered, things would not be too bad. However, their flasks and skins had been on their saddles. With nothing to hold water, it could be serious if the walk between streams was long. They went down into the barrow to see if there was anything usable among the grave offerings. There was not. All the cooking utensils were either broken or shallow bowls which would be too much trouble to carry without their contents slopping out. As Maximus said, they might as well try to carry water in their helmets. Their helmets and armour were another problem. Ballista guessed it was at least 3 days' walk to the shores of Lake Maeotis. Somehow neither had any doubt that was where Hippothus would be headed.
The war gear would weigh down men on foot. Mailcoats, helmets, and shields were left in the first burial chamber. It would be a lucky traveller who found them. Good coats of ring mail were expensive beyond the dreams of most men. Obviously there was no question of abandoning their swords, daggers, Maximus's various concealed knives, or Ballista's goritas. Both knew the straps would rub their shoulders raw within a couple of days. And there was Rodolphus. The herald lay curled around the arrow in his gut. The two in his back must have finished him off. They searched his body. He had an Akanakis and a dagger, which they left, and some coins from the Bosporus, which they took, but nothing of real use. They had not the time to burn or bury him, but could not just leave him on the steppe. They carried him down into the kurgan, and left him with their armour. Ballista closed his eyes, and put a coin in his mouth for the ferryman. He was not sure the latter was right for a herald, but it could do no harm. There was only an hour or two of daylight left when they set out. They walked on the virgin grass to one side of the muddied path the horses had left. They did not hurry. There was no point. They had a long way to go. They had not gone 4 miles before they saw the Vultures. It was Hippothes's horse. It had been unable to go on, and he had killed it. There was a deep stab wound in its throat. It had bled to death. It was still saddled and bridled, but Hippothes had taken anything of use from its packs. Although it delayed them, Maximus cut meat from the carcass, stowed it in one of the packs, and improvised straps from the leather of its tack. As they walked on, the Vultures returned. When darkness came, they did not stop. There was a line of trees a mile or so ahead. The trail was there when the moon showed between the ragged clouds of the rearguard of the storm. At the stream they got a fire going eventually. The damp wood smoked, hissed and spat, and gave little heat. The horse meat was raw inside a charred crust. They ate it and drank water. Far off to the south, the storm flickered and grumbled beyond the horizon. They did not speak of what had happened, or what might happen. They hardly spoke at all. Wrapped in his cloak, Ballista tried to empty his mind. With every thought came memories of Calgacus. He repeated Julia's words to himself. The dead do not suffer. That is for those left behind. At last, he slept. Maximus woke him. The sun was not yet up, the sky just paling in the east. The fire had gone out. Ballista was cold, tired, and his stomach was uneasy. They tried to eat the raw horse meat. It made Ballista's gorge rise. He persevered. He would need the sustenance. The dawn came up behind them as they walked. Their shadows, canted and misshapen, marched ahead. The sky was clear. That was something. If it had rained as before, the trail would have been washed away. With the warmth of the day, the steppe came to life. First in patches, then in great swathes, the grass turned green again. Miraculous yellow flowers opened. It was as if the storm had turned back time, ushered in a second springtime. Birds sang, plovers swooped around them. There were butterflies, yellow like the flowers. All of it was superficial, false to Ballista's eyes. It did not lighten his mood an iota. They could not go wrong. The trail was the only thing to follow in the immensity of the plain. Ballista kept his eyes on it, a few steps in front of his feet. To look up was to accept the scale of the steppe, to invite the admission of the futility of what they did. They crossed small streams with banks that had been swept by flash floods from the storm. Their soil, where it had been undercut, was red, sometimes hanging like bloodied stalactites. The north wind sang across the steppe. That evening, they halted early at a place where a stream broadened out into a mere. They concealed themselves in the cover around the edges. When the ducks had flighted and were on the water, in the lingering light that remained, Ballista shot one. The others rose up, clamorous in their fear. Ballista lit a fire. Maximus plucked and dressed the bird. Cooked, it was an infinite improvement on the horse meat. Ballista did not want to talk about Calgacus. He could tell Maximus did not want to either. There was nothing else to talk about. There were a few clouds that night, coming down from the north. They gave the moon a fugitive air, as if any one of them might conceal the wolf. Of course, some peoples did not think the moon was masculine, or that it would one day be eaten by a beast. For the Greeks, it was Selene, a goddess riding for eternity in a chariot drawn by shambly-footed oxen. He wondered what Calgacus had thought when he looked into a moonlit sky. He wondered what view Calgacus had held of an afterlife. They had never talked about it seriously. They never would now. It would be a comfort to believe he would be reunited with the old Caledonian in Valhalla or somewhere, but it was hard to give it credence. This life was unforgiving, no reason to think the next would be better, if it existed. The third day was much tougher. Ballista's feet were blistered. He took off his boots and bandaged them. The bandages slipped, chafed, soon did no good. Maximus was walking badly too. The only advantage in their slower pace was the time it gave them to find the trail. It was getting harder to follow as the rejuvenated grass sprang up. Twice, once to the north, once the south, they saw herds dotted and indistinct in the distance. The steppe stretched on, pitiless in its enormity, but they knew they were getting closer to Lake Meotis. The smell of it was in the air, and the streams they had to cross were much fuller, broadening out into real rivers. Each of the latter was somehow shocking in its sudden declivity, as it brought trees and wildfowl and a reflection of the sky, things near forgotten and almost unimaginable in the previous hours of their absence. They cut thin branches to use as walking sticks. They walked all day. They had nothing left to eat, and did not stop to hunt. As the sun began its final descent, they moved like old men now. They heard the seabirds. Looking up, Ballista saw the overgrown earthworks and ditches full of brambles and thin trees of some long-abandoned fortification. Beyond there were reed beds, and beyond them the open water of some quiet inlet. There was the thatched roof of a lone cottage. Off to the right, 8 horses grazed in a water meadow. Dogs hurtled out, 3 of them, vicious-looking, snarling, eyes popping. The horses stamped away to the far end of the meadow. Ballista and Maximus stood still, leaning on their walking sticks. The dogs circled. An elderly man clad in rags appeared out of the reeds, an eldritch figure with the low sun behind him. He whistled, and the dogs fell back a little. He put his right palm flat to his forehead. Ballista cleared his throat to speak. The old man spoke first.
"He has taken the only boat. He made my son sail it."
He used the language of Germania. Neither Ballista nor Maximus said anything.
"He said you would come."
The aged fisherman held his hands out placatingly.
"It is not our fault. Do not blame us. He was armed, a man of violence. What could we do?"
He fell to his knees. "When?" Ballista said.
"Yesterday morning, just after first light."
Ballista felt as if something was broken inside him, something that had been keeping him upright. "How far are your neighbours?" Maximus said. The old man pointed to the southeast.
"Near Tanais."
"How far?"
"A long day's walk."
"The other way?"
"Further."
Ballista spoke. "The horses are ours."
"Yes, of course. He said you would want them. We have looked after them."
The old man showed his teeth like a dog which fears a beating.
"We had no choice."
"Get off your knees. Do you have any food we could have?"
Yes, of course."
The old fisherman scrambled up, started backing towards the cottage.
"Fish stew and bread, good bread."
"And chain up those dogs."
"Yes, right away, Etheling, right away."
The dogs winding around his legs, the old man went to the cottage. "When we have eaten, we can ride to Tanais," Maximus said. "Keep the water on our right. We should be there before morning. Good chance of hiring a boat there and then." "No," Ballista said. "The wind has been set in the north. It would have been on his quarter. He would have reached Pentacapaeum some time last night. If he did not stop, by now he could be across the Euxine. It is over. If the gods ever let me find him." "Yes." Ballista felt unutterably weary, vaguely sick, but hungry. "Would you check the horses?" When Maximus was gone, Ballista stared at the dying sun and tried not to think too much about anything.
The End. You've been listening to The Wolves of the North by Harry Sidebottom, narrated by Nick Bolton.